Whoa! Hello. Welcome to Worcester City Council Theater 3000. We got another rousing edition of this show, another city council meeting that we all have to watch, but we're going to watch it together, and it's going to be less bad. Travis, how are you doing tonight?
I'm all right. I'm cooling out in the studio as much as possible. I have the air conditioner cranked. Outside is poison. It's too hot, and I don't like being there.
Yeah, it's really, really bad outside. I was outside smoking a butt, and I was just sweating, sitting down. Just not moving my butt at all.
That's the worst.
Crazy. Yeah, I took a cold shower. Actually, I've taken 2 cold showers today.
Smart man.
Yeah, I got the trusty AC running. We'll see if the stream runs any better than the state's 911 system.
Is there a report as to what took it out?
I haven't seen anything yet. Nothing specific.
NPR wasn't reporting on anything, just that it was down, and now it's back up.
Yeah, I don't know.
People shouldn't call to check themselves to see if it's up.
Yeah, because you'll just crash it again. Oh man, this is a busy night for me. I might be kind of quiet because I'm working. I got 2 posts coming out tomorrow. Tomorrow is the anniversary of Worcester Sucks. What's up, Molly? So I have an anniversary sort of recap post coming out, and a new column. I'll announce it here by Worcester Sucks longtime copy editor Liz Goodfellow.
Hey,
It's called Worcester Speaks, and it is a Q&A series with people in Worcester that we think are cool. And the first one is Jen Gaskin, because she's the coolest person.
Solid choice.
Yeah. And it's going to be monthly, it's going to be like a not blowing up the feed or anything with it, but like after doing it for a while, I think it'll emerge as like sort of just a cool nod to people that we think are cool. Intentionally not doing it with any sort of like promotional angle. It's just like, oh, we think someone's cool. Liz will hop on, ask him some questions, and we'll run a story about it. So yeah, that'll be coming out in the morning. And then I'll have a post coming out shortly after that, begging you not to unsubscribe, because a lot of the subscriptions renew in this period from June to July, because that's when I launched it. So I'll be offering a half off for a year deal, which you should totally take, even if you're already paying full price for a year, whatever, just take it. And hopefully we get, it's funny. I was looking at the graph of total subscribers, just goes like this. The graph of paid subscribers is a little bit more like this. And the dips historically are right in this June period, which is fine. You can't expect people to like keep subscribing forever, although I wish everyone would. And yeah, so I'm just getting that together now. It's stressful. And then on top of that,
real stressful.
Yeah, I'm, constantly just a little bit behind the ball. Thank you to everyone who came out to the Worcester Sucks birthday party on Friday. I haven't counted everything yet, but between cash and Venmo, I think we raised something like $350 for the Worcester Disaster Relief Fund.
Hell yeah.
So that's really cool, and it was a fun time. So thank you to everybody that came out.
I was sorry to miss that. I had to have dinner with my parents because they're in Oregon for a month.
Ah, jeez.
We could have had, and this is the worst part, I had to skip your cool party to go to Red Robin in Connecticut. I lost twice.
Yeah. That's a bad trade. Not to say my party was super cool or anything.
It looked super cool. And I've heard reports that it was really fun. So congratulations.
Yeah, it was a good time. I did a little speech with my phone's flashlight turned on the entire time, which I didn't know about until after the speech. No one told me. So fuck you guys. And Chris Rabars did a DJ set, which was really fun.
Hell yeah.
He put together a cool sort of Worcester Sucks catered playlist. But anyway, enough about me. What's going on in your life, Travis?
I am finally opening up the studio. It's been 4 months or so, and we're going to host our first open studio event this Sunday from noon to 4 here at 75 Webster Street. So I'm gearing it up. I got a bunch of art on the walls. This is Croc. This is Christian Bachez, Eamon Gillen above my head. So yeah, got a bunch of homies. Want to sell some art. Want to show people what I've been up to.
That's cool. So what is that event going to look like?
It's going to look like.
What was it?
Oh, it's
from 12 to.
Yeah, 12 to 4. And it's an open studio. So it's basically just come see what we've been up to, take a tour of the studio, maybe buy some stuff, because if you're feeling like you want to purchase some stuff, and then go on your merry way. I don't know. It's kind of like a casual thing.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'll definitely come by for that. It was really fun seeing your studio for the first time. That time we did the stream in there.
I still want to do more stuff with this stream in here, especially once we get into the summer weekends or weeks off.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really happy.
Sorry. The other thing I want a quick plug is that we have the Punk Cake Zine coming out. This has a bunch of people. Shaun's in here, a bunch of local homies, artists. It's filled with poetry. It's all about the real Wormtown LB. Sick. We actually published the first Wormtown Punk Press. It's dope, and this is going to be available on Sunday.
Sunday, we have a question in the chat, Molly. Sunday,
12 to 4. And it sounds like other artists. 75 Webster.
75 Webster Street.
And it sounds like there's other artists in the building that are going to be opening up too. Like Abu's here, Squeebo in the chat. He has an art studio here, so he's going to be showing off, I think. So people come down, tour the building. There's lots of cool shit happening here.
That's awesome. My experience with the Webster Street spaces is a lot different from yours, Travis.
That's what I've heard.
I've lit fires there. I've thrown fires off of the roof of there. Any other incriminating things I can say? When there was band practice spaces there, we didn't treat the space very well. I'll just put it that way. But Travis, if the landlord's listening, Travis is not like that at all, and nothing like that happens anymore. So
nothing even remotely like that happens in this space, Tony.
No, it's a very, very nice space, and it's way bigger than you think it is. I'll just say that. It's a ton bigger than you think it is, and it's really cool. So everyone should go check it out.
This meeting seems like a snoozer.
Dude, are you kidding me? This meeting's going to be 25 hours. This is going to be really bad. So let's, before we get into the meeting, because who cares? let's get a status report on our boys. Brendan,
MIA.
We don't know. We have no idea where Brendan is. Bryan might be on the stream later, but he's stuck at work, and if he is, he'll be tuning in from an iPad. So I doubt he'll be on the stream full time in any way with us. So might be a little bit of a quiet stream tonight, but that's fine. Agenda wise, we're playing the hits. We got Mill Street back on the agenda. We got the rental registry. We got ShotSpotter. I mean, those are the three things that have dominated every story of the past recent months and the city council meeting. Hopefully the Mill Street thing gets put to bed. I believe the rental registry thing will probably get held, but we might hear from a lot of landlords in public comment tonight. The latest on that is that they're trying to basically ruin the rental registry. There's an amendment on to make it so that owner-occupied triple-deckers, 2 units, and single-family houses do not have to register for the rental registry, even if they're renting to people. So the project of getting a complete registry together is doomed from the start if that passes. So anybody that wants to call in on that and say that's a bad idea, the item number for that is 15E. I imagine we'll have a long public comment tonight. Here's the agenda, by the way, throw it in the chat. Yes, Wally, tonight is Candy's silly little restaurant list. She wants a list of Worcester restaurants broken down by district. That's in the orders, the 13 section, the orders. So what's the rental registry? This is a good question. It should be non-controversial. It should be very boring, something that we never have to talk about. But Worcester's not a normal city. A rental registry is like a car inspection for landlords. You pay $25 per unit, and you put your very basic information in. The city uses that information to compile a list of routine inspections for safety hazards, the kind of stuff that starts fires, like the Washington Heights fire that we've seen recently, and the one before that, which killed people. I can't remember where that one was off the top of my head, but it was Worcester. Other than that, I don't know what the restaurant list is all about. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up the agenda here. I should have it open anyway. That is order 13G. If you're looking at your agenda, request city manager, request chief development officer create an online restaurant and dining directory /map that lists restaurants in all 5 city council districts. It's just the narcissism there that anybody deciding where they're going out to eat will choose based on the city council district of the restaurant is insane.
It
Also,
just feels like she wants somebody else to make her list for her so she can figure out where she can hold her fundraiser events in district.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Brian. Sounds like a restaurant registry to me. You know, call me fucking crazy, but that's exactly what it sounds like. So yeah, this is, I think, going to be a very, very long city council meeting with a public comment period that goes a few hours. Hold on, where are my notes? We have some actually interesting stuff on here that won't get talked about as much. The police released a drone report on how many times they've activated the drone. Very little. They almost never use the drone, but we still buy them drones.
Oh, big surprise. Like they could have just borrowed the one that they had access to.
Right. And the most interesting shit on the agenda is shit that we're probably not going to talk about at all. There's 2 reports from Health and Human Services on homelessness. One is a current status of homelessness, and the other is a 5-year plan for addressing it. And then the city manager has his self-evaluation, which I haven't read yet. I'll try to read that during the stream. And also the launch of a 5-year overall strategic plan, which has been very hard to find any information at all out about. So it'll be interesting to see how he talks about that, because there's supposedly, public participation. But we'll see. Is there AC in City Hall? I hope so for them. I'm not sure. I'm really not.
Yeah, I don't remember.
There has to be, right?
You would think, but it's Worcester. They barely have technology down there.
That's right. Yeah, so we might be hearing from Brendan tonight. We might be hearing from Brian. I'm not sure. I'm just going to text right now.
Yeah. Oliver stole Fred's seat.
Oh, also, I'm going to send a text to Neil, which I should have done hours ago. But I don't know if you guys caught it, but Neil posted probably my favorite story of the year so far, about how the police chief, or the acting police chief of Worcester, had applied to be like a marketing person for ShotSpotter before he took the acting chief job, which makes so much sense when you consider how Chief Saucier has talked about that shit. It's really cool. I'll have to get the link. But I'm trying to find my iMessage on the computer like doesn't save contacts, right? It's really frustrating.
That is annoying.
So I'm trying to find Neil's number without disconnecting my camera. But I don't think that I'm going to be able to. Oh, I think I got it.
Looks like we're getting started.
Yeah, what are we doing? The pledge now? I have a feeling we're going to be here for a long time, so buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. And sign up to call in about Mill Street because that vote's going to be close. The meeting is up. They're doing the pledge right now. And Travis, I do have to disconnect my camera, so I will be back in 1 second.
See you soon. You're stuck with me, suckers. And so in that case, then I'll just listen to the national anthem together. System, it's only just starting, buddy. Great, that means happening. It's dumb. All right, here we go.
Okay. Set.
Swimming.
Do a roll call.
Yep, do a roll.
Councilor Bergman,
Here.
Call.
Councilor Calorio,
Here.
Councilor Haji,
Here.
Councilor King,
Here.
Councilor Merrill Carlson,
They do need an electric guitar.
Councilor Yen,
Here.
Councilor Ojeda,
Here.
Councilor Basillo,
Here.
Councilor Russell,
Here.
Councilor Toomey,
Here.
and Mayor Petty.
Here. Okay, we have a presentation before we start today's meeting.
Presentation.
We have Thrive Support and Advocacy who's here today. We want to honor them for some of the work they've done. With us today, we have Shaun Rose, former city councilor and president CEO of Thrive, and Stacy Forrest, COO, Meg Mulhern, vice president administration development, Ellen Murphy, vice president of quality insurance, here to receive some recognition for their efforts promoting economic development while living their mission of helping others. Especially want to thank Stacy, the COO, specifically so out to
Did this
hire
man
new
give himself a
Americans
key to
and
the
provide them with a
city?
meaningful source of living. It also provides a valuable job skills in this new country of theirs. The reason for this success can be attributed to Stacy's vision, with Shaun's leadership and support from Meg and Ellen. As a descendant of immigrants, new Americans are often honest people who come to this country to work, while many employers have been hesitant of the extra work needed to train migrants. Thrive answered the call to serve the community and hired over 40 new Americans to date. So Shaun, Stacy, and Ellen, we thank you for giving our new Americans a chance and providing gainful employment for those who can take their slice of the American dream. So much appreciate that.
I think Shaun
With that,
got
we have a
himself a
certificate we'd like to present
key to the
you.
city for Shaun and two of the people that work for Shaun.
Who got
Meg
the key to the city?
Mulhern. Shaun Rose and Meg Mulhern.
George?
I don't know if this is keys,
And
but
George
this is
Russell,
just
can you please
recognition.
present, bring it, come on down, maybe a group picture too, if you want. And the certificate reads,
Just
Thrive Support and Advocacy in recognition of efforts to uphold the city's welcoming attitude of serving as a welcoming employer to
Coming
our
in
new
hot.
Americans, by myself, city manager
Hey,
Batista,
there's
and the
Brendan.
entire city council.
Yo,
What's up, brother man?
not much. How are you,
Not bad.
Travis?
Lovely. How are you?
Fantastic.
we're watching Shaun get a certificate of recognition for bringing in new Americans.
How did he smuggle them in?
He hid them. He hid 40 of them. At least that's what the CC closed captioning was saying.
Dang. Don't tell Kathy Roy. She'll show up at his house with like a Molotov cocktail or some shit. So Brendan, would you be surprised that we are talking about Mill Street, the rental registry, and ShotSpotter tonight? I mean, like, we've never talked about any of these things.
I think it's all we should talk about from now on.
Oh, so Brendan, before you were here,
Yeah.
I said that I was going to hit up Neil to talk quickly about the Paul Saucier article that he
Oh,
pulled
sure. Yeah.
on ShotSpotter. Do you know? Are you familiar?
With the story?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually, I think I'd mentioned it to you in private a while back. Like, that's one that a couple people from City Hall had thrown at me a couple months ago. And it seemed so completely absurd that when asked, like, if I would poke around on it, my response was, no, that's just too silly to even ask. I can't ask that question with a straight face. But here we are in real life.
Right.
Does the stream look choppy to you guys?
Yes, very. I'm going to guess
Travis,
it's just heat.
do you want me to try to host it?
Hold on. I'm going to try one other thing.
What are your thoughts on that story,
Tonight,
Bill?
Councilor Wentz.
Oh, I
10A,
love it. It's
10B,
absolutely perfect when
and
you put it in the
15E.
context of
Those with
the way that he
rental
talks
registries,
about
that's
it
gonna be held.
and like
We'll come
the
back next week if we have it. Next, if it's not held, the week after.
the
too,
fact
but,
that he just obviously did his interview prep and had the marketing
And,
material memorized, and that's
third-
sort of like
also
all he talks
13A,
about.
which is the manager's contract.
I am really, really
and,
shocked
also
that
held is
all of that being
2,
out there
but, no,
for a year
13F.
now, leading up to
Those 4
budget
items
season, nobody
5
said,
items are
"Hey,
being
Chief,
held
why
under
don't you sit this
privilege,
one out?"
So they'll be on the
Like-
agenda next
Like,
week.
that's the perfect time to have
so-
like Lieutenant Murtha or somebody who's like just professional comms guy come out, talk details, nothing else. Because you're absolutely right. Like, as soon as Christian started pressing him, it turned
People didn't
into
represent
exactly the
everyone,
sales
and
pitch
that's
that
true,
I would
and,
expect
for
a
like
customer
last week,
support
not cutting anybody off, but let's try to give
liaison
an hour for public
to use.
testimony and,
Right. Literally
just
just
be
PR.
fear the other people who are on new issues. That's all. Okay.
Okay.
And so we are on public participation. So it'll be 2 minutes and your name and city
Fucking
of
shit.
residence. And I don't know.
My name's Oliver Chapman.
Travis, you want me to try to do this?
Last time I spoke about 23C.
Is
this
it
time
still
I'll speak about
choppy?
23D.
Okay. Speak right into the microphone if you
Oh,
can.
yep.
You know, it's just the
So,
video and not the audio. So it's
Before
leading
the
me to believe
change
it's
to Mill
probably
Street, the road frequently
City
had
Hall
people
feed
going
and not
50
us.
miles per hour and had many crashes. It was almost impossible
It
to
doesn't
bike
look
into
choppy
the
to me
Travis,
anymore.
I'm gonna
dangerous
take
for
over.
pedestrians to cross
Do it.
due to the speeds. After the change, it appears on a relatively small sample size that the crash rate hasn't changed that much. However, it is much safer to bike, walk, and roll on. I very much appreciate the intention of Councillor King with item 23D. Curb-protected bike lanes and widened sidewalks are great.
All right. This seems to be working much better.
perfect.
Instead, we should allow the DTM to install the flex posts and signage to help demarcate the areas which have less parking and allow that to play itself out, where I think the crash rate will come down because it'll be much clearer. Parking protected bike lanes are all over.
Get any sense of how many people came down to speak pro con
reducing
Mill Street?
speeds, making it safer for everyone, providing parking protected bike lanes to meet our climate goals and give options for the
We also
17%
missed
of Worcester
which
residents
ones
who don't have a car.
Got held.
And they do this
in that little
inexpensively and
technical
without taking parking, which can be
glitch.
controversial. We should be doing it much more. Additionally, it is entirely right
I'll
that
try
the
to
City
figure that
Council
out
should
right
set
now.
direction for DTM, as they have done with things like the Complete Streets Policy and the Green Worcester Plan and Vision Zero and the Mobility Action Plan.
See
It's
this,
also
Bill?
right that the council should monitor their progress, as they're doing here. However, the council should not micromanage the work of DTM, and DTM should continue to meet with neighbors
Oh,
in the areas
shit.
where those changes are happening, not bring them all to
I haven't
City
heard
Council.
anything about that.
Please vote against 23D and 23C. Thank you.
Ooga
Before you speak,
Ooga Ooga.
oh, okay, before you speak.
If you
I
could
just wanna make
send
an
a
announcement.
message
Since the
to
registry is
me
being
on
held for
Twitter or the
uh,
Worcester Sex
council, I
Instagram
think Mr.
or
Horn,
my Instagram, I'd
maybe
love
if you wanna
to
go home. I guess you can go home.
connect with you
Okay.
about that.
Okay.
Rental registers being held.
Thank you, Fred. Hi, my name is Robert Bellata, District 2, member of the City of Worcester Human Rights Commission and Affordable Housing Coalition. I'm speaking on item 15E, more specifically, the amendment to exempt owner-occupied 2 and 3 family units from the rental registry and associated periodic inspection program. I'd like
All right,
to
so we'll have
encourage the council to
we'll have
reject
Neil
this
on
amendment,
after
as it would
public
exempt
comment.
hundreds
if we
of
still have
properties and enable
Awesome.
problem properties to persist. While some
Pretty much
property
public
owners do not
comments,
like this
everything we're
ordinance,
catching
it's important
nowadays
to put
anyway.
forward a rental registry that is consistent, thorough, and
Oh,
works
these
as
captions
like-
are small, huh?
the rental
I'd
registry
like
and
to offer
periodic
up anyone who
inspection
can
program
guess
help
the
protect
temperature when the
health
meeting
and well-being of
wraps.
our residents,
I will
the
gift
property owners, and
a
firefighters.
special limited
We
edition
all know
Fred
this Worcester
Nathan
housing
car
stock is
magnet.
older on average than the
Could
rest
have
of the
both
state.
digits
40%
correct
of our
when the
occupied
meeting
housing
ends.
was built before 1939.
Bill, under
The city
options,
needs
you
better
can make it
tools to
bigger.
improve inspections and help property owners better manage an aging housing stock. The registry will allow the city to collect housing data and disseminate information to property owners quickly. The periodic inspection program
That looks
just
good.
makes sense. Every year, fires impact multifamily dwellings, causing property damage and displacing residents, like the recent fire at Washington Heights, which displaced over 30 residents. Almost every year, we see multifamily fires that claim the lives of residents, like the recent fire on Hancock Street, and Gage Street 2 years ago, where 4 people have perished in the fire. 3 Worcester firefighters have died while fighting triple-decker fires in Worcester. We need to do better for our first responders and residents. Worcester deserves safe, healthy housing. The city council voted to adopt the ordinance in 2022 without any debate or concerns. Since then, the city manager and staff has put together a comprehensive and reasonable ordinance. It's supported by the fire department and inspectional services department. This ordinance will help improve the quality of Worcester's housing stock and, most importantly, potentially save lives.
The way
It's
that
important
this
the city
rental
council
registry
approves a
thing,
sensible
which is held, I
ordinance that
guess,
holds all property owners to the same standard.
is filed in the
It does not
agenda
make
is
sense to
super weird,
ignore
Brendan. I don't know if you
recommendations
caught
from
that.
experts
No.
and the city
But it
manager
didn't
and put
come
forward
from
ordinance full
the
of exceptions
manager.
and holes. Also, with
It
in regards
is a
to Mill
report
Street, it's
from
better to
the
keep it the way it
Committee
is.
on
It's much
Economic
safer,
Development
especially
to
for
make the
individuals like
changes.
myself that use wheelchairs.
So it's like the city manager's like distancing himself from it and being
Your
like,
name,
"This is the
city residence,
committee's
phone number?
fault that we're
Fred
doing
Nathan
this."
Worcester. I
Yeah.
literally have 30 items
Which it
here, but
is.
I obviously can't do it. It would be like yes, no, yes. Anyhow,
I'm glad Fred dressed in layers for today.
so 9-13B and 23B, C, and D.
Any guess what those bracelets say?
What a surprise, a shocker. It's Mill Street. So I don't know how many times we're
I'm
gonna
saying
keep
those
on kicking
bracelets
the can to
Are
the
all
edge.
from Millie at the Vernon.
Obviously,
say
there are
things like
accidents
pussy
that
wagon.
happen all the time.
You know, fuck
Whether
me,
it can be tied into the new
sex doll,
design,
stuff like that.
absolutely.
They look like the plastic.
I'm not an engineer, but one does have to
You don't
wonder how
say.
many accidents have to
Yo,
happen.
Bill, I
or
was
how many
in,
people have to be killed.
A foreign
because
country this
of
weekend
this
known as
new
Providence,
design.
Rhode
I
Island.
think
And
people are
first time I
against
noticed that all of downtown
Some
Providence
sort of
looks just like Mill Street.
curtailing the
Shocking.
speed,
Cars parked right in the
but
middle of the
this
street. I don't know
just
how
isn't
anyone manages
working.
in Providence, Rhode
'Cause
Island.
I don't know how many bikes have been spotted on Mill
Oh, that's
Street.
crazy. I mean, the city
Not
that's
very many.
consistently 20 years ahead of Worcester
Just
is 20 years ahead of
food
Worcester.
for
That's
thought.
crazy.
I don't know
Mill
what I
Street.
find more embarrassing is that I keep
Come
referencing like New
November
York
1st
City
or some
and
point in November,
Baltimore, and I just
You
noticed
should go
Providence
back
this
to
past
normal
weekend.
parking
I
if you're gonna-
I should visit our neighbors, check in
rather
on them
than
more
this
often, I
parking
guess.
in
But
the middle of the
yeah,
road.
Yeah,
you'd have to
Providence
make
is
it as
cool.
far
And
as
there's
Providence
snow.
to not
Just
realize
food
that
for
this
thought.
was
8
normal.
CC. the
Yeah,
shop
drive an
spot.
hour in either
I know
direction.
there are other
Actually,
numbers,
drive an hour
but,
west to Amherst or
At some
Northampton.
point,
And
people coming out and saying that the
You'll
shot
see some
spotter is
modern road
racist.
designs.
I don't really know how they can say it's racist. I mean, I don't know if they have a shot spotter up on Salisbury Street versus Main South versus wherever.
Wow, nailed
I
it,
mean,
Fred.
there are more guns going off in certain parts of the city versus, say, going up on Salisbury Street. But I'm sure if the councilors who are called racist would like them to put a shot spotter up on Salisbury Street, I'm sure the city manager would approve that, and the city police chief would approve that in a heartbeat.
Holy shit.
10Y, the CPA money. At some point in time, whenever you do get a report as to what the exact amount of money it would be nice if you let the citizens of Worcester know, okay, we've raised $10 million this year. It would be nice. But I really could talk literally about 30 items, and you know
I think
could,
that's
Mr.
what
Mayor.
the report said.
Thank you.
I didn't bother to read that one because it's so boring.
Hi, John Dick, 61 Torrey Fort Lane. I'd like to discuss Mo Bergman's order to put the parking back to the curb. I first brought this issue of Mill Street.
God,
the
if
safety
Mill
of
Street gets
to the City
reverted
Council back in
tonight-
November. 7 months have passed
I don't know,
since
man.
then.
I'm going to be so
Has safety
pissed.
been improved? Let's see. We have had 2 horrific accidents. 1 death to parked car, 1 paralysis due to parked car, at least 5 mangled parked cars on the street. This mayhem should not be acceptable, no matter what the reason.
You're right. Take
the
everybody,
accident that
everybody's
caused
license on the west side
the
away.
mayhem.
Everyone's going back to driver's ed.
And at the last meeting, I was really
Dude,
appalled
I got
by the lack of
passed on the
concern
right in
or
the bike
condolence
lane
the
by
cycling
some
supporters
douchebag that was flying
the death
down Mill
and the
Street.
paralysis.
yesterday.
Well, that's your fault for driving too damn slow, Travis.
More
I couldn't
pedestrians and
believe they
bicyclists
basically
use
went up on the
the
curb
new configuration.
at 50.
The bike lane has now become a pedestrian sidewalk.
And to those that say
traverse
there
the
aren't
road
bikes out there,
use of the
4 to
bike
6
lane.
days a week. And
to
in
those that
my
say there aren't bikes out
humble
there, I've
estimation,
counted
my
at least
count,
4 a day
for every
on my trip back
pedestrian we
and forth
see
to
in the
my
bike
house.
lane, I'm sorry, for every
And that's just in a very
bicyclist we see
small
in the
period.
bike lane, we see minimum 4 or 5 pedestrians in the bike lane. It seems like they're using it as their own private walkway.
Oh no, people are
We have a
walking.
count of the cars that traverse the street.
Cars use roads
It
as
was
their
put
own
by
private
The city
driveway.
says it's
What
around
are you fucking-
11,200 per day. We have a count of the crashes on the street. What we don't have is a count of the usage by pedestrians or the count.
We have a count of
or the count
ponytails
the
in this
cyclists who
conversation.
use the street.
1.
Now, how can we adequately assess a plan when
Sound
this
guy.
data is so ruefully incomplete? The bike lane is also very inconsistently laid out. In the latest edition, at the northern end of Mill Street, the intersection of Chandler, they've added a 25-foot approximate bike lane that then abruptly tapers into the curb. Talk about unsafe. You get a bicycle, particularly an electric bike at night,
This public
hit
comment
that curb, there's going to be serious injury. This is a poster child of an aptitude in design, and to me, it's embarrassing.
An
Can you
aptitude.
wrap up your comments too?
And to think that an unlicensed engineer,
Excuse me, sorry. Go ahead, sir. Can you wrap up your comments?
I am trying to, and to think that we had an unlicensed person engineer this, and we actually paid him for this work.
What in the
I
next
support
door
Councilor Bergman's order to
shit is
return the
actually
parking to
about
the
being
curb.
unlicensed?
And I'd also would, through the chair, ask that the city solicitor make a determination whether this parking in the middle of the road is even legal.
Yes.
Thank
We're
you.
supposed to park within 18 inches of the curb.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's stop the mayhem on Mill Street.
Shut your
Thank
mouth.
you.
What a stupid person. This is one of my neighbors, so I just want to say for the record that he is a stupid person.
I'm speaking on item 23B, the Mill Street redesign. My name is Pat Believa. My wife and I moved to Worcester in 2019. We've lived in 9 different locations across North America, US, and Canada in the past 23 years. I'm speaking to you as a person who cares deeply for Worcester and its advancement, as well as somebody who has lived in
This could go either
incredibly
way.
divergent areas, geographically, culturally, politically, over the past 2 decades. Worcester's been our toughest relocation to adjust to. My wife is an avid runner. She's
Oh,
run
okay.
locations all over North America.
He's on the right side.
She's competed in over 30 full marathons. Together, we've enjoyed biking for transportation and exercise. We've always lived in areas where we felt safe to leave our house, and we do not feel this way in Worcester. We have everywhere else. Unfortunately, Worcester has been a unique experience when it comes to traffic interaction with pedestrians and bikers. Drivers in Worcester have what I would describe as a general disregard for human safety when it comes to vehicular operation, especially to anyone outside of an automobile. I
That's
believe
true.
this is something that will hold back our progress as a city.
Someone should clip Jose's
People do
stupid
not
little
want to
smile
feel
while this guy's
unsafe
talking about
walking,
pedestrian
biking,
safety. Just,
or running in the
for
city.
future purposes.
They do in
Be
Worcester.
like, yeah, he's new here.
We must work to build a culture of respect,
He hasn't learned how to be
pedestrians
so
and
miserable. yet.
cyclists, and to continue to move the city forward. I have my 8th grade science teacher's voice in my head saying, Pat, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. So I'll leave you with some quick data from the National Safety Council. 85% of cyclist fatalities happen in urban areas. If you compare fatalities car to car versus car to bicycle, fatalities are 3 times as likely car to bicycle. If you compare that car to pedestrian, it's 25 times more likely to have a fatality. If that car is going over 35
We
miles
just like
an hour,
hit a GoPro
it's
in there.
50 times more likely.
That's a
I
fun
urge
idea,
you
actually.
not only to keep the Mill
You get
Street
a spy
redesign,
cam?
but to expand that strategy throughout the city and to push to build a culture of pedestrian and cyclist safety and to keep our people safe. Thank you for your time.
This guy's too handsome to be in Worcester.
I
This is
really
what
want to
Worcester
meet him.
looks
I
like.
think
Melican,
he
11
looks like
Rosemont
he's
Road.
built to come in handy
This is
when it's
items
time to actually
23B,
fight the
C, and
cranks.
D. The proposals to reverse or modify the redesign of Mill Street, halt redesign of other dangerous and underutilized streets, and abandon projects that will calm traffic violence are a huge mistake. The city of Worcester placed 197th of 200 cities on the most recent Allstate America's Best Drivers report. Vehicle accident claims
All right,
are
I'm
more
gonna
than
keep a
twice at the
tally.
national average.
Is that
Worcester is a
pro Mill
leader in
Street
pedestrian
speaker?
fatalities. We
We've
pay
had
higher
one-
auto
you
insurance
count Fred
rates than
as
virtually
two
the
anti-Mill
entire
Street
country.
speakers?
These are facts, and I
Yeah,
am sure
Fred's
any
Anthony.
counselor doing
Say 2 to
due
2.
diligence on this issue knows
Unless
them.
I missed anybody.
Additionally, you all know that the accident rate on the reconfigured section of Mill Street, per Chief Sausier's report to the City Council, has not increased over the equivalent time period of the year prior to reconstruction. Regarding safety on Mill Street, I have one simple question. Why would a non-distracted driver crash into a car that is not moving, no matter where it is on the road?
Bam.
A district meeting was held before construction began, and an overwhelming majority approved of the plan. I expect all my councilors, district and at large, to forego pandering to those expressing unnecessary fear of any change and those intensifying
Wait,
that
hold on.
fear
That's all
by
we do here.
continuously and loudly
What do you want us to not
proclaiming
pander to people?
statistical lies. There's been enough hysteria. Do not pressure the city manager to abandon the best urban practices safe, multi-use, and accessible streets represent.
Yep.
Thank you.
God, I want that guy to narrate my life.
Hello, my name is Naya, District 5, Worcester. I am here today in support of items 23B and 23C on today's agenda. I've lived off Mill Street my entire life. I've walked, biked, driven down the street many times, and I've never felt more unsafe than I do currently.
Yeah, Michael's a good artist too.
Protected bike lane is an
We've swapped
illogical and
Photoshop and
incompatible to the lack of industry and sprawl of single-family homes on Mill
digital
Street. There are
creations.
not enough cars to protect the bikers and not enough space to protect the traffic, to protect the parked cars from the traffic lane. The design may be common in other cities. The manner in which Worcester implemented it was negligent. Modifying the road after 60 years without including significant signage to indicate the changes was frankly irresponsible. I would like to add that my father's dear friend, Daniel Abraham, passed away in the accident in Mill Street in March. Those in favor of the redesign will say the accident was due to his age and that he shouldn't have been driving in the first place.
Yes.
Yes, Danny was older, but this played no part in the accident.
Nope, not at all.
Prior to the redesign,
We all know
he
that
frequently
reaction
drove
times of
down the street
95-year-olds
without
are
issue.
exactly the
On
same
occasion,
as
he even drove
20-year-olds.
my father down the street at the same time at night. He was even still working as a hairdresser. Danny Abraham's accident and death were a direct result of the city's failure to adequately and safely redesign Mill Street. Councilors and Mayor, I implore you to please support
$100 bet
23C
this
on the
lady
agenda
ends up in the
to make
Telegram
Mill Street safer
tomorrow.
for residents and the city of Worcester. Thank you.
Shit, feature spread on Sunday.
I'm Chris Boudreau. I live at 10 Monroe Avenue. I've lived in Worcester for 15 years, and this is my first time before the City Council. And I'm here to ask you to please use the trust that we've given you as the people of Worcester to protect the most vulnerable people of Worcester. And I mean cyclists, pedestrians, renters, and low-income people and people of color. I want to speak about Mill Street. I'm speaking against items 23B and 23C.
All right, we're 3-3 right
I
now.
think that these items are based on faulty
Pretty even.
premises. One, that the existing design isn't safe. to the
I'd like to see
existing
the overlap
policies already,
between
a
people
best
who do
practice
not think
is,
age is a factor in driving, but do
design,
think age is a
that the
factor
planned
in voting
enhancements
for
won't
president.
make it safer. Once those signages go in, it's going to be safer
I'm
still as
I'm
people
fan
understand
for
what
driver recertification
configuration
or like
Ah,
is and how
dude,
it's
I would
supposed
be
to
the first to sign
used.
up. Like I do it all
That
the
it
time for
wasn't
my
designed by expert
the
transportation
MSF course.
engineers. It
do you?
was. They
Yeah,
understand
why
best
not? I mean, like
practices.
it's
They
when you
use
do it
data.
for on the
They
motorcycle side, they don't
review
treat it as like school. They
that
treat it as coaching.
the
So like
it's more
you're out like
dangerous.
on the
In
roads with
fact, the data
coaches
we
who
know
are
it's
giving you
about the
tips on
same.
like
It's only
they're
going to
watching
get
you and they're
safer.
talking to you in like a headset in your ear,
And most importantly,
giving you
the
pointers, stuff you're doing
perceptions
wrong.
of
So it's like
safety
continuing
are
ed
more
for
important than
motorcyclists.
actual data on
But I mean,
crashes.
the amount of driver's ed we have
We're
for
hearing
initial
about
licensure is
perceptions of safety.
embarrassing,
I don't feel
and it's
safe
why we
on
have
this
the
road.
accidents that we do.
Yeah.
We can't run a city according to perceptions. We have to look at the
Yeah,
facts.
every
and
10
we
years,
have
I feel like
engineers and a police
should
department
just
that's doing
recertify.
exactly that. So stick to the plan, please. I want to speak against the 15E, against the exception for
Bill, are you pro against driver
owner-occupied triple
recertification?
deckers. It's not fair. I think we need to know exactly
Oh,
who's in these houses. We need to have them inspected.
Yeah, I
and
mean, it's
think
fine.
everybody who rents needs to be
I don't
protected.
know.
And
Everyone
as
sucks
for the
at driving.
spot shotter, please listen to the Black families who live in the area and don't expand it. Thank you.
Yo, get rid of it. How about that? Get rid of it.
Good evening. My name is Janice Pagega-Tebow, and I resided at 319 Mill Street for 47 years. I believe that it's my responsibility to advocate for the new design, since I have personally witnessed
All right, we're at
what
4-3.
Mill Street was like before the city finally heard and listened to the many complaints about the street, the constant speeding, vehicles parked on sidewalks, which by the way is illegal,
Hell
and
yes.
of course the poor condition of the street. It appears that some of you are willing to set aside the data and research by your own officials who are able to document that there was no need for a 4-lane highway. The flow of traffic.
Mesa,
began
Mom, this is
growing. The money already spent
They-
for this
the
reconfiguration
plan
came from the
ultimately
city
is to
budget,
have something like
and yet
this.
you're
It's
willing to
just
throw away that money by
gonna take
going
years.
backwards.
There's like
Too
federal
bad
money
schools are
to make
underfunded
a
and
more
the fire
complete
department still
complete
doesn't have a
streets redesign.
contract, and we have money to throw away.
Something that's kind of been
Is it
tragically
legal-
missing in the
Is it
debate around
legal to
this.
park vehicles on the sidewalks? Because if you vote.
I could be totally
towards
wrong with this bill,
curbside,
but I'm kind
that's
of
exactly
under the
what's gonna
impression that a
happen.
lot of
We
the
see it, we saw it all
holes
the
that I think
time.
everybody's acknowledged in that design are also the
is
byproduct
illegal,
of how difficult
as
it
you
is
all
to
know.
secure vendor
And back in
contracts
September
in
of
Massachusetts.
2023,
Like
the
we
city
have a
officials
very
said that
specific
they
set
would
of
be
vendors that we
cracking
typically
down
use
on
for
illegal
preferred vendors
parking.
for road work and
The
whatnot.
comment was,
And
quote, "It's affecting
it might not be the
pedestrians,
case if those
especially
folks
those with
keep things like
disabilities
flex
and
posts in
those with
stock
young
and
children."
whatnot. So then they need to be
At the
put out to
last
bid
meeting,
before
the
you
people voted for
can purchase
approval
them
of
and
the new
whatnot. But
design. You heard evidence of serious
there's kind of a lot that
accidents.
goes into that
You
side
heard
of
the
things
street
too,
was
which
4 lanes.
unfortunately
Are you going to ignore
it's just
that?
not how Worcester is structured in
Finally, the
particular,
number
where
of
we have
accidents is not increased
easy
according
access to
police
a lot of the
data
things that we
that
need
has been
to
published.
finish that
I sincerely
design up.
hope that you don't give in to the naysayers
Mm.
and appropriately spend the funding allocated by the federal government to continue to make improvements.
So yet again, we're saying the
you
state
have
is the
promised
problem.
us.
Well, I mean,
By
it's
the way, is it illegal?
I mean,
is it
maybe, but
illegal
it's
to
just,
secure federal funding and then decide not to
yeah,
use it?
I guess
or
so.
will have
Like,
to return it? Thank you.
Thank you.
That's so weird.
we have a
My name
lot
is
of
David
systems in
Baird,
place
and
that
I've
are
lived
designed to
at
make sure we're
274
not
Mill Street for 55 of my 58
allowing people to
years.
game the system and whatnot.
And
But
from a very early
they
age,
backfire
I've
from time to
been
time.
delivered pets. I've seen people run over on Mill Street, all due to it being called the Speedway with 2 lanes. The problem with this design, and we mentioned it back at Mill Swan, is a SUV going 45 miles an hour that hits you going at that speed.
Still
is
trying to
going
figure out
kill
which ones
you.
for how.
So if we go back to that, we're going to risk pedestrians. I think that this design is very good, and I don't think we should go backwards.
I think this guy should count for 2 votes, just because of the Godzilla shirt.
On Mill Street, I like to grill, and I see people riding.
The
in the bike
Godzilla
lane
Van
left and
Gogh,
right.
so like the
And
Van
I don't see a
Godzilla.
problem with people walking or jogging in the bike lane. When I'm riding my bike and I see somebody walking in front of me, I go around them. There's plenty of
Is this
space
guy
to go
for
around
or
them.
against the
So I
redesign?
don't see where there's an
For the
issue if
redesign.
people are enjoying it with walking
All
in
right.
the afternoon or.
I just
I'm
lived
taking
on
a
Mill
nice
Street
walk.
55 of his 58 years.
I think there are some issues that need to be addressed as far as when you're pulling out onto Mill Street, if there is a parked car.
Is it a
cars to
Van
see
Gogh
around it,
Godzilla?
Possibly mirrors
Yeah.
on the median strip.
It's like
with
Starry Night.
Visual aid to be able to get out onto Mill Street. Although it is
Starry
a bit
Night,
easier
Starry
to pull
Fright,
back out
baby.
into
That's
it.
what I'm
If there's
saying.
another parked car, it's easy. I think that where the parking lanes are, you need to have planters or
God,
some
that is
sort of
such a
barrier
Worcester
to stop
shirt.
the
Holy
motorcycles
shit.
from driving
There's
on the
so
on the
much
right-hand
of the
side 'cause they
character of
pass
the
left
city
and
baked
right.
into that
And I
shirt.
think that in the parking spots, I think they should be a different color, maybe a bright yellow, as another visual barrier to let people know that that's a parking spot and you shouldn't be there.
Say that lovingly.
And basically, if the planter thing might not work, you could move those in the wintertime possibly if they were movable. But speed bumps would work as well because it is an awful problem with people passing on the right-hand side. And that's the main thing that needs to be addressed. Maybe more of a police presence, although I have seen quite a few cops on Mill Street and they are doing their job.
They have a
However,
sign
this
that
is the
tracks your
biggest issue
speed
I
that only
see.
works for like a day or two before the battery runs out. And then it just sits there with dead battery for 2 days.
Good evening. My name is Sue Swanson. I'm a resident of Worcester, District 5, living at 76 Circuit Avenue North. I speak tonight in opposition to 23B and C. And I
Listen,
want
he's
to
doing a
provide a
blues
little bit
chill
of
back there.
context for the Mill Street design, starting with
Or
connecting
smoke a
some dots between the
frappuccinos.
Coes Reservoir Master Plan of 2005 and the current design and new markings of Mill Street. I also want to just briefly emphasize that I'm not going to be using the word bike lane. I think it's a misnomer. We need to be using vulnerable road user because we now happily have more people that are mobile who originally were not and used and are currently using wheelchairs, electric scooters. So the redesigned and new markings of Mill
Roller
Street promote
skates,
both public health
shopping
and public
carts.
safety best practices and are consistent with
Whatever
the
you want.
priorities
Basically
discussed
Fortnite
in the
out
Mill
there.
Street
We
corridors.
keep it rolling.
Force,
We need to call those
public
lanes the
meetings
cool
of which
zone.
I was a member.
There it is.
These
Nothing
discussions
bad ever happens in the
predated and
cool
informed
zone.
the development
Nothing
of
bad
the
ever
Coes
happens
Reservoir
after you cross
Master
within the
Plan
cool
of
zone.
2005. The major
I saved
goal
those
of the
graphics, but I
Coes
genuinely
Reservoir
thought about just
Master
deleting them
Plan
entirely.
was to create
Yeah.
accessible, barrier-free, passive and active recreational opportunities in blue and open spaces around and surrounding Coes Reservoir. We wanted to
The
make it a
gentleman
recreation
underneath the live
destination
14 is struggling to stay
for
awake.
families and residents living in environmental justice neighborhoods surrounding Coes. The plan called
Just
for the
enjoy your nap,
renovation
guy.
of the Mill Street
Let it go.
Beach, which included an accessible kayak launching area, as well as the creation of a playground and boardwalk next to the Coes Reservoir Spillway. During a series of public meetings that we had between March and June 2005, the need for universally accessible multi-generational park and playground was established. This included discussions regarding modifications to Mill Street to ensure that it was an accessible throughway accommodating all modes of communication, all modes of transportation, including users of wheelchairs and electric scooters. Fast forward 20 years, and indeed, Coes Reservoir is a vibrant, alive place where we see the crossroads of diverse communities of all ability levels. It's a bit ironic and frankly a little unbelievable that we are now talking about removing a vulnerable road user lane, typically referred to as a bike lane, after we've invested so much capital and funding in creating a universally park and playground.
Could you wrap up the
Thank you
comments?
very
Thank you.
much.
Good evening. My name is Ed McKeown. I'm a lifelong resident of Worcester and now reside on Circuit Ave North.
You know what's funny?
I
Just
speak tonight
trying
in
to do the
opposition to
math.
item 23B and C.
Oh, two. Okay,
In
two more from Mill Street.
1970,
Doing the math
Seattle,
here,
Washington became the
this
first city in the U.S.
might
to
come down to
construct a
George
protected bike lane. In 2005, I served on the Mill Street Task Force created by then
Which is
Mayor
wild.
Tim Murray and District Councilor Rick Rushton. The task force discussed more than once
If it's, hold
how
on.
best to change Mill Street from a speedway to a street that's safer for residents and for all users of Mill Street, be it cars, pedestrians, or other modes of wheeled users. In 2024, the city of Worcester decided to put into action the best practices that transportation experts recommended for a street like Mill Street. The purpose of restriping Mill Street is to reduce the speed of cars along the speedway and to provide protection to vulnerable road users. The National Safety Board informs us that a person who is hit by a car traveling 40 miles an hour will result in a 85% fatality rate, whereas a person hit by a car traveling 20 miles an hour results in a fatality rate of 5%. Mill Street residents and the police will tell you prior to Mill Street being reduced from 4 lanes to 2, that cars that were moving at more than 40 miles an hour was a fairly common occurrence. The city council
It's going to be a very
has
close vote.
no expertise to micromanage the design
The
of
vote
safe
shouldn't
streets
matter.
in the city. My opinion is that design for safe streets should be left to the experts after input from the public. The public has spoken on Mill Street issue at least since 2005.
If Christian King
It appears to me the majority of
votes
people
with Mo
of the public in
Bergman
favor
on
of
this one,
safer streets,
I'm kind
particularly
of
in
saying I'm
regards
done with that.
to Mill Street, support keeping the street as it is. The city has hired expert transportation professionals to work in the Department of Transportation and Mobility. The city manager, Eric Batista, has supported the excellent work of this department. My hope is that he continues to support these professionals, no matter how the city council votes on Agenda 23 and B. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Holly Montero. I'm a resident of District 5 here in Worcester. I was up here last time when this came up on the agenda, when it was moved to today, to speak about how I support the changes that are being discussed and reverting Mill Street back to the way that it was. I definitely don't believe that it should be back to 4 lanes. I think the 2 lanes that it is currently at makes perfect sense. But here we are in the midst of some really hot weather, so I know nobody wants to think about what it'd be like come winter time, but I think that's something that we need to think about and discuss. What is it going to look like, the parking in this situation when we've got snow on the ground and our streets need to be clean? What is that going to look like for the residents that live there? I don't think that's going to make the street any safer. Matter of fact, I think it'll make it a little bit more unsafe. I used to live over on Webster Street, and I remember back in 2013 when we got significant snowstorms, week after week, and I could barely pull out of my driveway. So I think that's going to be an issue that's going to come about, and that's something that we need to look at, and we need to, figure out other options. I think that I keep hearing a lot of people talking about the safety of it, and safety is important. We need to make sure that our bike riders, our walkers, those who have limited mobility or are handicapped should definitely be safe when they're, walking and moving on the streets. But I don't feel that the current design is really gonna help them out very much. I think it's actually going to make it a lot harder. I seen some stuff on Facebook the other day. People were parking all sorts of places in front of Mill Swan. As somebody who recently fell and got injured and have limited mobility now, a lot of people definitely do what they got to do to be able to be close to where they're headed and not trying to walk too far. I'm not handicapped by any means, but definitely have been more mindful of parking closer to where I need to go than I was before. So people are resourceful and they're going to do what they need to do. I think a lot of people that don't like the redesign is possibly driving a little more erratically to sort of make a point. Not that that's right.
Can you
But
wrap up your comments too?
like I said last time, I encourage our community, I encourage all the counselors to really think about it and go back to the drawing table and really think outside the box. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Got
My
that as
name's
a
Bruce Tebow.
negative?
I live
As
at
a
319
against
Mill
Mill Street?
Been there for
I have no
47
idea.
years.
I wasn't able to figure that one
And
out.
I've seen everything.
Yeah, me either.
that
It
you
was
guys
white
can
noise,
imagine.
honestly. You know, after
I've seen
4 or 5
a
meetings
student get
like
off a
this,
school bus
it gets hard
and
to
get
listen.
hit by a car and lay in the middle of Mill Street in the median strip until a ambulance came to take him away. We've seen motorcycle accidents. We've seen car accidents. Nothing is new. Nothing at all is new as far as any of these accidents or anything. Cars actually parked on the sidewalk for years. Okay, why? So they wouldn't get sideswiped. Okay, so what does that do? That puts the people in wheelchairs. That puts the people on bikes. That puts the people pushing baby carriages in the street. And now there's a 4-foot
Kind of an
law
incredible
in the
like
Commonwealth
argument
that
against
a
democracy
car has
we're
to
seeing
be
here,
4
like a
feet,
poli
has to
sci
be
paper
4
on like
feet
why
from
democracy
a
shouldn't exist.
bicycle. and
Like you could write an
imagine a
entire
wheelchair
paper
and
on that
pedestrian.
with Mill
How
Street.
will that
No, I
work
used to be the biggest
if you
fan
put
of like
cars
public
back
comment
against
and
the curb?
public participation
Because that's
in
going to
anything.
take up that
And
whole
at
lane.
this is
And
like
you're going
the
to
older I
tell me
get, the more I
people going
realize that
15
like
miles
once
an
you start
hour
handing a
down
microphone
Mill
around, you're
Street
literally
are
taking your
going to
life
stop
and
and
your
allow that
lifespan
person
into
to
your own hands.
traverse around the
Right.
vehicles.
You're only inviting people who used to communicate via mimeograph
Let's move
newsletter
forward. We've had
to now
excellent
be able to be in your brain.
experts design
I know.
this. They have ideas.
It's a
to
real
go
tough
forward
circle to
and
square
make it
for
even
me
better.
as like a local
And
journalist.
let's
The entire
take the
premise
$2
of that
million
I got
draft
you, dude.
is built on like the public being
found
involved
for
in
us, and
government.
let's
But
use
like
it wisely.
honestly,
and
like
let's try to
do I
stop
believe that?
this
Do I really believe that the public should be involved in government?
speeding and
Like not
driving
with road design.
erratically,
I'm just gonna say
and
I just
people
don't
that
think the
are
public should be involved with road
driving
design at all.
and passing on the left.
I really just want like 2 or 3 people
on
that
the
went to school
right
for
going down
this
Mill Street
and understand
are
that
doing it
best
on
practices
purpose. They know.
to figure this shit out.
And they're still speeding, and I sit out in front
Yeah,
of
the
my
people
house
who
every
live and
evening
breathe
and I
road work.
watch
That's it.
and watch
Nobody
the
else.
people.
I used
And
to
it's the
work
same
with these
people that
people.
go through
I
red
used to
lights
work
and
with
stop
civil
signs
engineers,
and
and
speed
they
all over the
would
city.
like fear going to these public meetings. With all the major projects we had, all the civil projects, we'd have to go and send representatives, and they would just get lacerated every time.
Leslie Gwynn Saffer, a Mill Street resident of many years. I can't imagine any of my neighbors
It's like
would
that.
oppose
It's just
slowing
this should
traffic. on the
purview, you know.
speedway.
It just should not
To
be.
my knowledge,
council
and
business.
contrary to what's been floated earlier, no one's saying we should go back to 4 lanes. The bone of contention is the parking lane placement. Successful road diets on other Worcester streets and throughout the country position parking lanes adjacent to the sidewalk. But for Mill Street, the parking lane has been placed adjacent to the primary travel lanes to accommodate protected bike lanes. Last December, my letter
Shut
to the
up.
TNG was published in response to the earlier letter of an angry reader who described the revised Mill Street lane configuration as a catastrophe. The intent of my letter was to encourage public patience and cooperation while acknowledging adjustment challenges we can expect in the process of breaking old habits. But in December, the lane markings hadn't been painted yet, so the idea of adjustment was strictly that, an idea versus an experiential journey. Following my TNG response, I soon discovered the angry letter writer was not alone.
Kid, an
To this day,
experiential
complaints
journey.
continue from neighbors and healthcare workers, service and
Nothing about
tradespeople,
this has been a
friends,
journey.
relatives, and others visiting our homes who choose to park on side streets to protect themselves and
You want a
their
journey?
vehicles. The Mill Street
Drive to California.
reconfiguration
This
is
is
a project
literally-
with many moving
This should
parts,
be
with a heterogeneous
innocuous.
mix of structures.
This is how the parking
and
was in
varied
downtown San
use
Jose.
and access needs.
This is how
all
the
of
parking
them
was
bearing to be considered.
A few other cities I've been to.
They require
but they're all dead now,
and
Travis, be
deserve
honest.
careful examination.
My most
and
experiential
assessment
journey
to satisfy
ended with
safe
my pants off
access
in the Boston
for
Common.
all involved
Pursued by
parties.
Biggie Smalls.
We have a mix of homes, retailers,
I
and
don't remember that.
accessible multi-generational
But
playground.
maybe just do that. Just take a bunch of
ballpark,
mushrooms,
childcare facilities, and a
as
Head
showed at the
Start
Wang Theater,
program, not to
and
mention that Mill
be
Street is
inexperienced.
a direct artery for
Just kinda like
airport
lose your mind.
access. Cozeman
That's
and
an
the Beach
experiential journey.
needs far more
This
than the few allotted
is not.
parking
Can you
spaces.
wrap up your
We
comments?
we have private driveways.
Ooh,
This is an
sassy.
important part. We have private driveways mixed with off-street retail parking lots and sporadic stretches of infrequent
Kid,
on-street
what
parking.
retail
So
on
it's
Mill Street are
not
you fucking
a
talking
stretch
about?
to see how motorists
I just
can
called this lady
mistake
kid.
a
That's
parked
how
car
fed up I am.
for a moving car.
The liquor store.
Road diets
When I
hold
see
promise
people
for
travel halfway
advancing
down
elements
the
of
bike lane
citizen
just to take the
safety
right into the liquor
and
store.
well-being. But all road diets are not created equal. And after living with ours for 1 year, I trust that a road diet's success hinges on how
Thank you.
it's implemented to be effective, to minimize harm and promote safety.
Thank you.
The science must be congruent with the
This
context
is
of
Lady thinks
all
she's delivering the
elements
Gettysburg
of the
Address here.
terrain.
The
Please
science
choose
must be
measured
congruent with the
action
context
that's
of all
responsive
elements.
to all
Thank you.
concerned
I appreciate
voices,
it.
including the citizens who live,
Can
work,
you please?
and
Okay.
play here every
Thank you.
day.
I just want to give everybody a chance because we're going to be wrapping this up. So I want to give everybody a chance to speak. So have respect for
Oh, here we
everybody
go.
who wants to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Walter Bird,
Oh,
Worcester.
shit.
I'm here tonight not in a professional capacity, just as somebody that uses Mill Street regularly. I'm speaking on 23
fuck.
A through C. For me, this has never been a singular issue. Mill Street and all roads in Worcester do not exist for one group of users.
Oh my
Unfortunately,
God.
this
I
issue has pitted one side against another. It has become about one group of users who, rightfully so, by the way, want to be able to enjoy their pursuits without fear of getting injured or killed. In the city's attempt to satisfy them, however, we have seen a man killed and another permanently injured. Now, we can argue ad nauseum about whether Daniel Abraham suffered a medical episode. He did not. I've been told by his family and those closest to him he was rather healthy and still working. We could talk about the motorcyclist who was driving dangerously when he crashed on Mill Street. What doesn't change is that if we had not moved the parking lane to where it is currently, it is more than likely that
That's
neither
also
victim would have
speculative,
struck
bud.
a parked vehicle.
You would have
We've heard a
struck
lot about
something else.
statistics. I would suggest that we focus on the types of accidents taking place, not just how many. If we examined that, I suspect we would discover we did not have too many moving vehicles crashing into
Everyone
stationary
dances
vehicles
around.
before
Walter Bird is
the
a
redesign.
fucking moron.
And
Can we
again,
just
I
all
would
agree
remind
on
everyone,
that?
a man has lost his life here.
I
really
hate
can't
this
put it any
guy
better
so
than
much that
Councilor
I
Bergman
can't
did a
even
while
bring
back when he said,
words.
now paraphrase,
Oops, I muted him.
millions of dollars and not making something worse. I'm asking that politics be put aside on both sides. Agendas be put aside on both sides.
Bro, you made
Now,
this
we
a
don't stop
political-
this project and go back to a speedway.
What an awful
but that we
human
go
being.
For the right reasons, in the right manner, that we return
This
the
is
parking
literally
lot to
the
curb,
root cause
bring
of
the
this
bike lane
entire
out, and put all appropriate buffers and safety measures in place. Thank you.
Walter Bird's existence.
Thank
You're
you.
right, Bill. If Walter Bird didn't exist,
Names for your residents.
we wouldn't be
Hi,
having
I'm
this
Rebecca
miserable
Call. I'm a resident
conversation.
of Vassar Street here in Worcester. And I use Mill Street 5 days a week
God,
because my children attend daycare on Mill. And I'm here to voice opposition to items 23B and 23C and to advocate that the Mill Street redesign be preserved and strengthened. My partner and I have ridden Mill Street with
really
our
hate
children
Walter Bird
in the
so
bicycle
much, man.
trailer,
It's not even fun.
both before and after the redesign. And the difference is night
I had to work
and
for
day.
him for like
Before
2 or 3 years.
riding
you
on
know?
Mill
I was going to
Street
say, I
felt
can only imagine the
exposed
amount of
and
ire
unsafe.
that happened at
And
Worcester
to
Magazine.
navigate it, our option felt like getting on the sidewalk or
Josh
worse
described
yet,
the scene where he was
hanging
in
it
a
up
screaming
and
match
going
with
home.
Walter one time.
And now, as bicyclists,
I
we
wish I
are
could get a fly on the
protected
wall just to
on Mill
enjoy
Street,
it.
and riding on Mill
There was a
feels
couple-
not
there
only
was a couple
safe and doable, but also like an important artery.
It's like,
connecting
imagine
us
you're
to
just a
other parts of the
scrappy
city and
young
expanding the
reporter,
feasibility
and you
of bike
get
commuting,
your
which
best
is
job of
a
your career
huge,
so far.
huge,
That is
huge
what
quality
is
of life
described
issue,
as an
people
outlet.
have talked about amply.
And then you get
before.
there, and over the course
As
of a couple
driver
weeks, you
on Mill,
realize who
I
the
definitely
boss
had to get
is.
used to the new flow of traffic and logistics of parking.
Ah,
It was probably
get
about a
it
week
fucking-
getting
get
out
it
of the
fucking
car and
thing.
readjusting how and where I'd parked. But that is a small price to pay for the safety of our community and also for the changes that I've noticed from behind the wheel, which are that, my commute on Mill Street has remained unchanged. If anything, it's gotten a little bit better. I've noticed that from behind the wheel that traffic is much calmer, more orderly. I feel safer as a driver in addition to safer as a bicyclist.
That's the first time
So
Walter's
I'm proud
spoken
of the
on
city
any
of
of this
Worcester for having implemented this redesign to make Mill Street safe
It's
and
hard for him
usable
to put
for all
politics
of our
aside.
residents, for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for drivers alike. And I hope to see the redesign not only preserved, but also strengthened
is
with
Worcester.
additional signage and safety features so that I can ride it with my kids long after they're past.
What
the
do you guys
bike-early
predict is
stage.
going to be our next year-long nonsense debate?
When they do this shit to Chandler Street,
Rick Miller, Jermaine Street.
Every single street
I
that
also
this
like to
happens to.
support the redesign and ask that
You
the
know,
city.
I wonder
do all
if
they
Mo
can
Bergman
to
knows
make
what sort of
this
grave he's digging
favorable for
himself here.
everybody.
If,
Neighbors,
the culture is
traffic,
allowed
people on bikes,
to
wheelchairs.
develop
This
into
is
the city
something that we
council
need
as
more
a
of all over
referendum
the
on
city.
how
And if we
fucking
can make it
townies
work
feel
on
about
Mill Street, then we
modern
can
street
make it work
designs.
in a lot of other places, especially where we can tie our parks and our schools together to get people out getting healthy lifestyles. Thank you.
Not as safe. Not a good place to be.
I'm Kevin Piella. I live on Pleasant Street, and I'll keep it short on
That's
the Mill
awesome.
Street redesign as well.
Camber,
because we
you
have
there?
time limits here. Right now, people are saying, where are all of the bikes? Where are all the advantages we've been promised, right? I had to talk to my father just the other day about why I don't have an electric bicycle. And I said, because people die in Worcester on bikes. Now, I don't have a fancy protected bike lane to get me over to Mill Street. But if I did, I'd bike a lot more. I can say that much.
Okay, I'll count that as a positive. We're at 10-5 right now.
Hi,
in
my name
favor
is
of
Jim
Worcester.
Burns. I live in the Webster Square area. I have lived there since 1978, and I'm a bicyclist who has commuted to work on a bicycle. I use Mill Street with my car as well. I think the redesign is fantastic, and
I kind of hope that this
any
conversation
changes
keeps
we
going long
referred
enough
to
so that we find like
earlier.
the one contrarian cyclist
dangerous
who like
setup on the street.
demands that all bikers like ride in traffic and not be given any sort of special treatment.
Hi, my name is Margot
I
Barnett.
got into
I'm a
cyclist
resident
because
of
of
Worcester.
Paperboy, and I want to
spoke
be able
on
to
the Mill
ride my
Street
bike
issue
in hot
at the last
papers.
meeting, so I think I'm not supposed to speak on it.
Back
I
in
wanna
my
make
day.
One quick point after having a conversation with one of the
They're just trying
counselors,
to
which
get to
is
the
that
obstacle
I
course.
believe that the city has not fulfilled their obligation to make this redesign work for us. And I think that people have said we need the flex posts and cones and the places when I've bicycled on Mill Street where those things have been present, you've been able to,
Did
where the
anybody see how many people were out for the
So
Father's
I
Day
urge
ride
the
on Mill
city,
Street?
Some good
parking
numbers in the
department,
photos.
Whoever's supposed to do this.
I saw
to
like 30, 40
take
people in one photo.
seriously that sometimes it's hard to figure out what lane is what, and that there needs to be some installation.
Bill, in the past, have we ever talked about the vandal who just writes like the big like circle and line?
I
no
love
sign
that
through?
guy.
I feel like you and I've had this conversation years ago, Bill, but he showed up on Mill Street. All the signs on Mill Street, that person, I haven't seen that person's work in probably 4 years now. I'd say since before COVID. And they just reappeared on Mill Street, which I think is beautiful.
The college
many
hunks
studies that
and some
show
other
that,
advert that's in the center
over
lane. Yeah, they're
8%
just
of
circle
the
line
alerts
right through it.
are,
Yeah, we
And then leave it up.
false positives, that the responses often don't find.
No, I'm going to be real upset when I learn that
gunshots,
it's
they find
Fred
other
doing
stuff.
that.
But the police then show up in the neighborhoods, and there was a study, an investigation that showed that over 5,000 alerts led to almost 100 arrests and 126 charges, and about half of them were misdemeanors. That most of the people who were arrested or charged were people of color, and because the system is installed in marginalized areas, it is something that gives the police something to talk about, but but there's ample data that all of you should review that shows that this is not doing what the advocates say that it
Can you
does.
wrap up your comments?
That's it.
Thank you.
Gordon Davis. I live in Worcester. I'm speaking against the police getting into the youth program industry. Right now, they have run what's called summer camps and other programs. Now, what I know is that most police officers don't need a college degree. You only need a high school degree. How can they run a youth program with a high school degree? There are better people who are qualified to run these programs. Teachers who need masters, sociologists, psychologists, they have masters. Let them run the youth program. And this money that was taken from the youth program in the budget, that should be given to qualified people who can run these programs. The other problem with the
you know
youth
anything
program
about this guy's
run
talking
by the
about, Brendan?
police is that the police cause trauma.
Gordon Davis is old school civil
When there
rights,
is an
human rights
arrest,
commission, but I'm not sure where he's coming
and
from
they
here.
go into a house, there's screaming, there's physical confrontation. Women are stripped half naked looking for weapons and drugs. You think a little child seeing this is not going to be traumatized? That's why they run from the police. They don't see the police helping them. They see the police harming them and their family. And I was told that the ground zero for this issue is Elm Park School area. That's where most of the traumatized kids, or a lot of them, I don't know if it's changed.
No, I agree with that. I just didn't know. He's saying that money got cut, talking to the chat. I don't know what program he's in reference to.
Have shown that this gain a bias against our kids because the summer program they run, they call it thug camp. They have already assumed that if you're a young Latino, young Black, and so forth, and children, and you're from this particular neighborhood, you're a thug. Even if they're joking, it shows bias. And I think that because of that, the police, the city, the manager, to get the police out of these youth programs.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
I certainly will. They should get them out of the youth programs and put the law enforcement officers where they belong, enforcing the law and not trying to teach our kids anything. Our kids are afraid of them because they've seen the trauma that they cause. Thank you.
Hi, Greg Dorschler, Worcester resident. I'm speaking on items 23B and 23C concerning the Mill Street redesign. When the city presented this redesign plan last summer at Mill Salon, I
don't see thug camp. I see gang camp.
It had reservations about the reliance on pavement markings alone. Knowing that there is not enough on-site
Gang
parking
awareness for the next
along
generation
along
camp.
most of Mill Street, most of the time, to fill the parking lanes, I envisioned issues such as impatient drivers passing on the right, lone cars seeming to be parked in the middle of the road, and the overwhelmingness of the paint. The planned installation of flex posts should help, and perhaps
I want to smoke weed with this dude and just vibe out.
I have
a feeling he does.
That another speaker had noted of large portable planters used elsewhere to reclaim road space. Could these help occupy the striped non-travel spaces along Mill Street and even have a calming effect on traffic with a touch of greenery? Could pavement reflectors, rumble strips, or additional signage help? I'll leave all of that to our traffic engineers and encourage them to listen to feedback from
What a smart guy.
Transportation, to continue making improvements and to apply what is learned towards Mill Street's future full redesign. I wholeheartedly reject the notion of returning Mill Street to its original configuration or of removing the new bike lanes. That would simply be a step backwards, returning us to a known set of problems and would stray from the vision and goals of Worcester's Mobility Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, what's the new business?
Names, their residents, and item number.
Good evening, Grace Ross, 10 Oxford Street. Giving an update, was looking at the agenda to say, where could I connect this to? So there's the police report, 19B, for crime from last year. None of the crimes we witnessed are there. If you criminally take somebody's possession and that person is a senior or disabled, it's a major crime with a $50,000 fine. None of those are on here. And yet we've all witnessed them.
System, I'd like to do it somewhere other than the
When
summit.
chief came on initially,
Somewhere outside.
it's stronger for our folks. But now we've had a complete abandonment.
Hell yeah. Melt serving
You
crepes.
remember we were trying to find, the first time we told the Worcester police that he appeared to be operating illegally was very end of July, beginning of August.
That'd be really funny, Bill.
We finally found out where he was, thanks to one of the police officers that he claimed to be licensed in Fitchburg. City manager and I have met frequently. He looked at this guy's license application from Fitchburg and went, wait a second, this can't be legal. That was in April of this year. He has since evicted 2 Worcester families. We did the due diligence that any law enforcement could have done, went and looked at this guy's bond. Guess what? We called his bonding company. If you guys have ever approved a constable, you know, in their license, they have to have a bond, right? In case they harm someone. We called the licensing company. Guess what? One phone call. Found out he's not in their system. That could have been figured out last August. And especially the Black families who've been terrorized in our city would not have been terrorized by this guy. Every single attempted eviction included numerous criminal felonies. If what we asked for had simply been researched, those families would still be in their home and the violence they've experienced would not have happened. The Constable Association that this guy claimed to work for now has a new person who's a Worcester constable. And he is working for this same criminal constable association. And I haven't used the word criminal much before because we didn't have the proof. We have the proof. He has once again made himself unservable. We can't call him. I asked for his license and his bond because we'd like to check with the bonding company and see if he also doesn't exist. There is an eviction scheduled, of course.
I think maybe to Bill's earlier point about just how
it needs to be stopped.
this public comment period will,
we have a
of course, you really
warehouse
think your take on
that has
democracy.
engaged in numerous
I've known
criminal
Grace for a
acts.
really long time.
All
She's
the
probably the
evidence
most
we need,
passionate
it should
advocate
be shut down.
in the
I've
region,
had the
well
state
outside of
hold their
Worcester in regards
PBA.
to housing
Without
issues.
it, their state license is no
But at
good.
some point in
We have
time,
a
like
Worcester
Grace and her
constable,
supporters need
a
to
Worcester
recognize
warehouse, and this could all
she is currently
be
talking to a
ended
group of people that
now.
can't
You
figure out how to
guys voted
successfully design a
and asked
road.
the city manager to
And she's
enforce,
asking for their
and I will
assistance
be
in
dishonest with
in
me,
housing
which I
matters
don't
that are so
believe,
complex that we
or
need
what these
specialized
courts try
judges
and
just to hear
enforce is
them.
being thwarted.
Thank you.
We don't need
This
to
ends up
be
being
here.
like not just a waste
I
of her time,
appreciate
but a
that,
waste of our
Mayor,
time.
But I would like to not be watching another
And that
family
part
of color
sucks.
be
I hear
evicted
you.
by criminals. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacob Seidel. I'm a Worcester resident. I live on Grafton Hill. I did bike here. No, it was not safe at all. Regarding items 23.
I was going to say, if this dude in a
A
DCR
through
shirt
D,
doesn't
Mill
come
Street
in
prior condition
for the
is
Mill Street
silly.
redesign, I don't know what that.
We really need to move forward with making Worcester streets safer and more useful. We will be saving the city money and everyone time. To item 23D, fully protected bike lanes would be great, but we need to give ourselves the opportunity to establish a connected network of safely usable bike lanes first. First paint and make design changes, then we'll improve again next time as our current plans call for. Worcester was not built to a finished state in one go, and we can take things one step at a time. I'd like to commend the fantastic work of the Department of Transportation and Mobility in making the best use of our available resources to improve the safety of our streets. We know very well how modern safe street design works and should work to implement it throughout the city as called for in the
awesome,
Complete
actually.
Streets, Safe Streets for All, Vision Zero, Now Next, and Mobility Action Plans. We've done plenty of planning, and it's time to get some work done. Please vote against items 23A to D. Thank you.
Thank you.
Idella has its City of Worcester.
I'd like to speak on 13A, the city council negotiating the city manager's contract. I think pretty much overall, he's done a fantastic job. However, I'm concerned with finances. I am very much concerned with administration getting raises while other departments, the lay people, are not getting raises, and we're letting people go. And the water department and the sewer department was cut. One was $30,000 and the other was $70,000. That was on the agenda a few weeks ago, and I spoke about that. And it's like,
That's not
I don't
untrue.
understand how.
I'm in South Mountain. That is the main reason we do this, but some nights it's pain.
Finances. I think the spot finder is a waste of money.
Spot finder?
It's after the fact, and people call it in immediately anyways. I was at the hub, the bus hub.
Yeah, she does sound a little different.
The spot
must have
finder is
been
that
20
device
of
that my
us,
dermatologist
at least,
scans
or
my
up,
skin with
that
once a
was
year.
Witnessed a shooting. And I don't know how many people were calling it in at once. And in any neighborhood, when we hear shots, in the neighborhood I live in, when off and on, we hear the shots and people are calling it in immediately.
What?
And if people don't call it in, when the victim's taken to the hospital, it's called in. And we know that 80% of people who are shot are not killed. And of course, if we can save a life,
We know
want to
this.
save it. But
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
I'm not, everybody else spoke
Okay.
forever. Let me have my time.
Okay, you
Please.
can you please, I'm
Please,
going to
Mr.
close this
Mayor, I
down in about a
want
few
my
minutes.
time.
Nobody will have time to speak if you don't respect other
You
people.
do this to me every time when you
You're
don't
over,
like
you're,
what I'm saying.
you're almost at 3 minutes, so you get 2 minutes.
I want my equal time. So
Okay, wrap up your
I'm
comments, please.
saying, I truly believe, as I know a lot of other people believe,
I tell
that
it,
it's
the
a
pauses
waste
count against
of
you
money.
too. It's not just time when you're
And it's
talking.
an awful lot
Please.
of money to waste. Thank
Thank
you. And it's not that,
Thank you. Our
You
next
guys have the
speaker.
ability to
that
cut the
it's
mic.
me
Just
personally.
cut the
Thank
mic.
you.
Every city needs money in their
Yeah.
budget.
Quit being a
Thank you.
coward and
We
cut the
can't afford
mic.
to waste it.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, Mr.
Good evening, buenas noches. My name is Ruth Rodriguez, and I'm a retired teacher from the Worcester Public School. I'm going to go quick so that the mayor won't stop me, but in response to my friend Gordon, I want to share with you, and I think I have in the past, but it's very important that we understand. You can Google it yourself. The U.S. Census Bureau report found the 10 worst states for Latinos to live in. Guess which is the worst? Massachusetts. And Worcester falls in all of the points. We have the highest Latino youth incarceration in the country. And we found through Worcester State University a report that found that Latino students in the
Travel
Worcester
back 1
Public
second.
School are being suspended 85% higher than white students for doing the same thing. Okay? We need to come together and understand what's happening. As the first school community liaison for the Worcester Bilingual Program, this is decades ago, when the majority of students were white, there was never any police in the school. And the district had tons of service for students. Today, the majority of Black and Latino, all of a sudden, we don't get the service they need but we have policing. I think it's time that we think about what's going on and treat every child the same way that we treat white students.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bryan Monteverde. I live in Providence, but I'm here on behalf of Worcester Earn a Bike. We're a community nonprofit that helps increase capacity for cycling in the city.
Worcester Earn a Bike is an
I'm here
awesome
to oppose
program.
items 23, B, C, and D. I believe we need to increase the
For
number
sure.
of protected lanes in our city, not remove the ones that we've already put in.
Is there still a line back there? Oh my goodness.
Use the streets to ride.
Yeah,
because
and
that's
I think he's going to cut it off.
the Mill
That back
Street
row is that? That's. I mean, it's David Webb.
design is the
Looks like
best
his bumpy
option to
arms.
protect our youth.
I think all
while
those
they
people
were
are
out
lined up to
riding.
talk.
In fact, 2 weekends ago, one of our youth shop managers led a ride and used that lane as a safe route. I'd like to see more of these roadways so that our youth have a safe way to get from their homes to the city parks like Coast Pond on Mill Street. Connecting our youth and adults to these parks, businesses, and other neighborhoods can only help our community grow and thrive. The initial data shared by the Worcester Police Department indicated crash rates were about the same as before the changes, and the chief expected them to go down as people get used to the layout. And, you know, I was told that the crashes were not due to the design by the Worcester Police Department. So I don't think we should go back to the old design. So please keep the design of Mill Street as it is and vote against 23B, C, and D. I also wanted to support item 8CC. I don't think we should renew Shot Spotter or put any more money.
After this is all
into
settled, we
that
should start
program.
having
I
a
think
design a
youth
roadway
that use our
contest
program
to
need
wrap
a lot
up
of
every
support.
public school
Been
year,
seeing budgets
just at the
cut
elementary
for
school level,
programs like
and
Youth
like
Works,
whatever the winning
and other
submission
things like
comes up
that
with
could benefit
sticks.
from.
I love that idea.
Right, thank you.
Rings of fire and bike jumps.
Hello, Ted Khanna, Worcester. Councilors, concerning Mill Street, please oppose any effort to reverse the improvements that have been made which reduce auto
16
speed and
to 5.
protect cyclists and pedestrians. Unless you want to return to a road that will kill more bike and scooter riders, I urge you to leave those changes alone. They are working. I'm a frequent cyclist in the city, so I speak from some experience. But it's not just gnarly old dudes like me you should be protecting.
I fucking love this
It's
dude.
everyone's kids on their way to the beach or the store or their friend's
We must
house.
protect
It's
gnarly old
people
dudes at
in
all costs.
Wheelchairs, it's people of all ages and all forms of non-motorized
I
transportation.
think he rides one of those
I
layback
do
bikes.
suggest one change to the parking zone, however. If you want to improve safety, maybe this is what the best change you could agree on. Currently, there is a buffer zone between the parked cars and the bike lane, but I suggest moving the parking closer to the bike lane and putting a buffer zone between the parked cars and the travel lane. And here's why. The bike lane is 6 feet wide, and a cyclist can avoid getting hit with a passenger side car door by staying to the right in the bike lane when passing a parked car. Anyone who rides a bike on city streets should know how to avoid getting doored. It's Bike Safety 101. On the other hand, there's far more need for a buffer zone between the parked cars and the travel lane where the occupants exit the parked car.
We're going to be here a long
Keep those
time,
drivers
folks.
and passengers out of the travel lane. Remember, once they leave the parked car, these people are pedestrians and we need to protect them too. And if we're worried about maniacs passing illegally on the right, moving the parking zone closer to the bike lane will help prevent a car passing on the right from going around parked cars and taking out anyone in the bike lane. That would be nearly impossible wherever parked cars are present, thus better protecting the occupants of the bike lane. So that's a little tweak that I would recommend. I don't know if we're going to go back and do it here, but if we build this again, it would be something to think about. I think that would be an improvement. Either way, the protected bike lane is a huge safety improvement over the old road. Unless you prefer a road that gets more non-motorists killed, please keep it that way. But it may take more than paint to re-educate drivers how to use the street. People are still parking in the bike lanes, And there should be zero
Can you-
tolerance for
can you-
that.
can you
Thank
wrap
you.
up? Thank you.
Dr. Andrew Piazza, and I live in District 5, City of Worcester. First, I just want to set the record straight on some conjecture a speaker made earlier that parked cars were not being hit before the redesign. That is false. Parked cars and even telephone poles have been hit for years before the redesign, according to MassDOT data on Mill Street and everywhere in the city. I am here to speak against items 23B and 23C.
This guy spoke at the community meeting that I went to
Significant step forward
a couple
for our
months back.
community.
I believe he's a
Some changes
professor at
come with the redesign.
Worcester State.
Cyclists,
Spoke
pedestrians,
super
and
well,
wheelchair
came
users
with
now have a space
data,
to move
and it
through
was
the
basically like
buffer
everybody in the
vehicle
room was
traffic.
rolling their eyes at him.
Data show that traffic speeds
It
have
was just
reduced.
like a
What
walking
hasn't changed is the
encyclopedia of
ability
urban
to drive
design
and park
and
on Mill Street.
traffic safety.
And initial
Has a
data do not show an
PhD in the
increase
subject
in
matter.
crash numbers.
Yeah,
And it
he
was
has
just a bunch of people who drove around Worcester for a couple of years. They rolled their eyes at him.
160-pound pedestrians,
Yeah, he's not from
cyclists,
around here.
wheelchairs, and children. closer
Anybody
to
that
the
leads with
thousands
"I'm
of
a
pounds of
doctor,"
moving
my name is
traffic in
Dr.
a city
Andrew.
that is known for
my brain just
crashes
shuts off.
everywhere
I don't
on
care if
every
you went
road
that school. You're
citywide.
probably smart.
Furthermore, this discussion is actually
I'm just a
delaying
curmudgeon.
much needed improvements like flex posts and signage.
Health education
that
and promotion
it's
is what
my
he has
understanding
his doctorate
DTM could
in.
install today if it weren't for these debates holding up the process. It has been said that the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over and expecting different results. We know what the old Mill Street gets us in terms of crashes and safety, and it wasn't good. So when I hear people say, I know, let's try the old Mill Street, it seems like insanity to suggest that we go back to the old configuration in the name of safety. DTM has a plan to move forward, and it is being held up by attempts to move backward here tonight. Please end this tonight and allow the experts at DTM to do their jobs. Please oppose 23B and 23C. Thank you.
I wonder if Joe's going to make these go at the end of the agenda, like where they are.
Hello, my name is Emma Narkowitz, and I am a resident of
That's always where
Worcester.
you put the
I wasn't originally going
headliner.
to speak on these items, but because it's in trend, and I know you're not in a rush or anything, some of my fondest
This person
moments as a
bummed
kid
not
was
one, but
biking
two
with
cigarettes
my dad
from
and my
me.
sister, and I used to make fun of him because he would wear that like neon
On
vest,
Saturday
and I
night.
thought it looked dorky. But now, seeing the bike
I'm over
ride
this.
this
Big fan.
Father's Day at Coast Pond, it really reminded me of, you know, being with my dad and wanting to be safe and how fun that was and how much I think other families deserve that. And that's why I opposed.
She was
23B
Jenny's marketing manager
or no, 23 BCD.
or campaign manager, rather.
I also, the real reason why I came here on
Campaign
this really
marketing.
hot day after work
All that.
is because I'm a renter and I would not like to die in an electrical fire or any other code violation. And I live a few blocks away from the Hancock Street fire. I remember that night, like smelling the smoke in the air and hearing the sirens. And then later I learned that 2 people died. And it's hard to not think about, you know, like that could be me. And there's not really anything I can do in my power to stop that, which is why I'm here asking.
That's a
you
good
to
point.
Uphold inspections for all buildings. And that is why I support 13F, which is escalating the implementation of the rental registry, because since that fire, another massive fire, like we can't even keep up with all these renters being displaced. And that's not okay. We need something now. Also, for that reason, I oppose 13, no, my numbers are all over the place, apologies, 15E, which would be an exemption for owner-occupied units of 3 families. To my knowledge, that Hancock Street house where 2 people tragically died would fall under that exemption. And I don't think that because your landlord lives
I
in the
picture
building,
Joe like the
you-
cartoons
you're
with an
any less
entire
worthy
pack
of
in his
having
mouth all at
these
once,
units in
fanned
place.
out.
I don't think the Board of Health
He's so sick.
doesn't inspect small mom and pop restaurants, to my knowledge. Like, we think that code applies to everyone because this is rules for safety. And so I find it really concerning that we
Okay.
would exempt some
Thank you.
people from that.
I appreciate
Thank you so much.
Nice job, Emma.
Karen Valentine Goins, resident of Worcester. My remarks concern mostly items 23, B, and C. And I know the items have been held, but I also oppose item 15E that would weaken the rent registry, support item 13F to expedite implementation of that registry, oppose item 23G related to expansion of ShotSpotter, and support petition 8CC.
This lady looks like she could beat me in an arm
ShotSpotter
wrestling
funds to
contest.
youth development initiatives outside the Worcester Police
Probably
Department.
could.
Regarding the Mill Street items, as I said, I oppose
It doesn't take much.
items 23B and C and urge the council to preserve and support the Mill Street redesign as the community continues to adjust to it. Let Department of Transportation and Mobility continue to follow engineering best practices by adding more treatments, flex pose, signage, paint, that will improve and enhance the new design. That is what engineering best practice is.
That would be
to layer
fascinating.
on treatments and not to reverse something early on. I would also like to emphasize letting DTM continue to follow their practice of holding public meetings for complete streets projects in the neighborhoods where they will take place. City Council oversight of that process is neither helpful nor appropriate. And last, that we should all support and participate in the long-term planning and design process that will happen with the federal funds. So in closing, I guess I want to remind councilors that almost 40 people spoke on May 28th in support of keeping the redesign, and clearly many more people spoke tonight in favor of keeping the redesign. And so I will
By
just,
my count, we
share a few
have
words from a Worcester resident, Nathan
18.
Warren, who couldn't be here tonight, who said that he coaches a local youth mountain bike team, and they use the Mill Street bike lanes. They
A
do
mountain bike team?
to connect the ball fields to Mill Swan School when they ride up behind there.
Competitive mountain biking is huge.
Biking, not just on.
It's a team sport?
Connecting.
In a lot of the high schools, out, especially at Western Mass, where there's more trail access, super common.
I'm unfamiliar. That sounds cool.
Oh boy, David Webb.
David
brought us
Webb,
that.
City of Worcester. No on 10A, 15E, 23C, 23D, and of course, no on silly 23B. Yes on 8Y, 8BB, 10B, 10C, 10H, 10R, 10T, 10U, 10X, 10Y, 11D, 11C, 11J.
I'm just gonna say it.
11N.
I don't care
11S,
anymore. I'm just gonna say it.
12A,
This guy
13E,
is
and
fucking.
13F.
This guy is
Yes on
very
10L, please ensure we improve the Worcester Police Department's access to mental health. Yes on 10M, please consider the data showing that ShotSpotter is an unreliable, prejudiced waste of money.
True.
Yes on 23F to see what type of arrests ShotSpotter
I think we're at the
has
point where Nico should just start
No
doing
one
a ceremonial roll call of all the
an
regulars
excuse to
in the
expand ShotSpotter
gallery.
due to lack of current data
Right, they should
supporting
just get a vote.
And yes on 8CC to not renew ShotSpotter or their automatically problematic dispatch software, to use those funds for good local youth development initiatives. 13G at Food Map, if only there was a machine that looked for information, maybe a search engine. Lastly, please file 13A. Please do not vote to extend the city manager
That was pretty good.
contract. Homelessness has worsened. Cost of living is at an all-time high. Residents are pleading for trash bins. This new transportation department may have to undo the great work they've done on Mill Street. Let's do a search this time.
What
Let's find a
of that is
qualified
his fault?
person to create actual accountability and actual.
I don't know,
sustainability.
guys. I'm kind of coming around on. He's just taking way too much fucking unnecessary shit.
That might be it. Dale Wickenizer, I live off of Mill Street on Ball Street. A number of the items that you all are talking about tonight seem to all be about quality of life. 8 years ago, when we moved here, we thought Worcester was amazing compared to Boston, where we had come from. Mom
Interesting.
and pop stores, 1970s small town vibe like we had grown up with. I don't want to lose any of that, but what we have seen in the 8 years that we've been here has been the closing of the skating rink, Colonial Bowling, a lot of mom and pop businesses. And I think Worcester's moving in a nice direction, right? Trying to bring us into a new era, the ballpark, right? All these new apartment buildings, office of DTM, right? Trying to do all these things. And I think some of the items that are on the agenda tonight, spot shotter, the rental registry issue with Mill Street.
Spot shotter.
In a different direction, right? Those things are taking us not in a forward progress, right? My sense is we're arguing and talking about things that should be quality of life, common sense issues. Of course, we want apartments to be safer, all apartments, right? We want every neighborhood to feel respected and that those people who live in that neighborhood have a high quality of life and not feel like they're in a police state. was on Sunday and Father's Day. There were guys out riding with their little kids, right? In training wheels down Mill Street. Sunday morning at 9 o'clock, there's now a regular ride that goes back and forth. People in beach cruisers cruising up and down Mill Street. That's quality of life improvement, right? I'd like to see us in some way talk about how do we get what are we going to put into what used to be the Big D park, the space there across from the beach, right? How do we get a skating rink? How do we get a movie theater? How do we get a,
My favorite
Candlepin
part
bowling
about city
lane back
council is just
into
like
Worcester?
the,
Those would be
the
discussions I'd
subconscious
really like to see
desire
us
for central
improving
planning,
again this quality
like
of life
for like
situation that we have.
real
Thank you.
communist like ordering principles where like the government can do
Good
what it
evening. My
wants
name is
to.
Alex Salcedo. I'm from District 5, 192 Gates Lane. I'm here. I know that the item has been held, but I'm here to support item 13F, oppose item 15E. I'm also here to oppose item 23G.
You know, it'd be a fun
and
controversy to
support
gin up.
Item 8.
Eminent domain, the Amazon warehouse.
And finally, I'm here
At the
to
Greendale Mall.
oppose items
Just 'cause they're not using
23B and 23C. And by the way, I think we can all agree
Why not at this point?
that the Mill Street redesign has become the elephant in the room. With that in mind, I
Beyonce.
brought this item that was on the children's, that belonged to one of the children that
This is
rode
sick.
with his father on Sunday during Father's Day ride. And I thought, well, this is so appropriate. We're looking for the owner of
Oh, it's an
this,
elephant. Jesus Christ. I wasn't sure where
elephant.
she was going.
And this morning, when I saw
She's
it, it
putting
was
a hex
staring
on
at
Mo.
me,
This is
in
so
my
powerful.
living room, because it's
You're
living
right.
in my living room for now.
You're right, Cambria. This is so
So I'm
fucking
taking the
powerful.
opportunity and making some noise.
Yes,
Maybe
jiggle it more.
somebody with a noise will recognize that. And by the way, it has a mirror on one of the paws, or I don't know what you call it.
This is the best use of our
But
time so far
if somebody
tonight.
knows the owner of this little.
Wait, she's really
elephant,
looking for the.
by the way, it's completely intact. And I think it's because of the design, the parking protected bike lane design.
Listen,
So if anybody is.
that beanie
missing,
baby is completely
if one of the
intact.
parents is.
This is
contact
fucking
me,
insane.
More
Alex
proof needed?
at mustbike.org,
I don't think so.
So we can give this little kid back his elephant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Walter must be so pissed. He had no idea he could bring props.
Hi, my name is Lauren Shumate. I'm an MD PhD candidate at UMass. I'm here speaking on behalf of some of my colleagues who are bikers, as well as people who I've met in the community who are also bikers. As you can see, I'm an avid bicyclist.
Fred will hold that for you.
Biked in Boston and New York, and Worcester is very dangerous. I've been doored, I've been hit, and I really appreciate everyone coming out here to speak about Mill Street, because I do think that protected bike lanes are one of the best ways to ensure that if a car is going to hit something, that it hits another car rather than a human. And although there's a lot of opposition and like the design isn't perfect, I think that we can keep it and there could still be improvements to it. In regards to the cyclist community, I cycle miles inside, outside Worcester, and I have a lot of friends who would love to bike as well, would love to commute, to go from park to park, to get, to learn the community, to go to different restaurants on a bike, but they feel unsafe. And there are cyclists who are biking, like those cyclists who are in spandex are biking like 25 miles per hour, refuse to bike in places like these. So I really appreciate your time and consideration in this, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so that's our we'll get to petitions in a second. Then, so that's our last speaker. We have Marcelo on Acosta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first speaker identified as Marisol Acosta. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Can you please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on?
Yep, my name is Marisol Acosta. I live on Alden Street. I have lived in Worcester
Right,
for
yeah, the
about 40
opposite is
years.
loud, but
particularly in the main south area.
Like,
So I'm the
the
property owner
support
of 2
here
Full
has been a
Alden
lot
Street and
louder.
currently reside in 2 Alden Street. I'm submitting a petition for a private street betterment on Alden Street. So I'm having a major issue with the water runoff that's coming off of Castle/Oriat Park. It's not only damaging the road, it's causing a lot of craters, potholes, it's causing a safety and hazard on the road actually when cars are driving through, but the water is going directly into my driveway and causing water damage to my basement. I know the private way temporary repairs has been held for the meeting next week, but I urge all the council members to really consider this because it is causing damage to my property and also causing a safety hazard on the road. Thank you. And I actually, pardon for not being there in person, but I was traveling for work, so I was unable to attend in person.
That's fine. Thank you. So good.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Eric Stratton. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Yes, hi, thank you. Mr. Mayor, City Council, just this past Sunday, there were nearly 40 cyclists with children of all ages riding on Mill Street for Father's Day because we've made it significantly safer. This is part of being a responsible adult and taking care of others, especially those who are more vulnerable. I'm here again to speak in support of saving lives and of a common sense approach to road design and planning for the future of our city. Orders 23, B, C, and D are not only misguided, but short-sighted and irresponsible approach to road safety. They lack vision, compassion, and the ability of you, our elected officials, to follow through on your campaign promises. As I mentioned last meeting, many of you cite environmental issues, common sense, traffic safety, protected bike lanes. This protected bike lane aligns with this. You should want to avoid, you say you want to avoid.
Uh-oh.
Someone ace Eric?
I don't know if it's Eric or if it's... Hold on. I'll make sure it's not Bill. The silence is deafening.
What happened?
In the city. This is our first protected bike lane, and it's something that greatly protects everyone on that bike lane from multi-ton vehicles. As the second largest city in Massachusetts, we should be focused on street safety for all road users, and Mill Street is a right step in that direction.
Oh yeah, it is.
I had my 2-year-old daughter with me this past weekend in a trailer,
Sorry,
and I
we
was
can
not
trade off.
fearful of being hit by a vehicle while riding around with her. This is something I cannot do to come to the grocery store or to many restaurants in the city because the streets are not designed to allow people to get around without vehicles. It is essential for the future of the city that we design our streets so that people can get around no matter what mode of
I love this little
transportation they
community we
choose.
built of people who watch
While a
this
number of
thing that
people
just
cite things
objectively
like
fucking
enforcement as a
sucks.
solution with multiple vehicles that are regularly speeding.
Thank you. Can you wrap up?
I beseech you, absolutely, I beseech you to oppose items 23, B, and C, and to oppose reverting Mill Street to the dangerous speedway that it once was. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Sarah Bertrand. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarah. I live in Worcester in District 3, and I am here to speak on a few items. 23B and C, I'd just like to oppose those items. I've ridden my bike on Mill Street in the last few months and have never felt safer riding my bike in the city. Just support moving forward with the redesign. I'd also just like to touch on item 15E and to oppose the exemptions for owner-occupied buildings.
Cameron, I bet the
It's so
chief is
important that we're
thrilled.
centering tenants and the safety and well-being
Because that should be the biggest story in
of
Worcester.
Worcester residents. In this matter, as well as the question of the Mill Street design, I think thinking about how in all these issues we are centering the people most impacted, which includes pedestrians, bicyclists, people using wheelchairs, and other mobility devices, and in this case, tenants, particularly those living in units that with code violations or other issues. And finally, I'd like to speak to item 23G, and again, stress the importance of listening to people most impacted by policing and policing practices in the city, and centering the voices of Black families and individuals, and the ask to not expand or renew ShotSpotter, and to allocate that funding towards preventative initiatives and ways to engage youth by and other programs. Thank you.
It's just too perfect that the cost of
Right, last speaker is
ShotSpotter
Jeff
is
S.
exactly
From
what's
County
being
President
cut
now.
from Rec Worcester's budget.
Jeff
And
Taylor,
ShotSpotter costs
speaking on
$572,000. Rec Worcester's short
There's been a lot of
$500,000.
talk about the rental registry, 110
Damn.
inspection, problem properties. Councilor King's been talking about inspectional services, how
The
we can't
win
get a clear
Batista
number
had
of
with that,
problem
I
properties
just
and
do
where
it.
we are with the 110 inspections. It's very, 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 very clear that inspectional services is understaffed and can't handle the current workload.
Nice job, Eric.
Petition basically focuses on fire safety, which is the main thing that this ordinance was sought to do, without all the fluff, without worrying about a little chip on the wall or a little tear on the screen. Inspectional services, like the Economic Development Committee, made it very clear that the book is huge. They made it very clear that it's going to be difficult for people to comply. So if this is really truly about safety, we should be focused on fire safety, and we shouldn't be focused on all the extra fluff. We want to get the inspections done. The efficient way to do it is to focus on fire safety and not worry about all the other nonsense, which is the whole reason we can't address problem properties and get the 110 inspections done as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be our last online speaker. Our next speaker.
The last speaker is Fred Taylor. Taylor, can you say your full name, city of residence?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Fred Taylor, Worcester resident, president of Worcester NACP, core member of Black Families Together.
This is a good point.
I'm here to speak in favor of 8C.
The police department reported their Facebook post as community engagement.
Not to expand or renew ShotSpotter Connect resource. And we would like for you to allocate those funds towards youth development led by community. I'd also like to support Order 23F, requesting the city manager to provide a report concerning ShotSpotter Connect. I think that would be really helpful to get a lot more data. And I'm also here to speak in opposition of 23G, reviewing the current boundaries of ShotSpotter and any data that warrants expansion. If we don't do that, we don't need to get any data on that. I just want to be clear about opposition on 23G. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You want to say anything?
Yes. Hi, my name is Bill Casper. I'm here to talk about the item 13K. And
Yes.
my family has
DOJ investigation is still ongoing. Haven't had any recent news on that
at
yet.
the Rotary. We have a situation going on right now where Eversource is doing work down there for the last month, and they've been performing that work during the evenings, which is minimizing the disruption to the businesses that are on the property and the people nearby, local residents, other establishments that aren't affected as nearly as much as it's going to happen when they start tomorrow during the daytime hours. My request is for the city to immediately communicate with Eversource to request the work being done at the Rotary intersecting Webster Street and Hope Ave and the resulting detours be done in a manner that minimizes interferences with the businesses operating nearby. I mean, you're talking about Eversource, who is really $1 billion company, and we're also comparing that to possibly around 30 employees, part-time employees down at the businesses that will be affected tremendously on income and, hours and what's going to happen. It's going to cause major delays, major detours. They're already trying to move people from using the roadway. They're asking people to find alternative routes. Well, that's going to hurt businesses down. It's going to hurt employees. So I'm asking for your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll wrap this up. So this is the last speaker tonight, so go ahead.
My name is John Sally. I own a business on Webster Street in Hope Ave, and this is in concern with the gas
I
company.
like it when the tail end of speakers just keeps
My
getting
concern
crazier.
is the safety purposes, as far as they've been working there for 4 weeks now, and they've been working at night, and they've been doing a great job because it hasn't obstructed any traffic or anything like that. But now they decided they're going to start working during the day, and for safety purposes, trying to move all the cars in other directions and stopping business from operating the way
That's
it
a
should
dick on
be
his shirt.
operated.
I repeat, everyone.
I just
He
don't
has a dick
understand why they
on his
decided
shirt.
to work days versus nights when it's been going so well, and
Look at
it
it.
hasn't interrupted anything at all. And I just want to speak my mind on that.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we also have a calling user who's on the Zoom platform, Natalie Gibson. I'm going to try and meet the resident now.
Hi, hello. I almost missed my opportunity. I wanted to speak on, I believe it was 14F, the expedition of the rental registry. I'm for that. We should hurry up and get that started. I am in opposition to, I believe it's 15E, which mentions that owner-occupied dwellings should not be inspected. Originally, I thought that might have been a good idea because I thought maybe, they would keep their home intact, the entire dwelling. But no, we all know that that will not happen for everyone. I don't need to speak on Mill Street because people already know how I feel about that. I'm very thankful for all of the residents who came forward and spoke very eloquently and shared their experiences, their good experiences regarding Mill Street. By the way, I probably didn't say I am a Worcester resident. I do live off of Mill Street, and I do use Mill Street often. I do see bikers. There are people who claim that they do not see bikers. I have bikers that live on my street that go up and down. To where they're going? They're going to Mill Street. I drive it. I will honestly say that once the redesign came, it did change how I drove on Mill Street. It made me, even though I cannot see the complete vision that we should see on how it should look, it has made me more aware of my surroundings and what to look for. Yes, as I have shared with District Councilor Attell, DTM, and DPW, there are some problematic areas, but I do believe we should keep it as is and move forward and try to correct some of those areas that are issues. There's no need to go backwards and cause more lives to be lost, ruined, endangered, or anything like that. I've never been able to say it when I was finished, but I want to thank all of you for what you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are we all set, Mr. Clerk?
Mayor, I think we have one more call-in user with, this is the last 4 digits, 0299. Try to recognize the phone number.
It's going to be a Nazi. Just watch. Perfect cap to this.
If you're on the phone, can you press *9 to unmute? There you go. Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Jaime Flores from Worcester, Mass. I've written a brief statement on the following agendas of 15E, 23B, C, D, and 23G. Worcester's housing stock is aging with 42% of homes built before 1939. Years of deferred maintenance have led to substandard living conditions. While we do not currently have a proper data distinguishing owner-occupied homes, it would do us a disservice to exempt them from rental registry. Excluding owner-occupied units would create inconsistencies in safety standards and code enforcement allowing dangerous conditions to persist. Please reject the amendment exempting owner-occupied units. Let's commit to a safer, healthier Worcester by supporting this comprehensive ordinance and including owner-occupied homes in this rental registry and required inspections. First and foremost, I would like to
Yeah,
address
they got
the
bored of
safety
Worcester
improvements that
because Nico
the
handled
Mill
it
Street
too well.
redesign provides. Back in February, I attended the
They didn't
Vision
get their
Zero
little
event
reaction,
hosted
so
by
they just moved
the
on.
city at the JMAC. In this presentation, the Mill Street design was highlighted as a much-needed upgrade to address pedestrian and vehicular safety. Now, only a few months later, I stand before you asking not to revert Mill Street back to its original design. As a resident of the Mill Street area, I have seen dramatic reductions in speed of cars, which previously caused major safety concerns. The lower speeds have resulted in decreased need for police presence and have fostered a more community-based atmosphere for enjoying our neighborhoods. My fellow District 5 neighbors and I can now safely walk to Coles Pond with our children to enjoy the park, boardwalk, and cycling. The redesign has also created the designated parking spots on the road, addressing previous concerns. The new design emphasizes safety for pedestrians, car users, and cyclists. I urge you to reject the waste of resources and reverting Mill Street back to its original design. In regards to item 23G, I stand with Black families together in opposition to the request from Councilperson Toomey to expand the ShotSpotter program and its associated costs. Instead, we should allocate these funds to youth programming initiatives not led by the police. Recently, there was a conversation about the lack of funding for the summer youth programs and this opportunity to address that need. This is an opportunity to address that need. As we approach the 4th of July holiday, we will see firsthand the increase in false alarms from ShotSpotter and the resulting misallocations of police resources. This technology has been widely criticized for its accuracy, inconsistencies, and reliability issues.
Thank you.
Independent
Wrap
studies
up the
have
comments,
shown that
please.
ShotSpotters sure will. Independent studies have shown that ShotSpotter generates false positives, making fireworks or car backfires for gunshots. These false alarms can lead to unnecessary and potentially dangerous police responses, diverting
That's
officers
the data
from
set I
genuine
really
crimes
want
and
to
community
get.
needs.
Appreciate
Moreover,
I just don't know how to do it.
Okay, so we are going to go back to the
Like-
agenda. And
So 2023, there were
we are
440
on hearings and
something
orders.
false
The motion
alarms.
is open the hearing on.
What
condemnation
happened on those
Chandler
calls,
Street
right?
and a jointly poll location on Hastings Street. Motion to open the hearing. All those in favor?
Like, I know
opposed, so
how
ordered.
to
Anybody
get that
opposed to any of these
information,
items?
but
Anybody opposed? Motion is
the amount of
to
work it would take to get it
close the
is
hearing and
crazy.
to adopt. All those in favor? Opposed, so ordered. We're on petitions 8A to 8E.
I would say that it was a very base public comment
We're
tonight.
going to refer to Public Works.
On Mill
Committee.
Street, I have the count
Lois Wolbach was
22
here
to
tonight.
5
I don't know if
in
she's still
favor
here or
of
not.
the redesign.
And the name here is 75 Shore Drive, in honor of her son Harris. So that will go to Lois. If you're still here, that will go to Public Works. And all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8F to 8T, refer to traffic and parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Eight U to 8X, set a hearing for July 6, 2024 at 6 p.m. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman?
Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, 8Z, I don't know if it was your intent or if this was put in this area unintentionally. I think that was a Public Works item, 8Z.
I was going to send
That was the person that called.
Y and Z to the city manager, but
Yeah, I was going to suggest that. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to mention it while the conversations were going on here. I went over to the Commissioner of Public Works and just asked if there was any money in the budget at all for these betterments that are starting to be requested, that were the $6 improvements that we supposedly have had for a long time, but we never did. The commissioner tells me there is no such appropriation. So I'm going to ask the manager to also come back with a report about why there is no such appropriation and where these are going to go forward, because we have folks like that person that called in having some serious problems and thinking that this is going to address those serious problems, and there's no funding there for it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. So U, V, W, and X, we're going to set a date for July 16th. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Y and Z, we're going to get a report on Z, but send it to the city manager. Oh, Councilor Ojeda?
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chairman. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly speak on 8Z. So I have gone down that neighborhood several times. The other day I was there and speaking with.
This is going to be the
speaking
longest
with
meeting.
the owner, but
He's not taking Mill Street out of order.
and speaking with Commissioner Rowley as well about that street, about Alden Street, and I'm
And
really
that
hoping we can
is
really look
at the
into that
very
because,
end of the agenda.
if you look at the pictures
So,
here,
this is
a
gonna
lot
be
of the road is pretty much somewhere in here. A lot of the road is pretty much not there anymore. It's all dirt. I understand it's a private road, but the sidewalk and the catch basins it's all blocked up. It's blocked up with a lot of I don't even want to say dirt. It's more of the blacktop and cement as well. And then again, it's the sidewalk and the road is deteriorating where the water is literally going.
Benny Blanco, not for a real city council,
So I'm hoping we can.
but when you have a
look into
council
this
that's
and
just
see
your most elite
what
customer
council
service
can-
reps,
How we can address this, but
then
more in a timely manner.
yeah,
especially with,
yeah, it is.
the type of rain that we get, especially this time of year. And looking at those pictures, it gets pretty bad. So I'm hoping we can look into this, and as it being in my district, what I can do as a counselor as well to push this along. And I'm open to any suggestions, but I've already met with a couple of the people that live there who had just recently moved there.
They'll be back in just a minute.
I believe from the Boston area.
Yeah, no
Are
problem.
going to be having a daycare service there as well. So there's a lot of concerns in that area. So I'm hoping we can address that. Thank you.
I think Joe is really going to make us wait.
Okay,
For the
so we are going to
absolute end of the meeting.
send Y and Z to the city manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. I should also say that Council King has asked to hold 9.19A and B, which is the public health items, and also 9.39C, and also I'm going to hold 19.16A, which is the 110 inspections. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat those again? I'm sorry.
Okay, 9.19A and B, that's the public health from Dr. Castile reports on
Yeah,
homelessness.
go ahead, just hold everything.
And 9.39C is the manager's evaluation report he sent. And 19.16A is the 110 inspections.
Thank you.
Or did I do it wrong?
What was the last one? What was the last one?
I did the other one, I said.
What was the last one?
Yeah, I know. I held, like I said, I held 9 point, what is it? 9.16A, which is the 110 report.
I didn't hold that one, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't say you did. I said twice I did.
Okay, just want to make
Okay.
sure. I didn't hear it.
No, it's okay. No. Okay.
Clusterfuck.
Okay.
Always embarrassing.
What's that?
Most of the agenda.
Anthony Petroni requests council, requests manager provide council with a report concerning total amount of money spent on outside the legal expenses of police and fire department union contracts for the last 5 years and future contract spendings. We'll send that to the manager. Those in favor,
Nice.
opposed, so ordered.
Roasted.
8BB, Eric Kagan, request installation of communication boards at the public areas for the purpose of creating inclusive spaces for children, autism spectrum disorder, and other
Yeah, I
communication
heard your mom
difficulties. We'll
held
send that to the
item
manager.
number
Those
D's
in favor,
nuts
opposed, so
last night.
ordered. Polly Jones, on behalf of the Black Families Together, requests council requests city manager not to expand the Renew StarSport and StarSport Connect Resource Center and to allocate funding for both programs toward youth development initiatives not led by the Worcester Police Department. Polly,
Hey,
is your name,
everybody.
see address?
Yep, Parley Jones. I live on Burncoat Street in Worcester. And I'm here on behalf of Black Families Together and also a coalition of about 30 other
Big fan of Parley.
Worcester relatives,
She and
Worcester
Josie are
residents
doing
who have
amazing
been
work at the
working
village.
on the police equity.
Yeah, I love
audit,
Parley. She hates my
for
guts.
the last couple months. And we just wanted to talk about the
But
shot
that's
spotter
nothing
and the money the $500,000 that is also the amount that Worcester Youth Works is kind of short on. And that would be a great place to send that money so that kids can do something
Don't
else
worry
other
about
than being outside and getting in trouble. It just makes kind
I
of
wrote a story about
a lot of
Stone Soup.
sense. As per the Patch News outlet, Chief Saucia's advocacy for ShotSpotter contrasts with recent criticism of the technology, with leaders in cities from San Antonio to Fall River and New Orleans rejecting it, often citing cost and the human resources it consumes. In an analysis of Boston's use of ShotSpotter, the ACLU of Massachusetts found that about 70% of the gunfire alerts led to dead ends for the police. The records add more, the records add more evidence to support what researchers and government investigators have found in other cities. ShotSpotter is unreliable, ineffective, and a danger to civil rights and civil liberties. The ACLU of Massachusetts cites in its report. In Chicago, during the 2023 campaign for mayor, Mayor Johnson vowed to end the use of ShotSpotter, saying that there was clear evidence that the system is unreliable. In 2021, a report from the Chicago Inspector General's office found ShotSpotter alerts rarely led to evidence of a gun crime. The Inspector General's findings are consistent with the recent study by the MacArthur Justice Center at Northwestern University, which also found 9 out of 10 times noises detected by ShotSpotter sensors did not lead to any evidence of actual crimes. According to this city's fiscal year, Worcester is short about, according to the city's fiscal year 2025 budget, Worcester will pay about $573,000 for ShotSpotter and the resource router in the upcoming fiscal year. Does this mean that this has already been done and is signed? Because I remember being here in 2020, I forget when it was, the last time ShotSpotter came up, when the contract was signed in December and brought to community a couple months later. So I don't know if that's where we're standing here and this is already a job that's already done, or if this is a true conversation with community, because that's what we deserve. And again, the money is right here. Our youth are short $500,000. ShotSpotter, $500,000. A lot of major cities in this country said it doesn't work. Why are we even having these conversations? Thank you.
Well, our police chief wants a job. Not about that.
Councilman Nguyen.
Can we take my item too? It's 23F, I believe. We take that on there.
Is that your item?
This is also a report.
Pay attention.
That's on the data request?
Say again?
That's on the data request?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can
What number
we
was that?
just take it together?
That's kind of a
Okay,
ballsy
so
question.
take Councilman Nguyen's item on the data.
Some of the
request.
hot mics said pay attention.
Thank you. So I just want to ask some questions, and thank you for the folks who came out to talk about the ShotSpotter and Black Families Together for really leading the charge on this one. So first question, when we
Thank
talk
you,
about
system.
expanding ShotSpotter,
I
are
did.
there areas identified
okay.
already as needing ShotSpotter, and why?
Mr. Manager. Chief.
Who wants to answer this question that can't be answered?
Through the chair of the council, I did not ask for an expansion. That came through the council. Right now, we have 8 square miles of the technology. But I can tell you that, one second.
He just flips open
So
his
in
ShotSpotter
2023,
marketing
we
brochure.
collected 1,246 casings
Oh, I'm
and
so tired of
177
stats. They're
incidents
all
citywide. 116 from the 116 alerts where we collected 997 casings.
Dude, that's not, you're
11
reading
incidents
the fucking
outside,
report wrong. You're reading the
covered
report wrong.
another 49 casings were covered. So if you look at that, most of the coverage is intact where it is, but there is shootings obviously elsewhere in the city. So this can only give me data on pretty much the 8 miles.
Thank you. And I did look at the data, and I know that you've said it's been 90% checked or whatnot, which I don't think the math adds up. But since you did mention that you didn't ask for the expansion, are you saying that we could do without the expansion then?
Through the chair to the councilor, wherever we have gunfire, I believe this technology works. It alerts us to things that we don't know about. You cannot combat gun crime if you don't know where the shootings are happening.
Gotcha. So I do want to answer or ask Parley's question on whether the contract has already been extended. I know the patch said that it was extended all the way to 2026. So is that true?
The document I have, through the chair to the council, the document I have in front of me shows that contract term year 3 would expire April 5th, 2026.
So is it signed?
Through the chair to the council, yes.
Okay. Through the chair, when did this happen, and when is this set to expire then?
April 26th expires, right?
Say that again?
I thought you said April 2026. Yeah.
Yes, but I know when was it signed?
Oh, signed.
Yeah, when was it signed?
Through the chair to the council, I do not have an executed contract in front of me.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I don't have that information to when that was signed. All we know right now, based on my knowledge, is that it expires in April of 2026.
Okay, so it expires. All right.
We've had ShotSpotter for a number of years. So again, this is a contract that we've had with ShotSpotter for that number of years.
So from what I understand, that it was signed in 2020. So are you saying the contract went from 2020 all the way to 2026?
Through the chair to the council, we originated in 2014.
I love this so much.
The document I have in front of me shows the first year.
They're handling this very well too.
March 3rd, 2023. Again, we can provide a report with an actual contract. I'm just going by notes that I have in front of me, so I can't really answer that accurately.
Perfect. Thank you. I would love to have that report in the contract within it. The other thing I want to address is the elephant in the room, which I also believe Parley mentioned, which is the news that broke that the interim chief Saucier was applying for the company of ShotSpotter. And so I was wondering, legally, is he required to recuse himself when talking about ShotSpotter and any technologies related to it?
Through the chair of the council, I applied for a job that has nothing to do with my performance. I've been in this business for 30 years. I give my
Part of your
opinion based
performance
on
is
facts.
advocating for
I give my
ShotSpotter,
opinion
bro.
as chief of
Shut the
police
fuck up.
who was there previously. I've researched this subject extensively for over 10 years. In my professional opinion, it does work. The information you're seeing out there has nothing to do with facts. I'm providing these facts, and I do not execute contracts. It goes through the city council, it goes to the city manager, and they sign off. The only thing is I can provide information. If you don't want it, then you don't vote for it. That's all I can provide you.
I understand. I was just wondering legally if it's a necessary thing or not.
Through the chair of the council, one more thing. I mean, that's like, we use Ford vehicles. So that means I can never apply for a job with Ford. That's kind of what you're saying here, because
Yeah,
this has nothing
that
to
could be a
do
conflict of
with
interest,
me
I guess.
retiring and getting a job in the private sector, public safety.
You never advocated for the
Nothing
city
at
to
all to
spend
do with
money on
Yes,
Ford
and through the
vehicles.
chair, this is nothing personal or aimed targeted at you. I know we all have to deal with conflict of interest stuff, and so I was just wondering.
And through the chair of the
You've
council, if you
consistently
look at
advocated
that
for ShotSpotter.
news article, I provided a disclosure of conflict of interest to provide transparency. I probably didn't even have to do that, but I did it anyway. So I was being very transparent because I did work with the company for 10 years.
Thank you. So through the
You worked with the company for 10 years?
In his
Through
role in
chair
the
to
police
council,
department.
there is no legal conflict
okay.
here. the chief, the interim chief, Paul Saucier, submitted that disclosure before he became the interim chief. He was a deputy chief in the department. He submitted the disclosure in the form of him applying for a position based on his consideration at the time to retire. When the position of chief came available and he had the opportunity to become interim chief, he removed his ability to move forward from that position. And so the conflict of interest does not apply in this moment.
Okay.
Was that
Thank you.
before or
That's all I
after
wanted to
he
clarify?
heard
So I
back
just
from the
wanted
public?
to ask a little bit of, I think we have a lot of committees and things in our city, right? And so, I thought a lot about how we have a cable advisory committee, yet we don't have one for such things like ShotSpotter, drones, or body cams, where people, our community, could actually be a part of this process. And so I was just wondering, why is that? Why do we have a cable advisory committee, but not one for like police technologies and things that people are constantly interacting with? Through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I think there's a responsibility on the chart on the cable when it comes related to contract negotiations. There's some, I think, statute related to that that requires some advisory committee to provide some assistance in that. The technology itself, that we purchase tons of technology.
So we have a cable
purchase tons
advisory
of goods
committee
and
because we're
services
legally
in the city,
required to,
from many different
as
departments.
opposed to this.
I think this one specifically is because there's a specific interest to the police department. But we purchase tons of technology throughout the entire city, and that is the responsibility and the authority of the city manager to go through that. And then the authority and the ability of the city council is to approve those budgets to allow us to make those purchases. We do have the discussions in this body when we brought any big technology or any funding requests for these purchases that comes through this body, and this body has the opportunity to review and make and ask those questions.
Thank you. I would like to motion a request for the city manager to create an advisory for police technologies. I think we're moving in a time in which, communities, like you mentioned, are interested in this work. And it would be, I think within democracy to have a oversight for folks to have their kind of input on this, especially since they are so impacted by this. Over the last years, the data research and community folks have been calling out ShotSpotter as being racially biased and not reliable and absorbing city resources, as we heard tonight. I don't think this is new to anyone here. And as we do this work of reconciling the damage, the discrimination, and trauma many of our Black, Latina, and Bi folks communities and those on the margins have endured at the hands of our government and the police departments here in Worcester, but also nationally, I do believe that we need to follow their lead on this. I believe Black Families Together is doing a great job at holding these spaces. And so I do think that we have to follow them. And I just want to read, I know Parley kind of took some of my quotes, but in Worcester and in many other cities, people are moving away from ShotSpotter. And so I just want to read the parts that Parley hasn't read, and I hope the report can show me differently. But it says, ShotSpotter critics also say it focused police resources in neighborhoods dominated by people of color. More than half of Worcester's ShotSpotter sensors are in census tracts with poverty rates above the Worcester's average 19.3%. More than 1/3 are in majority Hispanic district. So that's a lot to really think about the data in which these technologies are being impacting and who they're impacting. And for the folks who are most impacted to come here and share that they are against renewing it and to actually reallocate those resources, I think there's a lot of validity in people who are questioning the deficit in our school budget and other services that our city can and should offer, but we don't. And wanting those reallocation of the police budget into things such as youth programming, especially in the light of the racial equity audit of the Worcester Police Department, where it shows that Black and Latina youth are disproportionately arrested. What are we doing here to actually reconcile this? We need to lean into community solutions and guidance to reconcile decades and centuries of harm. More policing often feels like an attack on low-income BIPOC communities. And these are the moments and times where where we actually choose to course correct and reconcile and start mending instead of continuing the violence of non-consensual surveillance and predictive policing that our folks are fighting against right now. And I want us to lean into that. I don't think there is a need for expansion. I don't quite hear that there is a need. The interim police chief did not ask for it. And so I'm absolutely opposed to expanding ShotSpotter and the resource router. And I hope folks join me and Black Families Together in advocating for the funding to be reallocated to youth programming and ones that are not facilitated by police. Someone else said it better than me, that like we have people who can actually do this work and hold space for our young people. Let them do their job. Let the community lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 9 years ago, when I got elected, ShotSpotter was not in a few of the areas in my district, which is the Black and Brown community. As you know, Mr. Chairman, Mr. City Manager, myself and those communities.
So then they put it in the Black and Brown part of your district?
To bring ShotSpotter into those communities. And they did that because they felt unsafe and because there was an awful lot going on in those communities with gun violence. Again, ShotSpotter is sitting in the communities and Lincoln Street and Belmont Street were the last to receive ShotSpotter. ShotSpotter was put in those communities because the neighborhoods asked for that. The manager, myself, and several others had many meetings with the Black and Brown community in these neighborhoods. And I, for one, Mr. Chairman, I'm not someone who, at this point, is looking to remove ShotSpotter from these communities. We just had a meeting not too long ago in the Lincoln Street area. And why did we have that meeting? We had that meeting because of all the shots that were fired in that area.
You think?
And the police chief came along with the city manager, the mayor, and several other people and all the neighborhood folks. And the chief was able to tell us what was happening in those neighborhoods. And the chief spoke, I believe it was last week, it could have been 2 weeks ago. Talked about the Green Hill neighborhood, that 10 different times they were up in the Green Hill neighborhood because there were shots fired and they finally were able to capture the suspect, that gun was used in other parts of this state. Again, Mr. Chairman, Stanton Street, Olga Street, Rodney Street, 36 shots fired on a regular basis in those neighborhoods. You want to talk about traumatized? You want to talk about families up there that their kids can no longer play outside? And because we were able to go up there and work in these neighborhoods, these people feel a sense of security because we are responding as a city and we are responding as a police department. Mr. Chairman, I would ask for this item to be filed. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. No. So, yeah. Council Toomey. Yeah. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take my order off the table since we're discussing this. 23G.
23G. Okay. That's on what's expansion of the ShotSpotter.
Benny White, I think that's a pretty standard
So
take, no matter where you go.
I filed that order was
It's why
because
I
it's
feel like
very
getting lost,
difficult
getting stuck in the
to
weeds on
only in
over policing when it comes to
neighborhoods that
technology
were
like this
predominantly,
is
of
skipping
color
over one of the
and
bigger
owned.
problems that the
So
company
I
doesn't
said,
allow
well, let's
any
see what it would
auditing
cost
of
to
its
do the
actual
whole city
software.
so that,
And I
you know,
think that's
we're
the
not focusing
bigger,
on just certain
it would be the
areas.
easier
So
play
that's all I
long
asked
term.
for.
to
wasn't asking
punch holes
for
in the
any
viability
other
of shot
reason than
spotter
that. And then
is it's
any
a technology
data
that's
that we
not doing
warranted.
anything more than a
So
fill-in
I'm
sound guy
happy
at Ralph's
to,
could do, right?
bring
It's
this
just
back and
acoustic sensors
actually take file
recording,
this,
matching
because
input
we don't,
against
if we
known
don't need it, we
sounds.
don't
Like
need
that's
it.
not
But I
revolutionary
was just
technology,
trying to respond to
and
some
it's
of the
not worth the money
questions
that
were
we're
raised.
currently
I
paying.
will say,
And if there is
the city
something
of
bigger going
Boston,
on in the back end in terms of
Police
predictive
Commissioner
policing
Fox, who
models
actually
and
has
whatnot,
Worcester roots
then that's
here,
something that the company
when
should
they
be
were
more than
talking about
happy
shot
to allow,
spotter,
researchers to audit,
and there
which is
were
one of the
issues in
bigger
Boston, some
and more
concerns
They
that were
viable
haven't
brought up from the
complaints
same,
against the company is that they keep everything closed source.
the
They're not
commissioner said,
allowing
it's
anybody
how
to
we
audit the
stay safe.
software. I
It's
actually
very,
think it's
very
just a bunch of
important
woo that,
how we
I
deploy,
don't mean to be
address
dismissive
certain,
of
neighborhoods and
chief
issues
you're
and
there, but I
crime,
think unfortunately
useful
that's the
in
problem is that you get
prosecution
guys
and
that don't
reenactment of
understand how the
crime,
technology in the background
especially
actually
when
works,
people don't
what it's supposed to
call
be
911.
accomplishing, and you get sold by a bunch of grifters.
To
And
the
then you get
chief,
so far down the line,
of all
being
the
sold
calls
on by
that
grifters and
shot
snake oil
spotter,
salesmen. Your
calls
best
that we
move at
had
that point in time is to become one of them.
this past year.
That's what
Otherwise,
he's
you're
trying to do.
I know,
How
but
many
that's what I
of
mean.
them
It's like because otherwise you're
were
forced
not
to
called
acknowledge
in?
that it does nothing.
Through the chair of the council, as far as the 8 miles, within that 8 miles, 997 casings were collected. That indicates to me that it's in the right place.
Right. And I understand, but how
That's what I'm
many
getting at, Benny. It's
of
like
all the
I think
shot
there's a
spotter
much
calls
better argument
and
to be
shot
made that could
spotter
satisfy everybody,
notifications that came
regardless
in,
of their angle of
how many
approach,
of
in that
we
it's a ton
found,
of money with super little
how
payout.
many of them had been called in?
Out of the 70 where there was actually casings found, so that 997, there could have been 25 rounds at one location to get to that number.
That's
Of
conjecture.
the 70 involved a shot spotter activation, 41 times no one called the police.
41 times. Now, we heard Ms. Paz that,
Right.
that
There were
everybody at
440 shot spotter activations.
called in, and that's great. But 41 times we had guns where we found, we had incidents where we found gun casings that were not reported. Some of those were involving people who had been injured. Is that not correct through you, Mr. Chair?
Through the chair of the council, that's correct. Out of that 116, we had 12.
Is that what you wanted me to say
guns.
through the
But when
chair?
you look at
Right,
the shell
exactly.
casings and you analyze those, 96 separate 96 casings led to 2 or more involvements with one gun. One gun was involved in 9 shootings. That's why it's important to collect ballistic evidence, analyze it, and then you can provide your
The talking
investigators
points in here are crazy because they're diminishing
get a gun off.
Right.
the
And
main
that's
fact.
the bigger part of this story. It's not just going in and saying, okay, we're just going to arrest these people. It's part of the investigation. It's part of the whole issue of, we have so many unlicensed guns in this city. And
definitely
people,
do.
illegal guns,
I mean,
people
this happens
are
every
getting
time
them
they
from
talk.
everywhere. And they're using them, they're reusing them. I think there was, through you, Mr.
We have
Chair, I think that's the
unlicensed
chief. I
guns
think
from
there was,
everywhere
something that you
in
mentioned,
Worcester right now.
one
We have
gun
a
you said was
technology
used in how many
sending
different
police into
shootings?
neighborhoods
Chair of council, 9 different shooting
where
scenes.
441 times
9
out of
different
517, they didn't find any fucking
So
evidence
what does that
of
tell
a
you,
gunshot, but
right?
the cops still
That
went
tells
there.
us that there's a prolific
I
shooter.
mean,
out
like,
there.
I don't know how to.
Through you, Mr. Chair?
There's no way to
Chair
like
of council,
use
that's correct.
facts
And
to
a lot
make
of
this
these
argument.
casings, once analyzed, came back to shootings in Watertown, Webster, Providence, Cambridge, Southbridge, and also homicide in Boston.
Wow,
She wants to be epic.
that's pretty amazing.
70
all right?
confirmed
So I think that
shootings
that's incredibly
associated with the
important.
shot
I think
spotter
This also shows
initiation
how
of a
the
response.
crime
There
gun
were
task
116
force,
confirmed shootings
has
in
really
Worcester.
enabled us to reach
So
out
it's
beyond
not even like
Worcester
it's
and to actually be able to find connections with other shootings. And we know that there are certain gangs.
this is
and
the same
organizations
motherfucker right here. This is the same
are
motherfucker that
probably connected with drugs
made
as
that
well,
racist
that
insinuation
we're
that
trying
the
to,
cuts to the youth Worcester,
find and-
the rec
and
Worcester
arrest them.
program is going to lead to
We
more
can
gang
prevent
violence.
this. So,
It's the same
you know,
fucking
it's bigger than
motherfucker.
just, oh, it's just shot spotter, it's just in one neighborhood. There's a lot.
And here we have an
here,
opportunity
and
where
it's
we
being
could
used
cut
as an
something that's
incredible
pointless
tool
to
help
fully
our
fund that
police
fucking
department and other police departments in the ATF and what's the other organization?
Through the chair of the council, our crime gun intelligence unit is comprised of state police, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and our Worcester police detectives. And again, by being able to go out of town trace a gun, buy a gun from someone else, maybe in Springfield that was used in a shooting here. That's the value of having that. You're not confined just to Worcester.
Right. And thank you very much. And I think that that's a very solid reason why this is an incredible tool for our police department. And I rise today to support Councilor Carlson's order to file, and I filed my own.
Okay. So we have a motion to file. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looks like we're at it again with regards to Shot Spotter. And Shot Spotter.
I agree with you, Benny.
Has now been renamed.
I've
I just
done
wanted
too
to
much
make
research
a
on
couple of
this
comments.
to hear this conversation. You know what I mean?
We're required.
Amber, I'll try and grab her next time she walks by, but
holistic
she's
view
kind of on the move.
as elected officials.
And she's very, very quiet, kind of sneaky.
As it relates to how technology, service provision, law enforcement, public safety impacts the folks that we serve, our constituents, folks who come in the city and visit and what have you.
I think, Bill, one of the other things that gets
And I
kind of
stated
glossed
this
over as
last
Kate
week
is
when I spoke about
breathlessly
this
talking about stats that don't mean anything. Has anyone
we
asked
have
the chief in the 10 years that he's been dealing with ShotSpotter, has the city's clearance
equity
rate
audit
for shootings
by
gone up?
a
Like
entity
we know that there
made
are
up of
we know there's a number of
law
shootings,
enforcement folks
but are we
that
making more
have years
arrests
of
and more
experience
convictions
in
that are in
work.
line? Like
And within that,
is that
they
line going
indicate
up
a
into the
major
right?
concern
You know, it's like
No, but it's not the
how
clearance rate that funds the
young
budget.
Black
It's
and
the
Hispanic
amount of available data of
youth
crime.
are
no, I
policed.
know,
right?
but I think that's also the thing as well too, though, that the
Now, that
council is
hasn't
the
quite
one that's
been delved
actually
into.
the one signing off on the budget.
I have this
And I feel like
discussion
there's some giant
without a
gaping
broader
holes that they could
context
easily be plugging by
over
asking
concerns
slightly
from
more
Mr.
creative
Chairman.
questions like is
We
our
know, and as I
effectiveness as a
discussed
law
last
enforcement
week,
agency improved by ShotSpotter? And like what are the
Senator
actual
Warren,
metrics we use to judge that? Are there more arrests? Are there more
Elizabeth
convictions?
Warren,
Are we like things that matter?
Right.
Like that's great. We've got recordings of all
and
sorts of
Markey,
gunfire or backfires or fireworks, but
folks
those sound recordings have
have
no impact on actual crime.
asked for an
Okay,
investigation
so
into
Brandon,
ShotSpotter, Mr.
what if
Chairman.
I tossed out this radical
Recently,
idea
Congresswoman Ayanna
that
Pressley
the police don't
joined in that
exist
ask,
to solve crime,
and that
but
ask was
to
specific
more efficiently log
because there's a
crime
concern
into the bureaucracy?
that this
What if that was their
protection
point?
system
No, and that's
has
I think
raised serious
unfortunately we allow
questions
that to be the case though too. I
about
mean, I'm sure
unjustified
you've met
surveillance
investigators and
and
whatnot who like
over-policing
actually
of Black,
kind of
brown,
dig their
and
job.
Latino
Like
communities,
at some
Mr.
point in time,
Chairman.
like there are people out there who actually like
In
solving
addition to that,
crimes. But you're right, from an
we're
institutional
specifically
perspective, that's
questioning,
not
Mr.
what
Chairman,
the overarching
whether or
institution
not
is
there's a
interested in.
violation of the
It's
Civil
interested in
Rights
spending
Act
money.
of
Bigger budgets mean more
1984
power. More power
as it relates to
means
this
bigger
technology.
budgets. And like
Right. And what
that's
justifies
To
the
proceed
bigger budget?
here in a manner within
More
which
instances of
you
crime.
know that that's
right?
the broader context.
I'm giving myself a
And
crash
there's no
course here on.
consideration, discussion, or
I
mention
was surprised to hear the chief say that we're actually
regardless
doing
of what side you're
case
on,
matching
is
on
problematic for me, Mr.
cases
Chairman.
recovered from shootings because historically, you know, you do a lot of your projectile matching, like
As we've
bullets
gone
actually
through the
fired from the
years
guns, not the
of
casings left behind.
ShotSpotter and
I'm kind of
ShotSpotter
doing
Connect
giving myself a
and
crash
whatever they're
course on
called
what the
now,
ATF considers
whatever name or
viable for, and
reiteration that
there is a
they're
whole
in.
science behind it. But again, I'm sure
It
we're
always
budgeting out now
intrigues
for
me when I
specialists that
read
are able to
Government
investigate
Gazette
micro
articles,
stamping on
when I
from
read
firing pins on
indications
firearms. But like,
from
is that actually putting anybody in prison?
the police
Or, you know,
communication
putting
team
bracelets
or
on
whoever
somebody
is
like for committing a
reading
violent
whatever it
crime?
is,
Or is it just more
No,
money
but
being
it looks
spent
to
on
get
sexy
out
tools that
to
make
the
Kate
public.
Toomey really horny?
And I often
It looks good
hear
on a spreadsheet, and the
and
spreadsheet's all you need
also
to get more money from City Hall.
from June 12th.
So, like, if you're not actually
This
interested in
is
solving
regarding
crimes, if you
WRTA
just
to
exist to prove
indicates
instances
officers
of crimes that can
passed
be
the
neatly
scene
like filed into a
after
bureaucracy,
ShotSpotter detected gunfire
like
in
ShotSpotter
the
is incredibly useful
area,
for
he
you
said.
because that's
Yeah.
so many more
Officers
instances of
uncovered
crimes,
found a
ostensibly,
large crowd in a
that can be
chaotic
filed
scene.
into a bureaucracy
Mr.
that
Chairman,
like justify
that's
your
constantly used as
administrative
a
bloat. and the size of your department.
Reference for why shot spotters.
And I don't think that,
Mr.
just
Chairman,
personally, I don't think the police are
I'll make this comment
very
to you,
invested as an institution in anything more than that, in anything
That
more
sort
than
of
documenting
misleading
and
communication
bureaucratizing
has to
crime.
stop.
They're not interested in solving it as much as they are
Quite clearly,
manufacturing.
we need to knock
I think
it
that
off. I know
that's, I don't know,
who
that might
created
be
that young man.
like a fucking
Place
super
in
left
hands.
field theory or whatever.
I don't think it is though, Bill. And,
Actually,
it's like,
leaving
I
out
think the part of the problem is that
we
you
were
have
standing
such a
next to
top-down
folks
power structure when
on
it comes to
Melican.
law enforcement in
Call the
particular.
police department.
If you have, you know what, forget
That's
about law
not
enforcement for a second.
mentioned here.
In the late 90s, early
And I'm not a
aughts, there
person to
was
use the term
actual meaningful
propaganda. I'm not
conversation
gonna-
about whether or not standardized testing was going to
right.
have a meaningful impact on educational
Let's
outcomes.
move
And here we
forward
are,
without
you know,
nonsense.
25 years later, and that conversation
about
doesn't matter
data,
because now we have a full
Chairman.
generation of young people that
talk
have gone
about
through
data.
standardized testing and are now educators themselves
We
and who
mentioned
don't know
36
anything other than that tool
shots
set
for
being the
students that
foundation
happened
of education.
in,
So like
you know,
the way that I grew up,
street
like
went
doesn't even
there,
exist anymore. There aren't enough people
et
left
cetera.
to remember a world without standardized testing.
Shot-spotted
That's
didn't
just the
stop
norm.
those.
I feel like we're seeing the same sort of thing here
Predictive
happen in law
technology did
enforcement.
not predict.
Everything is so top
We have
down in
crime
terms of where
analysis. We
ideas
all
come
know.
from
That's
and
what's
how
in there
budgets are
right now.
structured.
We know.
You've
Many
now
of
got a
us
whole
know.
generation of people working
certain
at the Worcester
neighborhoods,
Police Department who
there's
only know ShotSpotter.
challenges
It's been there
without
since
spending
2014. So like getting rid of
$500,000
it would be like, you know,
close to
forcing people to use a new language, or
$600,000
it would
a year,
completely
Mr. Chairman.
rework the way we
Just
think
for
about
real.
law enforcement.
Now, when we
And
were
we haven't actually had the real
funding
conversation. Hey, does
ShotSpotter,
this
we
actually do
expanded it.
anything?
I voted against
Like, is this a meaningful
And
tool? Is
we
Right.
were
outcomes
Is it-
better, however you
looking at
define outcomes?
ShotSpotter,
Is this not just like a Silicon Valley
and
dressed up
we were
make work
talking
program
about
for people like Paul
coupling it with
Saucier, which is
tasers and
very clearly
cell
is.
phones. And I
you know?
remember making a
Um,
comment that we
but-
were charged.
That is
being
that's an,
upcharged.
like
I thought
sort
we
of
were
a
being
interesting
sold a bill of goods.
thing to think about when you
And
think
we did
about
our
your
due
like
diligence,
inability
and, you know,
to
we ended up with a
combat this and the
compromise.
fact that ShotSpotter is not going
And
anywhere in
to read
Worcester.
that our
Right.
acting chief
Was
considering
is
working
that
with them. For me,
like all
you
of
know,
the
honestly,
criticism of
tense
ShotSpotter
the
is just
questions
written off
and the
as like liberal
responses
bullshit or
that
whatever,
I get
Right.
right?
with regards
It's
to
like
this matter.
automatically.
Because all I can think in
Like
my
the
mind is
ACLU report on
perhaps
Boston
that's
ShotSpotter
impacting things.
was
It
written
impacts
off
it for me.
by
So it's a
Saucier
conflict
himself
for me.
at one of the last meetings on this.
I don't want to interrupt
The budget
you.
hearing.
Because they had, yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
because they had one wrong piece of
I just wanna
information
be
about a
clear about
pinata
that.
that set off
One
one of the
through
ShotSpotter.
the chair to the
And he
administration.
read off the entire report.
That
which,
disclosure, was that shared with the city council?
I don't know. It's and that'll track like for almost everyone.
To the chair, to the council, that was not shared with the council, that was shared with the administration as a personnel matter.
And I'm going to state this very clearly. It's more than a
Personnel matter?
We have a gentleman here, an acting chief, years of experience, who said he's been working with ShotSpotter folks or whatever the company is for a decade or so. And I've had time and time again, you know, even back when Steve Sargent was here, acting chief Saucier was the person speaking on the matter for the most part. So that doesn't sit well with me. When we're having discussions in budget, those are disclosures this body ought to know. You know, I can speak for this body, so I ought to know as an elected official. I'm very, 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 very disappointed that that was not brought to my attention.
This
As
is
you
another
should
thing.
be, Christian.
This is another thing, Bill. I think I mentioned this
Mr.
to you on
Chairman,
the sidelines too. That I can't
to
believe the city, to
carelessly
cover itself, hasn't
ask,
come up with a way
imply, infer,
to just make those like semi-public,
intimate
like just a
that we should
repository on
perhaps
the
explore
website.
expanding
I can
the
guarantee if we
why
go back 20 years,
in
there was
light
an
of the
intern
concerns
or
that I
a
mentioned.
low-level newer reporter at the Telegram whose job
That
it
is
was
being
just to
filed. The
constantly,
mere
you
fact
know, every
that it's
quarter,
there and folks were
you know, reaching out to
for
City
that is
Hall to see who had
problematic.
filed ethics or
Now, we're going to go to
conflict
Black
of interest
Fridays
statements and
Togethers
whatnot. But just as media's dried up,
Arlene
that's
Jones's
something that
order
there's
here.
nobody that's keeping an eye
I don't
on.
know how
And it's if
you
the
cannot
city doesn't
support
want people
allocating
constantly
funds
pointing out like conspiracy or corruption
for
theories,
programs
like get ahead
for
of
youth
that. Don't,
development.
Right,
like,
right.
this
Yeah.
was filed a year ago, and you know the date that the budget hearing
Talking
for
youth
the
workers,
police department is going to
specialists,
come up
folks who
somewhere
have
between
lived
July of last
experiences,
year
et cetera.
and 2 weeks ago.
Folks who are educated,
Come up with a
passive
plan
licensed clinical
so that that story doesn't come out and make it look
Versus the
bad.
rank
Even
and
though, I mean,
file. And they
yeah,
can have
I'll be
that
happy to play
experience.
devil's advocate. Like we all know that people go from the
there's
public
something
sector to
that
private
disturbs you,
sector.
Mr.
Like if
Chairman.
if it's a problem, then like
particularly
that's a
in
whole
light,
different
again, of the
conversation. I
equity
think it's a
audit,
fair conversation to
that we've
have, but
conducted here,
it's
Mr.
how things work. So like these guys
support
should be adult enough to be able to get
NOCC.
ahead of that
I
and
work
see
very
that like,
closely
yeah,
with
this is going to be a
Black
flag on the
families, and I
field, and
do
we should
not
probably
work
make
with them
sure
on this
that,
particular matter.
especially this one time, Paul's not the guy
However, I do
pimping for a shot spotter.
support it, Mr. Chairman.
Like he's
And I
not the
would
guy
urge
that's
my
on camera
colleagues to
every
do the
single
same.
time during this debate. Talking about shot
It's
spotter.
simply,
When they know that that's,
and
but that's just like they weren't expecting me to uphold it.
I
Like,
also agree
but
that
they
we should
sent
not
him the
spend
records
more than
request.
no-
I don't know. It's
My
crazy.
question to the administration. Since 2020, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since 2020, how much money have we spent on shot spot?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I'm not 100% sure of that
All right.
number.
What's
I can definitely provide a report,
572,000 times
in the
4?
last 4 years.
Mr. Chairman, I have items 10L and 10M, which I will speak on separately because I'm running out of time here, if necessary. But Mr. Chairman, to the administration, is it sustainable for us to continue to fund shot spotting when we have no data, no statistics that shows that it's preventing, that it's discouraging, and it's simply reinforcing what our crime analysis is already telling us?
This will be the last
Sustainable?
question. Okay. Mr. Manager?
$500,000 a year?
To the chair, to the council, I think there's some data that the chief has been able to articulate here. And again, we can look forward to providing a further data with more information as to the impacts and the successes of ShotSpotter in this community.
That's a good non-answer.
What successes?
Mr. Chairman, I'll wait till item 10L and 10M, and I'll speak on those when they come up. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Predictive policing is amazing because it's basically just shot spotter without the shots, right? It's even worse from any sort of systemic racism, equity
Thank you,
lens.
and,
It's even fucking.
In the past, I've always supported ShotSpotter. I think it does its job. And I know the chief has provided data in the city of Worcester, how it works. And we have a number of stories, whether it be Councilor Russell in his district, whether it be Councilor Candy Carlson in their district. When you talk to some of the neighborhood people, they appreciate the police and the ShotSpotter. And it doesn't mean we can't have a conversation going forward. I know the chief would be up for a conversation in the community.
Dude, I hate Joe
Going forward what was suggested, and I have no problem doing it. 'Cause
Yeah, I think it does its
the
job.
expiration
Doesn't mean
date
we
is
can't have a
2026.
conversation, which goes
Well,
nowhere.
Councilor Nguyen has asked for some data. We get some data.
It's gonna stay
on
around.
this. We can talk about it in the community. I have no problem with doing that.
Is it? And again, it's just it's what's so frustrating. Is, I mean, Joe just being the nice guy. Hey, I think it works.
wanna
Like
know,
based
though,
on what,
is,
Joe? Like because chief of
No,
police
you're
just
good
said that
for it.
5 minutes
First of
ago,
all, I just wanna
or
go back to it. The chief,
I don't
as a
know,
committee,
because of your
Have we-
acoustical engineering background. I, like,
Have we really?
No question about
Do we
it.
really believe?
That's
Do
why
we
you're in that
suspend
position.
disbelief enough?
You have that integrity.
Joe
And
Petty
then when you took the job,
has
you were gonna leave or
explored
retire.
the reporting
You decided
on
to
ShotSpotter
retire and move on.
and come to his own
and you
objective
decided you wanted to
conclusion on
become
it.
chief. And you probably did what you thought was right. I know how you filed these with the personnel office, the disclosure to you, telling that you were at that time looking for a job before this became available. So I just wanted to make sure we can question that, we can ask for reports that we should know. I get that. At the same time, I just want people out in the public to understand this man is a man of integrity. He cares about this community. He puts his life and soul in this community. He probably could have left this community and made a little more money and a lot less headaches in the same if he did that. So I just want to make that very clear. I have complete.
I think
faith
if he
in
got
Council
hired, he would have.
Chief of
But he
police
didn't.
here in the city of Worcester. Like
And
a lot
now
of
he's our
people
chief of
in the community
police.
does. And in the ShotSpotter, and I know we have, I just want to ask you about, there's a misinformation when it comes to the youth programming here in the city of Worcester. People think, and it's our fault, nobody else's fault, I think, is that we cut $500,000 out of youth program. Mr. Mayor, is that true or not? I know we went
Dude,
over
no
that
one is
budget,
saying
but I don't think the word gets out.
one
I
is
think
saying
we did a
that
poor
you
job.
cut
When that first meeting and the first budget, people suggested that we're going to lose a lot of money.
Manager Batista.
Through the chair to the councilor, to the mayor, we never defunded Recreation Worcester or any youth programs in the city. There was a defunding effort. There was a defund of the Youth Works program. That's a statewide program that the city of Worcester receives funding for youth employment across the entire city from many multiple agencies. That's what was defunded at the state level. Multiple community partners that are involved in this.
We
especially
don't know
the
if he
at WCAC met with me.
declined
we had
it
one-on-one meetings in
or
my
didn't get
office,
offered it.
to identify fundings for that purpose. And, I can say it today, but tomorrow we're about to release a press release announcing the funding, the full funding of the program to allow the 600 kids in the city to be employed, because that's the number one priority, is to have our young people employed.
Fucking
We did
Eric,
not
why wouldn't you
defund any
just say
money
that
for youth
earlier?
programs, and that it's completely, different than the situation here.
Mayor Petty?
Sure. Thank you. So you're going to give additional funding, we present that tomorrow, to the youth program for the summer, or for the next year, for 1.5 million, did you say? Or how much was that?
Yeah, so the state has defunded over 70% of that, of the funding for, again, not just Worcester, the entire region. This was impacted across the entire state for youth employment. The city of Worcester, and I guess in conversations with the community partners, we're coming in and stepping in to make sure that the students, the number of students and young people in the city that have been employed in the previous years will continue to be employed this upcoming summer. And so that number came out to roughly about $1.5 million.
Okay, so you're going to increase that. Okay, I just want to make sure people are clear on that in the community, that we are not cutting the youth services here in the city of Worcester. And going back to ShotSpotter too.
That is such an annoying political move.
I've been a supporter in the past. We have a contract until April 26th.
You let everyone that's a critic of ShotSpotter frame it
so I'm
in that
supportive
way,
now. I'm going to continue to
and
be
then
supportive
you're like,
because I
oh,
think it makes some
wait, never mind, we
benefits.
came up with the money.
I don't have my head in the sand. I'm not afraid to have a discussion. I had a discussion with
That's
the
so
faculty together before, and a number of City Manager Augustus was here. We did a number of items together. We worked it out. We talked, had community discussions. I have no problem having community discussions going forward in the future, especially come next year before we
Right, like on to the next one. We're cutting
Because
100 plus
What
teachers.
bothers me a lot is there's so
Let's,
many gunshots in the city. of
Let's
Worcester.
buy like 6 or 7
So
teachers.
many
with the
gunshots and
ShotSpotter.
people being shot, young people. And I think this is, and that's really, maybe my bias is coming out, that when it comes to guns, I want to know what's going on and how we can prevent gunshots and any more future deaths here in the city of Worcester. And right now, I think that does that, unless evidence comes out in the future. You look online, you try to figure out pros, cons of ShotSpotter, depending, you get arguments on both sides, and it's hard to tell, who's right, who's wrong. It seems that the chief's statistics showing that there was over, I think they had 900 casings, you said, and that's a lot of casings. It's a lot of shots. And the police do respond to those shots. It makes a difference because people are afraid to call sometimes the Worcester Police Department. So when we hear the ShotSpotter and they show up,
Or sometimes 911 just goes down statewide and they can't call. So in that case, thank goodness for ShotSpotter.
So with that, thank you, Mr. Manager.
That's a lot of casings.
It's the only way you could get a police to respond this afternoon was just firing off a few rounds in front of your house.
Hajai, District 5, and then we'll go to Jenny Pasillo, District 1.
Back once.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First, I just want to start by saying that I didn't hear anyone of my colleagues, including myself and others, question the integrity of the interim Chief Saucier. And I know for a fact that he deeply cares about our city because I saw him in action when Zella Nunez and Chastity Nunez got murdered at Englewood Avenue, and he showed up too at the wake. So there's no question about your integrity or your caring for the city. I do think that we have fundamental differences in how we think about ShotSpotter and ShotSpotter Connect. I have made those views myself quite clear prior to being elected in office, having followed the discussions around the 2020. But given that, and I just also want to mention that the city manager and I had a discussion this afternoon in our one-to-one, and I did hear him say that there is no intent to expand ShotSpotter and ShotSpotter Connect. That said, though, I just want to point something that is really frustrating and deeply disturbing for me. We just had a Black woman who has been an activist in the city, who, along with Mr. Gordon Davis, another Black man, and Fred Taylor, another Black man, and Mr. Councilor King, another Black man, who have worked since before 2020 on racial equity issues. If you all remember the race equity dialogues that were jokingly called the fake race dialogues, because at the time we couldn't even mention the word race That's how timid we have been around racial equity in the city, particularly as it pertains to Black folks. So when my colleague across the aisle says that we need to file this item, and you see Mr. Parley Jones, someone who I deeply respect, get up and say, I wasn't included in the conversation that you had about ShotSpotter with Black and brown folks. They're not a monolith. There's quite a few of different communities that have different views. But to sit here and ask us as a body in the presence of 3 or 4 Black folks here who are saying there's a problem with ShotSpotter. Interim Chief, I don't hear anyone say that you or anyone else are using this as a racist tool. However, there are consequences and unintended impact on those communities. And I feel really, really disappointed that we as a body are being asked to file the petition of Black people who have been impacted by racial inequity through policing. That, again, is not a comment to you. I think you and I have said that we respect each other, but we will also respectfully disagree with one another when we have fundamental differences. And this is one of those cases. I would really urge my colleague to take back that request. And if not, I would really urge my colleagues to absolutely not impede any discussions on Ms. Parley Jones, Black Families Together, and the 32 other residents that are part of this petition.
Council Pasol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just kind of want to start this by saying I am a white woman that lives in Burncoat. I do not have the same experiences as folks in, different communities. And this is something that I have been struggling with. I meet with the chief monthly. I really value our conversations and the data and the insight. I also value and want to hold space for the community for folks like Ms. Jones. And, I don't think it's fair to file her motion. I think these are conversations that are really tough. I personally feel uncomfortable talking about this just because of my privilege and where I live, in my experiences, but these conversations really need to happen. And, I look at ShotSpotter as a tool that helps the police and the EMTs and the colleges and the fire department with fast response times. And that's my perspective of it. I also have to echo Councilor Carlson. And when I go to the Northern Lincoln Street meetings and the Lincoln Village meetings, and even sometimes I go into District 2 to Miss Octave's meetings, those communities in that neighborhood do want ShotSpotter. It makes them feel safe, it makes them feel protected, and that is their view of it. So,
So whack.
For me, I think we need to have these conversations, listen to the community, listen to all the folks who are impacted. And, we were at the Juneteenth flag raising and Black Families Together, and Shah Asia gave a speech, and it's something I've been thinking about ever since. It's just really hard to know what the right thing to do is at times. Through the chair, the contract goes until April 5th, 2026. Can you even cancel it ahead of time? I mean, isn't this something that would take, we could spend the next 2 years having conversations and figuring this out.
Hey, there's the doggo.
To the chair, to the council, there's we can come back with a report on that, but I think my understanding that there's some clause in the contract that we still
this is June.
have to pay.
June Carter Cash.
So we can choose not to extend the contract. It will probably be in legal law.
Yeah, you asked how she was doing. It's almost
that to the
almost concerning how calm she
Thank
is.
you. And I also
it's
want to
lovely,
say I have
but
been
yeah,
trying
like,
to
doesn't
get
really bark at all.
unbiased information
Just
on
kinda super
ShotSpotter
chill.
for a very long time, and I really do appreciate
Certified good
Councilor Leon's
girl.
request for data that is simply data and doesn't have an angle or a spin to it. So I just want to say thank you to the chief, and I really do value our conversations, and thank you to Ms. Jones and all of my colleagues, and I look forward to talking about this more. Thank you.
Council Bergman, followed by Council Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I read this, and of course, I can always stand to be corrected, but I try to be very careful in voting on what people write and what the exact language is. This is asking us to not expand, that's been requested to be filed, or renew. The contract is not up for renewal, as I understood, till 2026. So what are we voting on? There's no motion or contract before us to renew. We have 2 years before that comes up. So I don't quite know, and I don't fault anybody for bringing anything before the council, but I can't vote on some hypothetical in 2026. But right now, all we're
This makes
doing
me feel
is
so just
2 more
extremely
years of this
tired.
contract before it's time to renew. So reading it the way it's written.
I may have
the way
fallen
it's
asleep
written,
here sitting here
it's
a little
a
bit.
request not to expand, which we're not doing, or renew. I'd have to vote to file because it's not asking us to cancel. And that would be a different conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Bergman touched, I think.
It would also be a great thing to pull off because that's how Fall River got rid of their contract was they went to cancel it. ShotSpotter offered to provide them the service for free, so they wouldn't have egg on their face. That would have been their first cancellation in Massachusetts. And then Fall River walked anyways, but could be a great way for Worcester to save some money to just start threatening that but they've had this whole conversation in public now and it's too late for that shit.
It's not something.
Literally, ShotSpotter is a more important
When we talk about
constituency
elephants in the room, I
than
think we have
anybody in
to
the city.
consider the Department of Justice.
They're like, oh, the chief wants a retirement job there. We have to defend them at all costs.
And I think that when that report comes out finally, whatever is there or is not there, I think that's when those conversations need to be had. Mr. Chairman, I will say, as a district city councilor that represented and still represents much of Lower Grafton Hill, much of Vernon Hill, areas that, Mr. Chairman, when I first was elected, did not have any of this technology. And some of this technology, if you remember, under the manager
You
O'Brien.
literally have these counselors
was
like
basically
bickering about who
financed
gets
by use of
work.
CXX money. That tells you how
Fucking
long
crazy.
it goes back up there. And it has made a positive impact, not only on detection and on, the crime part of it, but on the life-saving part of it. Just recently on Vernon Hill.
What
we had,
life-saving part of it?
A man that was shot in the arm, where they responded. Now, whether there were calls that were made or there were residents that were there or other things were involved.
You don't know if ShotSpotter was involved in that, but you're still using this in your argument?
Each time.
Are you kidding me?
Sometimes I hear secondhand from folks there that I get that information. But the bottom line is, this is a tool that is not only helping get first responders there to save lives, but it's also a tool that has a ability to find by shell casings and that even if you had 15 people call in a shooting, unless you know exactly where that is, I don't think you'll find those shell casings. You wouldn't find as many of those shell casings. So the discussion about
This is
equity,
so
the
pathetic.
discussion about enforcement. Mr. Chairman, while I'm at it, through you to the administration, Mr. Manager, you grew up on Lower Grafton Hill, and I'm sure you're in touch with many individuals in that area now. We've heard about problems with ShotSpotter in Chicago. I haven't heard somebody talk
You can
about
bet your
ShotSpotter in
ass that
Worcester.
if there was
Have you
ever a
received
time
complaints, Mr. Manager,
the ShotSpotter saved anybody's
about
life, it would
specific
be
complaints about
top of
ShotSpotter
the fucking
and
PR.
discriminatory
I mean, here we are doing the Worcester special thing again. I don't know if anyone read what Chicago's complaints with ShotSpotter were, but it all boiled down to just a waste of resources because yes, they were responding to gunfire,
To the council, if you're asking as a
but there was
personal
no
matter, I would
humans
say no,
involved,
but I
like
think as a
outside of bullets being fired in the air or
professional
not hitting
position, I had
people.
received
So they
them
were
through our
just
city, or
they
through
were
the
tying up
results.
resources,
Um,
and again,
so
not
it
impacting
depends
clearance rates at
personally
all.
or
Is
or
that
as a
something
professional.
you
Right, and
comment
impacting
on?
clearance rates
It's
is
not
great.
something I've heard of from you.
I think right.
Did Batista just try to
there
distance himself from it? Be
many
like,
many different communities and many different
if
neighborhoods.
you're asking me personally, nah.
Alluded to that. And many of the
make a
neighborhood
difference.
organizations, neighborhood meetings, or even people that don't attend some of them, have no problem with ShotSpotter. However, people who have informed or have learned about what's happening in terms of the investigation may have some concerns, and that's what we see.
Do
here
you
today.
really think that a
Brought
cop that
forward to
arrests
council and
you
has
for like a
brought
drug
forward
possession
to
charge
the
is
city
going to
manager's
tell you that he
It's
came to
free,
your
Mr.
neighborhood
Chairman, to the manager or
because
to
of
the chief.
ShotSpotter?
Do you think that
Like,
we would
how
have
would
solved
anybody who's been
there
wronged
are
by this even
crimes
fucking
that
know?
You could put your finger on in the last year or two that we wouldn't have been able to solve without ShotSpotter?
Through the chair of the council, yes, a homicide.
And have there been a lot, or, I mean, obviously, I'm sure you don't know every number off. Has it been one or two, or has it been a lot?
Through the chair of the council, the thing is with investigations, it could go 2-3 years. So you can't pinpoint exactly. I know one matter of fact that happened this year, beginning of the year, that no one called. Person's dropped off the hospital. We wouldn't have known where the crime scene was. If you don't know where the crime scene is, you can't investigate further, get camera images, license plates, the whole thing. We're able to put it together and make an arrest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Carlson?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to go across
when they
the
say that.
aisle as well. I never said
Oh, you're gonna
that
go
we should
across
not
the
have a
aisle?
conversation. And we continue
That's not
to
what going
hear
across
every
the aisle
week
means.
how frustrated we are. Well, I think we're all frustrated with some of the ongoing issues. And for the record, Mr. Chairman, this is all of the Black and brown communities who ask for ShotSpotter. As
Prove it.
Councilor Pasillo said, she's heard it herself from the folks who live in the Lincoln Belmont Street area. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to amend this to say, certainly the administration should have a conversation with Black families together about this
Wait, what does
particular
that mean?
issue. But again, as Councilor Bergman pointed out, Mr. Chairman, this order was about not expanding ShotSpotter, which Councilor Toomey had already filed that. We heard from the city manager, and I knew from the city manager, in terms of the funding for the youth, it was already resolved. So again, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to amend this.
I hate
to
local politics, I think.
have the conversation with
I think I just
the
decided that I actually
administration.
just fucking hate it so much.
But by
Because
no
Candy Meadow
means-
Carlson's always going to
by
win.
no
you know?
means. I mean, these discussions
Like in the long
have been had, as I said earlier, whether it was with the city manager, whether it was with yourself, whether it was with the previous city administration.
Eric, my B-Day was,
ShotSpotter didn't wind up in my district.
It was great. It was fun. It was really
without
cool.
Conversations. And those conversations we just had as we spoke, the meeting up in the Lincoln Street area, and a lot of that was all centered around youth. And Mr. Chairman, as you know, because you were there.
Bill, let's
as
start
well
a
as the city manager,
fake company.
who was in
And
the
we'll put
room
together a bunch of marketing material where we're going to
that night,
sell
Mr. Chairman,
metal
who
detectors
was
that
in the
mount on the
room
front of
that
sweet
night.
streepers
Um,
that will identify
so
shell
I just
casings that
want
haven't been
to
identified by
be clear,
ShotSpotter.
I certainly
That's a
would
great
never
idea.
say
I could
that
Photoshop
we
the
should
shit out of
not
that.
have
I
a
got you. I know a
conversation.
designer.
But in
And we,
terms of what this
we'll just
order
try and sell
says,
it to the city. See how
I
far we
go
can get.
back
How many
to
conversations?
what
How many
Councilor
meetings can we
Bergman
get?
said. I mean,
Here's what we'll call
these
it:
are
shell sweeper.
Councilor Toomey
Yeah,
already
shot
filed
sweeper is
her
what I was
item.
thinking. But yeah,
The
absolutely.
Shot
on
sweeper's
the
better.
youth
Shot sweeper.
program, we know that the monies are there. And as far as ShotSpotter, we know that we have it
We
until
claim that it scans every
year
casing and keeps
26.
a record so
Thank
we
you,
can
Mr.
find the
Chairman.
gun that fired it because they're all like
So in
fingerprints.
a separate motion, I'd like
The
to
cops love
have,
that shit.
a community discussion on ShotSpotter prior to the next signing of the contract.
Yes.
Okay. Council Toomey, followed by Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. I want to reiterate why I filed that order to begin with was because there were questions about equity and that ShotSpotter was being put in neighborhoods that were only black and brown and poor. And so I said, let's take a look at it and do it in a broad range. That's all. That's all I was asking for. People didn't want that. I thought I was, trying to find some middle ground there. That's fine. I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with right now is that people think that I don't hear from people of color. I have to tell you, I was in some of the same meetings that Councilor Carlson was in. My phone was off the hook last week about this issue, and mostly people of color want it in their neighborhoods. They want to be safe. One father said, I know that when ShotSpotter is in my neighborhood, I know the police will be there if there are problems.
Name a name.
My kids will be able to be safe in our community.
said that,
because
Kate? Who
we're
said that?
getting the guns off the street. That's what it's all about. It's getting guns off the
Unhinged.
street, not any
Bro,
particular
it got
race,
12 guns
color,
off
or
the street.
ethnicity or whatever. It's about the guns and the people who are using them. Illegal
Oh,
guns.
what people are using
fine.
them, Kate?
That's what this is about. And I want to finally say that
You want to finalize?
I think that the chief has done an outstanding job.
I think the chief has a great butt. I
And
just need to say
I
it.
really resent any implication that his integrity is less than stellar. And
Holy
so
shit.
there was implication. And I'm standing here to say that I truly trust him and believe in him and have full faith in him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I know the first full quote I'll be
Change
pulling
for-
today.
Time is up again.
is
Amendment or something? Or?
I was going to say that won't come back to haunt her at all.
I also have an item 10M I'd like to take.
It's like you guys have forgotten. You've all forgotten about the fact that I have a lot. I have a lot of black friends. I have so many black friends. You
I
guys
do have a
all forgotten.
suggestion for an
So
amendment
crazy.
to this item. If in fact the petitioner is okay with it, so I would ask that we be able to suspend the rules to have her respond to whether or not she's in support of this particular amendment. And my amendment would simply be that the request is that the city council request the city manager to consider not expanding or renewing ShotSpotter Connect, and that we allocate funding for programming towards youth development led by community, or led by the police, not led by the police department, which means led by the community, Mr. Chairman. So it would be simply, here the concern was, hey, this isn't coming up right now. The motion to file the other item, that means you're in agreement with that portion of this particular petition. So the only real contention was the renewal. So I would just ask that we insert the word consider.
Brother, we're still on the first agenda.
If it's okay with the petitioner, and I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to allow her to speak.
Okay. Yes or no? Or where do you want to put the consider? I'm sorry.
Just to add the word consider, not to expand, and the rest stays the same.
Or consider not to expand.
Consider.
Yeah, just add the word
not to
consider so it
expand
never happens.
or renew. And a motion to suspend the rules to allow the petitioner to speak a second time.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Is that a yes or a no, Polly? Or? Okay.
Yes, I agree with Christian. Thank you. Yes, I agree with Christian. Thank you. I would also really like to get some dates on those contract signings. Because there's a lot of stuff happening up here that is, to us untrained ears, sounds not so good. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you. So we have, you also agree with the amended to have a community discussions prior to the next signing of the contract? Okay. Okay. So I guess we have, yeah, I can make it one or separate. Okay, so we have to consider, and we also have Ms. Jones agrees to both amendments, I believe, and, okay. So.
We roll call, Mr. Chairman?
Okay. Does everybody understand, or?
Can we roll call?
I will in a minute, wait till everybody understands.
I
before
don't,
have to do
Mr.
the roll
Chairman.
call. What's that?
I don't.
I know.
Just say that.
Okay, so basically, the first part of this on 8CC, Council King has asked that we change the word "not" to the word "consider," but keep everything else the same.
But doesn't
It's a
that
petition. You guys are just going to file it anyway.
negate what Councilor Carlson has suggested altogether? What is it? I'm having trouble understanding it.
Yeah, so it means, yeah, it's almost means, so the order is almost the same thing as it was before, I guess, but instead of saying to do it, it says consider to do it. Right. Okay. Right. Which people should be very clear when we send something to the manager, it's always implied to consider. So, okay, Council Pasillo.
Right.
So we don't have any of the data that Councilor Nguyen requested.
Right, so we're going to get a report on that too, yep.
Yeah.
We have 2 years to figure this out, right? So basically.
So because the fiscal year is
Hang on,
going to start, yeah.
Council Pasillo? Okay, Council Nguyen?
I just want to clarify, because the fiscal year kind of starts around, the discussion of it really starts around, I would say, December, March. We don't have 2 years. It will still be happening even before April. So
We can have
I would like for the dates to be actually a lot earlier than just like right at the cusp of the fiscal year.
No, we can have community discussions probably next year. Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Right, I agree with that too. Right. Yeah. You have to do it well before the signing of the contract, but yeah. Okay, so the first one, we have 2 motions. One is change the word "not" to "consider." The other one is to amend to have a community discussion prior to the signing of the next contract, and probably starting the beginning of next year. Okay.
I hate this.
Just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, if this is important on the motion, my amendment.
How does that whole conversation get boiled down?
City manager consider to expand. So it should.
I consider not to expand.
Right.
I get you. Okay. Yeah. Which what he said he's not going to do. Okay. So, Councilor Toomey.
Information question through you to the manager. Are there any other municipal contracts which are underneath your purview that are reviewed and discussed before they're signed?
Through the chair to the councilor. No, it depends on the level of contract that it entails, whether it's something that is impacted by us needing additional funding and requesting allocation of funding. But typically, the contract negotiations, contract discussions, renewals of contracts, et cetera, once the council supports the allocation of that funding, the city manager has the authority to make decisions on those
So the role of all of this really lies within the council and the subcommittees. Is really where, and it's my understanding in the past, when we've had these discussions, when we had discussions about ShotSpotter, we had subcommittee meetings. We had many of them to discuss this. And so I think if people want to have a discussion about it, that's fine. We have them in subcommittee levels, and that's community.
Did you hear Joe audibly sigh when Kate was like, this discussion should happen?
Ask questions, and I think that's a public forum that we already have established. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a super public forum.
Councilor Russell.
Mr.
She's an awful human
just want to
being.
be clear, through the administration, is there any, you're not planning on expanding this, are you? So if you want to make, I mean, let's just move the question, because it's basically the administration is already telling us that we're going to ask him to consider something that he's already doing. You know, so if you want to, let's just move on.
The only thing I can say yet again is that I just fucking hate this. So we're so far abstracting from.
Okay, so the first motion is Councilor King. On the present motion is, the first motion is to amend it to say consider not to expand and to keep the rest the same. And the second motion from Candy Merrill Carlson is to amend, I may have a separate motion to have a community discussion prior to the signing of the next ShotSpotter contract. No? Yeah.
Trying to figure out why mine's second.
They're separate. There's a-
No, I understand that they're separate, but my motion was
No, we have
first
a
on the
public
floor.
comment. No, you're right. You're right. Yours was first on the floor. That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, did you also get my
Oh,
motion?
Pedantic.
What was yours? I'm sorry.
My motion was for the city manager to consider creating an advisory committee for police technologies.
Okay.
And that was prior to Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Okay, we'll take the others first then. City manager on the advisory committee. Anybody else on that? Or roll call? Or? Roll call. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, Council Nguyen's order on the Police Technology Advisory Committee, Council Bergman,
No.
Council Calorio,
No.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
No.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
No.
So, Mr. Mayor, that motion fails.
Oof. Way to go, Joe.
Next one is
Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear the final vote. What was that?
65.
It was 65, yes was Council Haji.
Wow, Petty couldn't even say the word out loud.
Council Ojeda, Council Pasillo. And no was Council Bergman, Council Calorio, Council Merrill Carlson, Council Russell, Council Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is the amended to, a separate motion to have a community discussion prior to this next signing of the ShotSpotter contract. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
The way that Petty said no is so funny.
Next
Yeah,
motion.
looked away
is
from the
to
microphone and
take the
everything.
Current one and change consider from.
Just
consider
whispered
not
it
to
sweetly in
expand
Nico's
to
ear.
Just the same. Roll call. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I know it's late. We're trying to get through this. Isn't the next motion to file? And then Council, if that fails, then it's Councilor King's motion?
Well, we've amended it, so nobody's asked for a file on the amendment.
Okay. If that's correct, then now I know what the vote is.
So,
Thank you.
so a yes vote would be to keep it the way it is, and no vote would be like
Oh,
file.
maps.
Yeah, piece of shit.
Just repeat that again.
Okay, so so basically. the
And this is
order
just a
was
petition,
changed.
so it's a file either
So
way.
The original
Yeah.
order was filed, but that was taken off the table because it was amended. And it was amended to say, consider not to expand versus not to expand. So if you agree with this order, you would vote yes. If you disagree with this order, you would vote no.
Okay, thank you.
Council Bergman.
No.
Council Calorio.
No.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson.
No.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No.
So, Mr. Mayor, this does pass. I have Council Haji, Council King, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda, Pasillo, and Council Russell.
Okay.
The way he says no is great.
We are on 8DD. We'll send that to the city manager or the ED.
Motion
Because
to file.
folks, the list of the check during the rental inspections under the rental dwelling unit period inspection program strict limit to fire safety.
Also, did you take my order?
Oh.
My initial order?
Yeah, we did.
The report.
What was your report?
I asked for a report.
Oh, we
for
didn't take that.
23F.
So on your order, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. And Council Toomey's.
You'll never
motion
get
to
that
file
report
her
ever again.
Item, all those in favor, opposed,
Congratulations.
so ordered. Okay. So Jeffrey Laurent, request City Council, request City Manager to establish a clear and focused list of items to be checked during rental inspection under the rental dwelling unit period inspection program strictly limited to fire safety. So motions to file. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have people here waiting. So I think mostly here for the bus. I mean, for the bus, from Mill Street. It's a late night. Prior to doing that, I just want to do a quick item because I know some other people have, this won't be any discussion. I don't think, or it is, we'll hold it, but 8, I think it was 8A and B. Is that correct? 8A and B. Hang on. We had some people waiting on this. I might have the wrong number. It was on the,
What's that? Yeah, I thought that was one.
15A and 15A and 15B. I don't think, what's that? ED reports, yeah. Anybody having issues on 15A and 15B? I think, no. Seeing none, so motion to approve both collectively. Roll call.
So Mr. Mayor, to advertise the proposed ordinances.
Yep.
This meeting is messy as fuck.
We can do all the ED stuff. What's that, Council Russell? I'm sorry.
15E is the Mill Street
We're
order,
on
which has been out.
15A, we're holding 15E, so we go 15A, B, C, and D, if you like, from the Committee of Economic Development, and E's been held. Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we are on 23.
23.
We're going to do the Mill Street. So we have 23B, 23C, 23.
This is hurting me right now. Thank you for saying this, system, because I need encouragement right now. That shot spotter conversation really hurt my soul. I gotta say, it was.
Yeah. What Bill said.
Really?
I don't know. It was just like it wasn't intellectually. Intellectually, it was dog shit. Right? It didn't mean anything.
Okay, we have.
It was completely devoid of any legitimate, serious conversation about police surveillance technology. Yeah, throw that out the window automatically. Right off the bat. What it really showed us is
3 items.
The fucking intellectual limits of the city council, like the way that this body exists to stand in the way of good ideas. You know? Like this body exists as a cheese grater for good ideas, and now we're about to go to Mill Street. It's just the same fucking story, and the whole thing's going to play out again.
Council King. Request that the city manager address the recent design change actions to on Mill Street, return on-street parking up to the curbing, provide best practice for the protection of bicycles and pedestrians, allocate funds for the city council to engage a street design engineer, view the safety of the Mill Street parking spaces, design changes, send any future design changes, proposals and/or implement similar parking changes designed to the city council to be reviewed in the appropriate subcommittee for public hearings. And D, Councilor King and Bergman request the city manager review the Mill Street redesign for the purpose of ruling in and out the potential for elevating protected bike lanes and the widening sidewalks with dedicated walkway. Said improvements should be completed on the use of the funding received in the amount of $2 million. Okay.
Are they doing this as a bulk
Councilor
motion?
Bergman, what?
Chairman, I would just like to take 23D separately, please.
Yeah, well,
All right.
you're right.
I didn't know if you were doing them all together.
I got to go take a porch break.
So, Councilor
I'll be at the
Bergman?
comments.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry,
are you
Brendan.
on 23A? Because that really is not as connected to the other.
I missed that
orders.
one, hang on.
Yeah.
23A is that part of this?
No, it just was held last time, not by me.
Oh, no MB, why, somebody here for it? Or-
No, but you had mentioned 23AB. I thought you had mentioned that, so
No, B, C, and D.
that's fine.
So do B and C, then we'll do D.
Ready to address that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 10 years I've been on this council, I don't think I've exceeded my 5 minutes once. I hope that doesn't happen tonight, but if there's ever a chance it might, it's tonight. Through the chair, I'd like to ask a few questions of Mr. Raleigh, if I may.
He's going into lawyer mode. This is going to be gross.
Through the chair to Mr. Raleigh, with respect to the design of Mill Street, could you, through the chair, indicate who designed that?
Through the chair, that was designed. The lane markings were designed in the Department of Transportation and Mobility under my direction by my team, which includes myself, Assistant Director Todd Crane, and one of our engineers.
And through the chair, is all three of the folks you just mentioned all engineers?
Through the chair, I am a professional engineer registered in Massachusetts as well as Washington State.
No, I understand your credentials and congratulations on a recent award in recognition of your credentials. But my question wasn't that. My question was all three people that contributed to the design of Mill Street were all three engineers?
I don't know, Mo, are you a fucking engineer?
Mr. Crane is not a registered engineer. Our assistant is what's called an engineer in training, which is the
So you have to do
certification
before
that
you get your PE,
achieve before
which
that.
is really fucking hard to get in the
And
IT
is the design of
too.
Mill Street duplicated anywhere else in the city? Through the chair.
Through the chair, this is the first parking protected bike lane. That means the first bike lane in the city with the bike lane against the curb and then what's called a floating parking lane.
And are you aware of how many other cities, not just through Massachusetts, but throughout the country, share that design? Through the chair.
Through the chair, they're common enough that I couldn't provide an estimate. It's many dozens at this point.
We say common enough. There was a recent article in one of the media sources, local media sources, that said there was 15 or less cities across the United States that have these. Would that be, through the chair, accurate or inaccurate?
Through the chair, I firmly believe that to be inaccurate.
Okay. And with respect to the other types of bicycle lanes, through the chair, the city of Worcester, are they dangerous? The ones that don't have this design?
So through the chair, I don't think we can characterize any transportation facility as dangerous or not dangerous. I think we're always striving to achieve the safest facilities we can, and that was the purpose of the treatment that was chosen for Mill Street. There are some designs that have been employed previously that are not best practices at this point. There's been quite a bit of study that's been conducted in recent years that show that protected bike lanes are by far safer than traditional bike lanes.
So through the chair, you're going to go back to, let's say, Hamilton Street, Lake Ave, and increase the safety of the bicyclists there with the protected bicycle lanes, the best so-called best practices.
Through the chair, I do believe, and this is something we'll be addressing through the Vision Zero plan, of course, from a policy level, as well as other efforts, but I do believe that we want to try to achieve the safest facilities we can. Obviously, there's a lot of need within the city in terms of expanding a bicycle network, which is, quite frankly, very limited at this point. So where we focus is a question I think we're all going to have to work on together. I think most facilities that have a bike lane of some sort are preferable to the ones that don't, but that's something we're going to have to work through.
I
So
never
through the
root
chair,
for an
Mr. Raleigh,
engineer, but I'm
almost
rooting
done
for
asking
Mr. Raleigh.
of you. Through the chair to Mr. Raleigh, you're not suggesting you would leave bike lanes on Hamilton Street, Lake Ave, and elsewhere that aren't the same design as Mill Street if they were dangerous, are you?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the
Yeah,
question?
you're not suggesting that the other designs of bicycle lanes, such as on Hamilton Street and Lake Ave, you're not suggesting that you're simply going to leave them even if they're dangerous to bicyclists. You're not suggesting that.
Through the chair.
Yeah, this is really leading.
I think each of those would warrant individual study before making a definitive statement on them. There's certainly details that we'd want to look at before I would come out and definitively say that. But if we found an area on any of the existing facilities that we believed was dangerous, we would want to address it in some way.
And you would, through the chair, the Hamilton Street and Lake Ave aren't the only streets that have the other type of bicycle lanes different than Mill Street. There must be dozens throughout the city. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, I wouldn't characterize it as dozens. I think we have, frankly, a fairly limited bicycle network, but there are what's known as conventional bike lanes in other locations. That's true.
And with respect to some of the incidents that happened on Mill Street, I think I've brought this before the council in the past through the chair. Are you aware of between April 23rd and April 24th, a 24-hour period, good weather conditions being present, that there was 3 accidents involving vehicles striking parked cars? Are you aware of that? Same 24-hour period.
Through the chair. So I am aware that there were 3 crashes on the April 23rd to 24th period. They did not all 3 involve striking parked cars, just a correction. I do want to say that looking back at the crash history in the corridor, that's happened a number of times. It's a little bit surprising, I know, to hear that, but the nature of crashes is that they can occur clustered, and then you can have long periods of time where they don't occur. So the record shows that every single year has had a day on Mill Street where there's...
Through the chair, Mr. Riley, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I only have 5 minutes, and you're really going beyond what I was asking. So I'm going to finish up with just 2 or 3 more questions and then make my statement regarding this issue. You don't have to respond to this. I asked somebody that is very knowledgeable in statistics. That seems to be a subject that comes up often.
Name a name.
On Mill Street. The chances of 3 accidents on Mill Street in a 24-hour period being caused randomly, according to this person, do your own numbers if you wish, there's a 99.6% chance that could not have happened randomly. There had to have been some other issue. So I'll save that for my final comments about that. And incidentally, with respect to trying to vet if there's any issues with the design through the chair, have you or anybody in your staff ever reached out to anybody who's been involved in any of these accidents simply to ask them what happened and try to learn if perhaps there are better ways?
Thankfully, we have police reports that have done that.
The design that's there currently. Have you done that through the chair?
Commissioner, to be
That's
clear
kind of
too,
a yes or no.
and to be clear too, I stop timing when he speaks, so you won't lose your
Okay,
time.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't have access to the personal
Well, through
contact
the
information.
chair, and I don't expect you to respond. Police accidents and public records, I got the names and addresses.
Steve Riley's gonna fucking lose his cool and slug Mo.
For those 3
Somebody should hit Mo. He's just being an awful human being at this
for all
point in
the
time.
accidents had I wanted to do that. But let me just move on to 2 last
Fucking
questions.
jackass.
I didn't witness this myself, but I was told.
He was
recently
told
that
by a
at the
person
fire
who
tactics
knows
square and through the
numbers.
chair, fire trucks were driving on the median strip down Mill Street because they could not pass in the 1 lane that was on Mill Street to get to the fire from the Webster Square station to the Tatnick Square station. Through the chair, would that be something you'd be aware of?
Through the chair, we do talk with the fire department regularly about all of the improvements that we're planning and that we have implemented. They have not reported any issues to me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rowley. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to start timing me now because I have no other questions, Mr. Rowley, or continue to time me. But, you know, there are good people on both sides of this issue. This isn't about...
There are good people on both sides of this issue.
It should be about how do we balance keeping safety between...
Mo was at Charlottesville, I hear.
Pedestrians and motorists, and there are far more motorists.
You know he
than
could
the other
carry a
categories,
torch.
But I'm certainly not doubting that there are bicyclists that use the new bicycle lanes, and I'm glad for that. I have family members who are very devoted to bicycling. But this question of sharing the road, and I'm going to suggest that this issue of Mill Street was almost controversial from the get-go, because I attended the first meeting, and I would disagree with some of the public comments. That first meeting, there was already a done deal, so to speak, on what was going to happen on Mill Street. And I know there are other people here that were there, and they may disagree with that. I would also say that, you know, the putting cars, and I'm not going to say it's in the middle of the road because people correct me and they're right. It's not in the middle of the road, but where they are, sticking away from the curb is an unnatural place to place cars. We still have, unless somebody wants to correct me, an ordinance that people get tickets if they're parked 12 inches from the curb anywhere in the city of Worcester, but apparently it's okay on Mill Street. I meet people everywhere who tell me they don't go on Mill Street anymore because they're concerned about driving.
Those are people that we don't want driving on Mill
It happens at M&T Bank, where I go regularly, or the grocery store. There was a petition signed by over 150 people last time that somebody presented saying they're uncomfortable with the design. So I understand some people love it, and that's fine. But, you know, it's a little difficult for me to hear that somehow this is anti-bicycle. It's not. There's a balance to be struck. We've struck it on Hamilton Street, and we've struck it on Lake Ave. I would also say that I personally travel Mill Street numerous times during the week. The turns from Mill Street on to particularly June Street and other streets are very dangerous.
Well,
today
because
went
you're on
down
your
those
phone
streets
while
to
you're driving Mill
double-check. I
Street.
saw people
Yeah,
parked
they're not if you're
in
going
the
35 miles an
parking
hour
spots,
or
and
30
they
miles an
parked
hour.
so far over to the right side because they're afraid of getting hit going in and out of the car that they actually are in the bicycle lanes. Placing a 2-ton immovable object to protect bicyclists is great for the bicyclists, but it's not great for the motor vehicle operators. Let me just say this too, that this item is not about, for me, this isn't about returning it to 2 lanes. I have become convinced that the 1 lane is the better way to go. And it's not about removing bicycle lanes, because I do think bicycle lanes are important to have where we can have them, when we can have them. To me, this is simply about returning the parking to the curbing where it's natural, where it doesn't cause confusion. Let me just end by saying this. One of the
Or
things
it's
that
natural,
somewhat
the way God
irritates me
intended.
the most is not hearing people murmur about me or my position or get up and say things
We
kind
don't
of,
murmur,
in
Mo.
a
We
way
say it
that
pretty
maybe is
blankly.
geared towards rattling me a little bit. That's fine. It's just democracy and it's great. And I'm happy to agree to disagree with anyone. But I look at the signs that are here, and we're supposed to be sharing a road, and there's enough picture on those signs of a car. And to share the road, you have to not only include the bicyclists, the people rollerblading, the people walking.
Because the
but
car's
it's
not going to
also
get
the
hurt.
motorists. And to assume that everybody that's gotten in an accident since this new design is just a terrible driver is so insensitive to me.
That's
it's
No,
what
not
it
about
is,
the
though.
Yeah,
victims.
you're just a terrible driver, Mo, because you'll
Must be
attend a council
terrible
meeting
driver
while you're on your
who
fucking
hits a
phone.
parked car. Well,
The
there
amount of
must be
people I see
a
on their
lot of
phone,
people out there that would
distracted.
disagree.
I watched the guy
I've
going through
personally called
papers
them.
today.
I've personally
Actual
spoken to
papers.
more than one of those folks, and they've all told me they're embarrassed that it happened. But at the end of the day, it's a very odd situation when they're driving down the street and they think a car is moving and it's not, and it almost is an attraction to them. And we call it in law attractive nuisance. It just kind of sucks you in to the problem, and it is a problem. And at the end of the day, whether this vote passes or fails,
No, that's called
I
object
certainly hope it
fixation, and that's
passes.
that's like the first thing you learned when
I am
you're
at peace
you're taking the
with my
MSF course and
I
motorcycles.
firmly
You don't
believe
stare at
that the
fixed
comments that I
objects while
made
you're
the last
driving.
meeting,
You look
less
into the
so today,
horizon.
about the
Good Lord,
9-year-old
this
man
guy
who
is
died.
awful.
Must have been a medical issue.
I hope nobody's actually hiring this guy as an attorney. He's like really, really bad at his
as a
job.
result of his injuries in that accident. He didn't have a medical condition before that. I firmly believe that may not be the last person that happens to on Mill Street. And whether this passes or fails, I think we could do better on Mill Street. I'm not asking to remove the bicycle lane. I'm not asking for it to return to 2 lanes. I'm simply suggesting that the car should be parked next to the curb like it is everywhere else in the city. And Mr. Raleigh himself couldn't acknowledge that it's dangerous anywhere else because it is.
Because we all know that everything that's in
Mill Street
Worcester
might be
is
ideal for the bicyclists,
perfect.
but it's not ideal for
We
the
can't
motorists.
possibly find
All
better
I'm
ideas elsewhere.
suggesting is we should be striking a balance, and those pictures or posters that were brought also should include motorists because we all have to share the road, bicyclists and motorists alike. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Haji.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You can start timing me now because I probably will use all of my 10 minutes. I just want to say for the record that at least Council Bergman, you didn't have anyone name a highway after you. I've had the pleasure of having people name Mill Street Highway after me. But that said, I'd like to present a little bit of a show and tell to give the public a little bit of play-by-play, a little bit of history about Mill Street. So let's just start with what I call table 1. So between 2000 and 2007, there were several orders brought out about Mill Street. There was a traffic study, an interdepartmental traffic study that was commissioned by former Commissioner Moynihan.
Jenny is so embarrassed that she didn't bring props
That was at the
tonight.
request of the City Council to address traffic issues and speeding on Mill Street. That was followed by several orders by then Mayor Mariano and former Councilor Abraham, again about speeding on Mill Street. Then there was orders by the Mill Swan principal at the time, which was a Worcester Public School at the time, again asking council to address speeding on Mill Street. Then there was several orders from the now dissolved the Mill Street Ad Hoc Committee asking City Council not only to address speeding on Mill Street, but to also consider reconfiguring the lanes. And as we heard from the executive director of the Greater Worcester Foundation, there was also a request to include bike lanes. Councilor Castillo, I'm going to use your desk to leave my. Let's go to table 2. In 2017, Public Safety Committee chaired by Councilwoman Toomey, member Councilor Bergman, former Councilor Rivera, enthusiastically heard from a lot of those folks who were, I watched the tape, came to the city council and talked about complete streets. In actuality, Mr. Rowley and then Assistant City Manager Batista were sitting actually right there. You can watch the tape. And both of them are talking about, along former Commissioner Moynihan, about the importance of complete streets. To Councilor Toomey's credit, I believe it was maybe a few council meetings later, Councilor Toomey also asked the delegation to basically advocate for more money for complete streets. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, then City Council adopts complete streets with the caveat that this plan will go to the Mass DOT, to the state, to approve a complete street prioritization list, of which Mill Street is one. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Rowley, through the chair, there's several projects on that list that are being actualized today. So let's move to table 3. 2023 through 2024 is when Mill Street gets reconfigured. In July of 2023, Councilor Bergman is right. Mr. Manager is over there at the Mill Swan meeting. DPW Commissioner is there. Mr. Rowley is there. I am there. I believe maybe Councilor Bergman was there as well. And we went over the design and the reconfiguration and the pavement management of Mill Street. I remember Councilor Rosen, who was a District 5 councilor at the time, maybe in 2009 or maybe 2009, asked the DPW commissioner, not you, Mr. Fink, to resurface Mill Street because it was in such deplorable conditions. And so Mr. Fink went ahead and probably a few years later does find the funds, with the support of former manager Augustus, to repave Mill Street because he was so worried that people couldn't drive through Mill Street. Great. So we have committed through the Complete Streets policy that we will do what's called interdepartmental coordination, which means that when DPW does projects, they don't just do it not in synchronicity with Complete Streets. That's because we don't want to waste taxpayer dollars to go back and redo or undo things. So when a street gets repaved or resurfaced, if there's a Complete Street project on that list, we go ahead and do that. It's what happened with Mill Street. I will admit people had a lot of issues not knowing about bike lanes. I remember in July of 2023, people came over here and asked questions. Mr. Rowley, Mr. Fink, the city manager took responsibility. Yes, maybe there were some mistakes made around communication. So let's go back to between December 2023 is when the interim redesign was complete. That word is important because it seems to be lost in the conversation that we have said over
Bill?
and over again. This is an interim project.
I'd just like to remind you that
Find a way to make Mill Street safe while we moved.
the biggest thing that Councilor Bergman has added to the city of Worcester via his role as a city councilor is a
So
coyote
people
tracking
say
map.
that this district councilor and that team over there and this city manager haven't done their due diligence. Okay, let's look at the data since we're talking about that. Between December 2023 and June 2024, there have been 7 neighborhood meetings.
Maybe that's what we do. That's our business. We're going to come up with coyote spotter.
Councilor Nguyen has attended.
We'll track the
Councilor King
howls
has
of
attended,
coyotes
Ms.
during
Nancy has
mating
attended
season.
several times.
And we'll
Sergeant
pitch it just
Foley
directly to Mo.
Has attended several times.
And then we'll
we have answered
do
questions.
the same thing Shot
concerns.
does.
I have taken the
They'll-
heat by
nothing,
myself most
right?
of the time.
Nope, they're
and
howling.
answered over 70 emails.
There they are.
If anybody in the audience didn't get a response from me, I'm a part-time district counselor working a full-time job while raising a family. So I apologize for that. Let's look at the city
Jenny,
resources
why are you throwing this shit at me?
that have been allocated.
I let you
People
use
have
my
said that
desk.
we have spent millions on just the redesign of Mill Street. That is not true. We have spent roughly $140,000 to restripe and paint. We have spent roughly $1 million to repave and resurface. We have had 2 Worcester PD reports. We have had parking enforcement, traffic enforcement. In fact, the Mill Street receives more enforcement than any other parts of the city. How is that fair to the residents of other neighborhoods? I have personally received over 70 emails and calls. We have had 4 city council orders by different council members, some of which have asked to return this design to its original cost. Let's talk about some good things that have happened about Mill Street. We received a $2 million earmark from Congressman McGovern because our city manager and his team worked on an earmark.
No, I was in the chat. I was listening.
We also will be having several public meetings to talk about the
weird little Law and Order
$2
bit
million earmark
was so disrespectful.
that will feature planning and design. Are you
So
kidding me?
completely disrespectful. It was
Okay.
crazy.
I'm
You have 4
almost done.
minutes.
I'm almost
3
done.
and a half, 4.
The design is about all road users. You know why there's no cars in here? This is complete streets. There's no cars in here because our roads were designed for cars and not for vulnerable road users. There's a little bit of education here. That's what those folks are saying today. All these people here matter. In fact, sorry, we had a Mill Street ride for Father's Day. Many of you were invited.
Jenny's so uncomfortable.
I saw babies, kids, families. We had a great time. Next time, y'all should be coming with us. So,
You have about 2 minutes left.
well, I'm going to ask to suspend the rules because I didn't create the chaos that is Mill Street. I'm simply responding to the myriads of chaotic things that have been put on the city council. So I think I've earned my right to respond. We heard today that this design is not compliant, and then somehow Mr. Raleigh is not a licensed engineer. That was insulting, by the way. Steve Raleigh and Todd Corain, between the
Very
two of them,
insulting.
have 40 years of experience in the transportation and urban planning field. We learned today that
Especially
crashes
when
have
nobody's
been
even allowed to
neutral,
mention Mo by
and the
name in
driver
their
error
testimony.
has played a role. We've broken down some of those reports.
Right,
In
right.
fact, Sergeant Foley broke them down at the neighborhood meeting. Speeds are down, and that's done by observations of our engineers. And there have been several community rides along the bike lanes. We have said repeatedly, I have said repeatedly, I have emailed people repeatedly back when they've asked, there are other interventions that are planned. Flex post, other designs, modifications of U-turns, and traffic lights at June and Mill. It is very concerning that Councilor Bergman's order asks us to defer approval of changes in future designs of complete street projects to the City Council and other committees. This past year, the Department of Transportation and Mobility has been more in our neighborhoods than any other department, maybe with the exception of the police department, with amazing presentations to walk residents through Mill Street, Chandler Street, Stafford Street, Endicott Street projects. That doesn't even count the times they have attended neighborhood meetings and in-district traffic hearings about new policies. The way this city council has treated Mill Street is a perfect example of why requiring any complete street changes and intentions in design should not go to city council. I am all for getting City Hall out of City Hall. I am not in the way, I'm not for getting in the way of trained professionals and micromanaging their work. And so let me say this, and I'll almost close.
Okay.
A lot of the
30
hysteria
seconds or so.
surrounding Mill Street is due in part to a small group of people led by a former District 5 councilor who cannot stand a competent, intelligent, effective female district councilor with a foreign last name leading this district. It's disappointing to see any councilors rush to blame the redesign for a few crashes without first getting their facts straight. As a district councilor, I have invested a lot of my time, energy, and labor to ensure the success of the entire Mill Street while managing a fire crisis that displaced 35 of my constituents.
Okay.
The Mill Street, I'm done.
I'm done?
I
Okay.
have been very patient.
Motion to suspend the rules, Mr. Chairman.
She's done.
The Mill Street transformation isn't just about bike lanes or complete streets. It's about a bigger vision for Mill Street residents, redeveloping Big D, partnering with Representative LaBeouf and the YWCA, as I have, to bring open swim lessons at Coast Beach to the children of Lakeside and Columbus Elementary School, who just went the most traumatic event this March, seeing one of their classmates being murdered. And it's also about bringing residents together to plan fun events, community events like the bike ride and the Coast Beach Family Day. Yet, it's been frustrating to witness counselors disrespect all this interconnected work, something I have not seen them do to other district counselors. Councilor Pasillo, you should be very careful. They can see their big picture or be part of it, then get out of my way and let me do my job. The energy we have spent on Mill Street could have been focused on addressing the
She really went
2,124
Belichick on their
crashes
fucking asses,
that have
dude.
happened in our city in the last 6 months, 47 of which involve pedestrians and school buses. This is a public health and public safety epidemic I wish my colleagues would have had the courage to address.
Thank you. Okay, Council King.
Dude, get out of my way and let me do my job. It's such a hard as nails thing to say. It's so sick.
That was fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Coming like
I
just
wanna
shy
begin
of
my
shut the
comments
fuck
by
up.
saying we've had some significant challenges with pedestrian fatalities. We've had some significant challenges with accidents throughout the city since I've been on council. And I know prior manager and I had numerous conversations about that and what we need to do citywide. And what I will say is that while I have a fundamental difference of opinion on this matter from my colleague who just spoke, what we didn't have at that time was a passionate advocate, Mr. Chairman, for improving mobility, walkability, and safety. And we always had a collected effort, but my colleague who just spoke, who I do have a disagreement with, has been that passionate advocate that's pushed things forward and stood up for folks in our district who were harmed. That being said, you know, when it comes to this matter, I think a little bit about the gentleman who passed away.
Oh,
his family members
Christian.
I spoke to. And it was difficult for me, Mr. Chairman, because I don't like isms. I don't like racism, sexism, go down the list. And I certainly don't like ageism, Mr. Chairman. And there was a little bit of that going on with the gentleman who passed away. As mentioned previously, I've lived in that area for quite some time. Currently,
That's
my
so
daughter
fucking
goes to
annoying.
Chandler Magnet, and we drive 4 or 5 times a day there. I lived on 86 Level Street for close to 10 years. So I too frequent that area, and I agree, it was and is a speedway. I certainly think that what we've done has calmed traffic. It's been a traffic calming occurrence. And there's different levels and phases to that. You can track traffic calm by reducing lane size and et cetera, et cetera. And it sounds like for years we didn't do much of anything other than paving, Mr. Chairman. And so
why are you getting in the way of us doing more?
my wife, I got a phone call from her the day that the motorcyclist got into the accident. She was driving my daughter home. Her voice was breaking. We both ride motorcycles. We have our own individuals, and she was hoping my daughter didn't see the gentleman who wasn't moving. And so, you know, I do have a sense of all of the aspects of this. I ride motorcycles, I ride bicycles, I know about dooring, I know about all those things. I also know, Mr. Chairman, that when it comes to pilots are, as my colleague mentioned, a step towards permanent build-outs. And one of the things the research shows is that when you're doing this sort of work, you must apply the right standards. You must look at best practices, Mr. Chairman. And also that you have design flexibility. And it sounds like that's coming at some point. Now, when I spoke back in April, May, June, we're going on 3 months now. I talked about moving cars back to the curb that long ago because the commissioner had indicated there were additional safety measures that needed to happen. Flex posts. Talked about the greening of the bikeway. Talked about some other measures, a third measure there.
If I had my Xbox hooked up right now, I
To
certainly
date,
would.
none of those have happened. I know I've heard that, well, we got to wait for.
If this vote fails because of
responses to
Christian,
things and what have you. But we also heard
I'm not going to lie.
that last July was the first public hearing where the design was presented, which means it was planned prior to that. We're talking about over a year ago. So I'm not quite sure why we're behind the 8 ball. And when you look at best practices, Mr. Chairman, when you look at best practices, as it relates to rollout and implementation, Mr. Chairman, we've fallen short. I don't think I heard a person here say that we can't do better. They didn't say that. I support protected bike lanes. Absolutely. My item is to have an additional safety measure for protected bike lanes, Mr. Chairman. In this particular order that I signed on with Councilor Bergman indicates that we return on-street parking up to the curve, provide best practices. I think we should have that regardless for the education purposes of the council. I don't know why we wouldn't want that to inform us in the future about future designs.
Don't play dumb, Christian.
It asks for a second opinion, either or on that. And I do wonder why this thing didn't go before traffic and parking. We've had so many years of issues with Mill Street. I'm not quite sure how nothing gets to traffic and parking. We're talking
Traffic and parking is the graveyard of all good
Mm.
ideas.
Thank
Donna
you.
Gloria is the chair of that committee.
So those are
Why
some of
would
the
you want
concerns.
anything
You look
to
at
do
the
with traffic?
rollout, Mr. Chairman. You look at the rollout, poor, beyond poor. I don't see any signage. I don't see any signs that say bike lane, turning vehicles, yield to bikes. Bikes may use lane, yield to pedestrians. To pedestrians. I don't see any signs that indicate that there's single lane coming up. There's no signs for bicycle and pedestrian warnings. We had an accident and then we're doing some
If
striping.
this is what he thinks,
The rollout of this did
honestly,
not follow best practice.
I guess that's fine.
And we've
But if this is what he
asked,
thinks
and
he
I've
needs to do
asked
politically
for that to happen.
challenge Joe,
I had assumed that by the
It's
time we
fucking
came to this meeting with the item being held, something would have been done.
Bill, can you take us out
I
tonight
brought
with
up
a
too much changes.
Twitch
I
violating
support, again,
rendition of Twitch
protected bike
of
lanes. This
Tesla's version of
design is
signs
not it.
just for Christian?
It's not the end of the world. We should be having design
yeah,
flexibility.
I'll try to
Mr.
come
Chairman.
up with that.
And when we measure data, you have to look at fatalities and injuries.
I know they're all bad,
Haven't
but this is
seen
one of the
those
worst
reports,
ones.
Mr. Chairman.
Like, in terms
When we
of
look
city
at
council
this, we know that there's benefits of these bike lanes, protected bike lanes. We know it improves health.
Brian knew.
keeps
That's why he
people
didn't go.
safe. The public
I'm turning
health,
on that conspiracy
environmental
theory right
benefits, absolutely.
He's just at home playing
But
Elden
we
Ring
have to
right now.
evaluate this holistically, Mr. Chairman.
God bless.
We have to consider the vulnerable users and the folks who are using vehicles, Mr. Chairman, all of the above. As it relates to micromanaging and the like, Mr. Chairman, since the time I came on this council, I govern critically. Mr. Chairman. It's my responsibility to do so. We should be looking at these lessons learned, Mr. Chairman. The signs aren't there. There's no signage. That impacts safety. There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for the rollout. I've been in Brighton. I've been in Boston. The streets don't look like Mill Street. And what they've done, they paved the whole bike lane one color in the lane that's converted. Cars are to the curb. It's bike and bus lane. There's other places that just don't look like Mill Street. They're downtowns. They have intersections and lights. So I support it remaining a protected bike lane, just not in this iteration. And additionally, Mr. Chairman, quite frankly, city hasn't done enough. The rollout's been poor. It's not been to best practice standards, Mr. Chairman. We did some painting. I thought we were painting the greenway. We've painted the intersections. We didn't get that far. And all these sorts of questions bring us to the present, Mr. Chairman. Item 23B that's on, Mr. Chairman, I do not support that order from Finance Committee. Indicates we should get how much it costs to return to its an original configuration. That my motion would be to file 23B. I'm in support of 23C, Mr. Chairman, as a way to educate this council and as a way to ensure safety while these changes are implemented, Mr. Chairman. That's necessary. That's appropriate. And it's unfortunate that we're getting into siloing, Mr. Chairman. The city
We'll see if
has
they vote on it.
that we are, and I'm wrapping up, Mr. Chairman, that we are, we have a floating parking lane, right? We know that there's parking there. And, my order, Mr. Chairman, would be, I would like to look at the parking utilization study that went on with this. I'd like to figure out more why these traffic issues didn't get to traffic and parking last term. I'm not quite sure. I'm wrapping up, Mr. Chairman, I promise. But these are the sorts of things that have to happen, Mr. Chairman. And we've fallen short, and ultimately.
Oh, thank you for the 29 people who are still with us.
That were the implementation.
4 hours and 14 minutes of the stream.
You're the real champs.
Prior to
You
going
guys
live,
are the real
we could have
champs. Well, me and
most
Brendan are,
people
and Travis are the
we could
actual
do other
real
cities
champs, but
and
you guys
blocked
are
off
also
and
the champs.
collecting data for 2 months.
On like a
But
second.
this was a quick turnaround, Mr. Chairman, from July.
Brian
to
O'Donnell, not a champion.
when they got going.
Brian
And,
O'Donnell,
we simply
lowest
haven't
level,
met the mark, Mr. Chairman.
-2.
We've fallen short. The research shows that we should be having design flexibility, and that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
I know that King
Yeah,
asked that they're going to take
Councilman Russell.
23D separate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't gonna speak. I thought a lot of the folks in the crowd and both last meeting and this meeting did an incredible job of really speaking up. You good? Okay. And I hear you. I see you. I know it's important to have complete streets. And when it comes to Commissioner Raleigh and his team, and Mr. Kieran, y'all been amazing since I've been on the traffic meeting. I've learned so much from y'all. And I think the work that y'all do and really showing up at people's, doorsteps and watching the streets, I believe in your work so deeply. So I just want to say that. But I just also, as a sociology major, I just want to say we all live in a social construct and collective agreement. Some of them becomes laws and street structures, and these lines are on the roads are the things that we agreed to, and we agreed and are legally binded by. So I
The only
just
thing
want
that
to
makes
start
me
off
feel a
there,
little better
right? That we created these systems.
is that we have more than
And so
double
we
the
get to
viewers that the
continuously
actual
change
city
these
council does
systems
right
to
now.
meet the needs of the people. And when we learn
Which
to
is
do better,
hilarious.
we actively be better. And that's what I see the folks in the crowd saying is that we're doing better. The traffic department is saying we're doing better. We're going to aim to and strive to do better. And that's what I love to see. And then for us to go back and say, no, because we're going to reconstruct what was, and we're not used to it, we want to go back, right? And we see that so much in our history. As a non-binary counselor, if people weren't open to me being non-binary, that is hateful. That reduces me. That stops me from feeling safe. And so when bike folks are out there and vulnerable folks on that beautiful poster who are in wheelchairs, who are on scooters, that's what it's needed. When we reconstruct the world to be better, that's what I love. And that's why I'm here. So I just want to start off there. And over the past few months of all this, I've just been taking a lot of notes on my phone. So I'm just going to read what I've been thinking, which is I think we need to have enough critical thinking to know and figure out the roots of the accidents, right? Like to look at statistics and want to include data that are accidents that are not part of the Mill Street redesign is ridiculous to me. To know that we have a speeding issue and not point to that as the issue is wild to me. People are speeding and passing each other on a one lane, and then they blame the street design. How is that the street design? Are we not critical enough to think that speeding, illegal passing is the actual reason? Why it's a one lane. It's a one lane. I just don't understand how we could blame that. And I find it inconsistent when counselors who oppose and question the shifting of the speed limit to be 25 miles, which has been implemented in other cities throughout Massachusetts, throughout the nation, and even adopted by several different states. And data has shown that it indeed lower people's speed limits because psychologically it changes how people act. And yet those who are against it or are not, still hesitant about it are the same ones who are like, Mill Street needs to shift, to be redesigned. And we're like, okay, we know speeding is the issue. And they're doing everything they can to stop speeding, to make sure there's like a higher rate of survivability, to make people feel safe. And yet it's the street design. What is the solution then if we're not doing better with what we know, with what we're trying to do? And it's really tiring to know that Mill Street is a speedway.
It is a funny point, Brendan, that
had these types of accidents.
like how much of this
and yet
this
I go
rage
to
is
New
just
York
like
City.
a gut reaction to
New York City is
comprehensive
so
planning
dense of
because
a-
our Vision
and they
Zero,
could
like
manage
our
it. That's
road
not okay.
redesigns
And I'm
are
just
like
like,
good
wait,
example
what's
of
wrong with
actually
Worcester?
doing
There's
comprehensive
nothing
planning.
wrong with Worcester, but the same ways in which some small towns will not accept a non-binary counselor, we're
Which
not going to
Worcester historically has not done a
safe,
very good job.
complete street.
No.
That is really weird to me, and that's not where I want to head. I want to head in a direction where everyone feel included, and that includes people who are here, anyone. And the other thing I want to say is like, when Kelly Square was redesigned and it became a peanut, I wasn't into it. I really wasn't. But I could understand how it was scary
Same.
for people to be like, Jesus, take the wheel. Let me just drive straight and just take my shot at driving. I understand that other people did not feel the way I did. I grew up with let's just call on Jesus and save me. People want to feel safe. So when a peanut came, and I was like, I'm down. I'm down because that means I see there's a crosswalk. I see there's ways in which people could walk from, one side of Kelly Square to the other side. Before
Yeah, that's
then,
fine.
if anyone wants to cross that, I don't think you should. I would not recommend it. And I see people floating around that area walking across Kelly Square. That's not okay. Why do we strive for that? Why do we want designs that do not work? That is not inclusive. And so I really just want to thank y'all for coming out. And I really want to thank the Mobility and Traffic Department and Council Hadjiai for your work on this. Because for me, for a long time, I just couldn't quite understand.
This
it,
is a great
to be
campaign.
honest. Not the redesign, but I didn't understand why this became a political issue. I don't understand why it's a political issue. When for me, it's about
Walter
safety.
Bird.
And so I didn't say
is
much
the short
in the
answer.
beginning,
Yeah.
but as I continue to learn and as I continue to learn from y'all who keep showing up, this is how I feel, which is like, I want to be included in progress. And y'all want to be included in a progress of a city that should be accessible and should have more people included in the way we move about our city. So I want to thank y'all for teaching me constantly. And yeah, I really do not support these orders on trying to redesign Mill Street back. Thank you.
Well said.
Council Russell.
Fuck you, Mo Bergman.
Chairman, I agree with my colleague, Councilor Nguyen, that it shouldn't be a political issue, but it has become one. And it shows you where the personalities and everything else get involved in a subject. It really shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a liberal issue or a conservative issue. It should be an issue about safety and just what our perception is.
Dude.
There are some that would say that we should just leave it to the professionals. And then at the same time, some folks also say we shouldn't listen to the professionals at all when they come in with opinions that we don't like. Mr. Chairman, I, for one, am not ready to disband the Traffic and Parking Committee. I'm not ready to disband this council. I think this council
I
has a
am.
responsibility.
Yeah, Bill,
I'm
Travis, and I
sorry.
are ready.
Process.
I'm so ready to
When
disband
the
this
redesign
council.
of Hamilton Street came forward, the Public Works
There's a
Committee.
fucking
I think
council that do nothing
The
blowhards.
plan came in, we
I
went
think
over it.
the
We
city
had
would be
issues.
objectively
When
better
Grafton
without the city
Street, the
council.
state project even. on
It's a
Grafton
point I've
Street
been increasingly trying to
was not-
make in my
Public
posts. I
Works
think that
Committee had a
really
meeting on that.
city council is
We
like
went
the
over, we had
progressive
some
force of the
concerns
city.
about different items.
If we just had the
After
same number
we
of
had
professional
that
ombudsmen,
with the city and with
like
the state,
apolitical
and
professional
there were
ombudsmen,
changes made
we
there.
could get just as much done
when
and probably,
Worcester
you know, a
State
healthy
College
percentage
area
more.
Up at Chandler Street.
Well, think about it.
Reconfigured with a
The
bike
past
lane.
3 city managers, we're going back a
There
decade
was a
now.
discussion.
None of
there
them
was
were
a meeting
hired
before
by the
the
city
Public Works
council,
Committee.
like in any
There was
way,
none of
shape, or
that
form.
with this item. None of that.
And that's their number one job.
The Public Works,
So
or with the traffic
if they're not
department.
doing the number one job,
And
what
of
else
course,
are they
the
doing?
argument can be made
It's
is
just
that
bullshit
Public
like
Works
this.
is
It's just
traffic
getting in the
department.
way of good
It should have been
ideas.
someplace. It should have been someplace.
So if it's not going to work well,
Mr.
just
Chairman,
get fucking rid of it.
Dan Abraham, the gentleman that
Charter
passed away.
change.
I can't
Autocracy.
say he was a good friend of mine, but he was
Jose
a acquaintance
Batista.
of mine.
Sorry.
He's someone that
Eric
served
Batista.
you and I a drink at
In charge of the city
St.
of Worcester
George's
in
Orthodox
perpetuity until
Cathedral
he
more than
dies.
once.
He
He's
gets to do
someone
whatever he
that was
wants.
just as sharp as you, Mr. Chairman, just as sharp as I am. He's someone that we shouldn't be talking down about, saying he was an elderly person and it was a medical
No, but you're
issue
going to
or
use his
whatever.
name every time you
That
want to
person
fucking
was
bring
a
it up for
sharp
your
person, And
benefit.
he didn't deserve to get it, to die, and he didn't deserve to die in that way. Mr.
It's
Chairman.
really insulting. This is the only public
you know,
forum
I went to Boston.
quote unquote
thank you, about
participate
a week or
in
two
city.
ago. I was over in the
Yeah.
Fenway Park area.
Because
And you
this
know,
is
in the
not
Fenway
city
Park
business.
area,
This
I
is
think
like
Wilson
participating in
Street,
city
they have
business after it happens.
almost identical setup.
If
to
we
what's
took
just getting
on
angry at
the protected bike lane.
If we took ShotSpotter
You know what?
and Mill Street off the table
Very,
for whatever it's been, like
very
5 years
well.
now, what do you think we
And
could
the
be
reason
discussing?
why it works very well is because those.
Would we just be having
parking
15-minute
spaces
meetings, or would there be
No,
something of note that
no,
we could
Yeah,
dude.
parking space on that
We
street.
held,
They
and
have
we're not
people
going to
more
talk
than 30
about
seconds.
the
And that
the
creates
Health and Human
a
Services
barrier
proposed a
for the bike lane. It
5-year
also creates
substantive
iPad
plan
for the
to combat
driver that
homelessness.
they know.
That is
where
not getting
the-
talked about.
the
today. The
separation
city
is.
manager
Now, maybe
proposed,
there needs to be
like
more
made
work
public for
on
the
this.
first time,
Maybe
his
that $2 million
first
grant
5-year
that Congressman
strategic
McGovern
master plan
can
for the entire
utilize.
city.
But Mr.
That is
Chairman,
not
I
getting
think
talked
it's
about
serious
today.
issue
Right.
about
Those are
this
the two things on
type
that
of
agenda
plan
that had any
going
fucking merit,
citywide,
had any
you know,
fucking
across the city,
just
especially
like
without
the
having
gas in the
meetings,
tank
without
of
having,
things that
without
would be
notifying this
worthwhile
council. Because we don't
for
have
the
an extra
supposed
$2 million to
executive
spend
body
on
of the
street.
city to talk about.
We don't have the money to fix the potholes that we talk about. on
And
this
now we
council.
have just George Russell
Never
complaining
mind
about how
to
we
go
don't have
around
the
and
fucking money to fix
redesign
the potholes.
every street.
Are you kidding me?
Millions and millions of dollars on redesigns when we're not even dealing with basic issues like the potholes.
This is a good. This
Mr.
is
Chairman,
a
the
good
reason why it
fucking
works in
point,
Boston.
because Joe Petty did
because
say
the
the
bike
first
lane
time
is
this came out
protected. And in
that he
Worcester,
knows that guy.
it's not
Yeah.
working
He's friends with
because
that guy.
the protected bike lane.
And I
is
I
not
actually find that as somebody who is getting older,
Let me
like
say
I
that
actually
again.
find it
The
more
protected
insulting that
bike
people
lane
aren't willing to have
is
meaningful
not
conversations
protected.
about
It's not protected.
like whether or not it's
because most
responsible
of
to take
the properties
to,
on
to
Mill Street
entertain
have
taking somebody's
off-street
license
parking.
from them.
And you have one in maybe
Right.
10 or more.
Okay, so if the
parking
guy was
spaces that is
sharp, right?
utilized,
I don't
and
care.
it's confusing.
It's still
I've
very
said it on this
possible that he
council
just made an
before,
accident.
And I'll
Like,
say it
regardless
again,
of his
it's
age.
confusing.
Yeah,
And
Travis, you're right. I don't give a shit
serious
why he
of
fucking died.
this
I
kind of
really
plan
don't. I really don't
moving
give a shit.
citywide.
Like people die
Mr.
on
Chairman,
Worcester roads
right on
all the
Mill
time.
all the
Street,
time,
right in front of
all
Mill
across
Street,
the city
the Mill Swan
for
School.
various reasons.
They don't
it's
have the bike
entirely
lane
absent
set
of
up
this
the way they
redesign.
have it on the rest of the street. They
Yes.
have it in the opposite way. They have the bike
This
lane on
this
the
council
outside.
is
They
just
have the drop
like a
off on the inside
reactionary
because it's
force.
safer.
They don't
It's right there
plan
on
for the
Mill
future.
Street. It's right
They
there
just
on Mill
respond
Street.
to what the city
Mr.
does
Chairman, Hamilton Street,
and get
Lake
mad
Ave,
about it.
Chandler Street near Worcester State College, even Greenwood Street was repaved just recently, and they didn't put a formal.
Whether
bike
it's
lane,
City
but they put
Hall
the little
or
pictures
the
of the
libs.
bicycles along
And
the street and where
ShotSpotter's
the
a
bikes
good
are supposed
example
to
of the
be.
libs.
That was
or
planned.
black
It was
people.
done. There hasn't been an issue.
Like if they say
You know,
something's wrong, and the council
I'm
exists
talking.
to
Excuse
combat.
me, nobody can interrupt, please. Go ahead, Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, talk to the plow driver who plows Mill Street. Ask him what's going to happen when you put posts up, when you put a little post up along the way, just to do it.
Yo,
We
who
need
fucking
to
cares,
stop
dude?
Being stubborn.
You're one of 11
This city
people who
government
manages a
needs to
city of
stop being stubborn.
200,000
And that's
people.
what this issue is about.
Why do you
Being
care
stubborn. This administration is being
what is
stubborn
annoying for
on
a
this
plow
issue.
driver on like
Take whatever
3
you
days
want,
of the
Mr.
year?
Manager,
Dude,
but on this issue, you're being, this is being stubborn. It's
Counselor,
my
you got-
opinion,
you got
and I
4
presented it.
Yep, no, interrupt him, Counselor. Counselor, you got 4 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I said my piece, and I believe it. And you know what? And I said it over and over again.
What's
And I'm
being
only one
stubborn?
member
You're
of this
being
council,
stubborn because you won't
but
go
I
with
say-
change,
I'll
you
say my
fucking
piece.
idiot.
I've been a cheerleader for this
can we
administration.
just vote
On
already?
some items, and on this item, I cannot be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor Toomey.
Oh, Toomey's the swing vote here.
First of all, I have to say that my husband and I were over there maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago. My husband travels.
We
all
might be in a
over,
situation
and he
where
said
Toomey
to
saves
me as
this.
we're driving down the street, I can't figure
If Ben
this
White
out.
is
It's
correct.
Convoluted. You go in one way and out the other.
Ah,
And
never-
he said it's very confusing to him. He's been in cities where where my colleagues have mentioned, have
right,
bike
I think
lanes.
it's good with it.
Another colleague mentioned New
Mill
York
Street's
City, and all of that, but it's very convoluted, and it's tough because there are so many different iterations of the street. Some of the research that I did, as was mentioned by some of my colleagues, we talk about protected bike lanes. And frankly, it's a misnomer because they're not really protected. As a matter of fact, little research has been done on the safety effects of protected bike lanes. And it should be called a separated bike lane. The other thing that concerns me is it's incomplete.
I think it's going to fail.
Yeah,
I do now. It's
What do they call those things?
the count now. This is getting heavy.
Posts aren't there. The painting isn't clear enough. And as other colleagues have said, there was only one community meeting. And quite frankly, I'm very concerned about the intersections for the bike riders because some of them don't allow for full vision of the car to the car in the travel lane to the bike rider on the
If
inside.
I'm Steve
of the,
Raleigh, I'm putting in my
parking lane.
resignation tomorrow.
yeah.
Protected bike lanes.
Yeah, get the fuck out of
These
here. I want
are
Batista to do the same
from
thing.
What I've seen, considered
Go find a better
to be
job, dude.
safe for everybody. There's also been some research where moving back a crosswalk and adding a bike turning lane painted in the intersection is helpful. So I think that there's a lot of other things that we
So-
can be looking at.
I have it right now on my call. Is that this is a
It's that-
5-6 vote,
I think before we make any
like Mo
movement
Bergman's order
towards
passes.
expanding any bike lanes anywhere in the
6-5
city,
in favor of Mo
that
Bergman's
we
order.
put all of that on hold and that we take
Mo,
6
Donna,
months
Candy King,
and to
Kate,
really
Russell
study
for
this to
citizens.
perfect what we have there. And
So that puts
to
puts
see
the ball in
if
Eric's
we can,
court, whether
come
he
up with a
listens to
plan
that.
that's
really think
best
that he
for
should.
everybody.
Yeah, it'd be
And
interesting
I
to see
think,
if he does just say, you know what, I hear
I'm
you all
I'm
and
just
could not
very
care less.
concerned about any time.
Yeah,
The other thing
that's
that
our saving
concerns me
grace.
is basically.
And like that's the pedal to the metal
So
moment.
there's not continuity. There was, the other thing that was
That-
mentioned was the signage.
Yeah, so King's the swing vote
and,
here,
I
and no
have
one should
to-
forget that.
I have to say
because-
that I agree with my colleague Christian King. I know, don't faint.
But anyway,
That the
So this puts the
implementation,
ball on Eric Batista's court to really
fell short.
call the bluff.
The rollout, there was.
But the
poor,
city
the
council has
signage
authority
wasn't
on
great.
these things.
And so
He could
there have
just
been
be like,
mistakes around communication. I agree with that.
I'm not listening to you.
So, my
Keeping it the way
my
I
real
want. You
concern
could not
is
renew my
that
contract. If you
there are more questions than there are answers. There's too many what ifs for me to have it go beyond implementing what was. It's my understanding, Mr. Chair, through you to the city manager, has the contract already been signed by the company that's doing the installation and the painting?
to the chair of the council, that is being worked on right now to be finalized. But from my understanding, the contractor has been ordered to order the flex poles in anticipation of the signed finalized contract.
Mike, I guess
This is-
my anger or my question.
How is this still going to fail
Before.
after
Why didn't we have all
4
that in
collective
place
hours?
Before we rolled that out, through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Raleigh?
Like, I hope I'm wrong, but
So,
I think my count's pretty right now.
These parking protected bike lanes are commonly implemented as we did, using paint. That is a common best practice.
Not what I'm talking about.
Let him finish.
So that's how we started with this, and we wanted to observe how it operated. And, you know, it's funny.
I think
because
Joe
nobody
will
asked
probably
me
change
yet
his vote,
how I
too.
think it's operating, which I think is an important question. And I think it's starting to operate quite well, to be honest. We have identified.
Honestly,
by
Brennan,
looking
what do
at
you think about the
big
likelihood of
crash
getting Eric
that has
Batista on
happened
the show?
out there individually?
Slim to none, but I'd be willing to try,
Crashes are the
especially after
same,
this. I
haven't
think it'd be
gotten worse.
interesting.
We have looked
I think
at
that
every
like
crash
10%
individually
chance.
to
We have a
try to
10%
understand
chance.
what's happening and why. And what we're seeing
That would be interesting.
is that
Yeah.
for the past 2 months, there's been one crash. We think that's correlated to putting out the orange traffic cones that you've seen to help people identify where those parking lanes are. And that's a typical practice when you're installing these protected bike lanes. Put the plan out that you think is necessary and important, observe it, and then make adjustments.
Oh,
what we're
that's just as unlikely as
Oh,
Eric.
people have died.
Because
and
in order to
it's
talk
very
to
sad
anybody,
that's
if
been-
you're in the media, you have
and,
to
people can
um,
hands over their
ask
eyes,
the
they're
city
all
manager's
frustrated
office to
and
talk to
tired.
anybody.
And I did vote
So
to support safe streets. No question.
if we can't get
I've
Eric,
been an advocate.
we can't get him.
But I have a lot of concerns about the design that's actually there. And as I mentioned, the intersections are not very clear. It's not clear at all. And when you have a parked car coming up to an intersection.
Kate's saying she supports what she
Hiding
voted
the
for,
bicycle.
even though what she voted for is what she
Coming
got,
into
but
the
she doesn't
intersection.
support what she got.
There's going to be another accident. Because if they're not watching over the car, which by the way, they may not even see the car, it's a vision issue, right? So, you know, there's a
It's
lot of
like
concern,
it's boring
and,
at this
it
point to point out
potentially is
how
more
like
dangerous to bikes. And I said,
hypocritical or
the
stupid
protected
people are.
bike
you know?
lanes that are best are raised from the
It-
road.
I would actually have more respect for it if any of them said, you know
so,
what, I voted
you know,
for this, I supported it, I
can't-
thought I understood it, I was wrong,
stand here
and
and
like
say,
I'd like to,
can
I'd like to acknowledge that
Or without
instead of just pretending that like we didn't know what we were getting.
research and just holding.
And like inventing like these like weird rhetorical
Put in whatever,
premises,
Right.
Where you're the good
materials
guy,
that you say.
which is what we see the most with the rental
Uh,
industry.
And
Mhm.
six
Oh, I
months.
mean, that was we watched that
with all of the
hearing
bells
last week, man. I mean, that was ridiculous. You had
is
all
what
the people testifying in opposition
moving
were
forward. on
clearly
anything
asking
else,
for everything that's in the rental registry.
We don't want
Saying they
to
don't want
have
rental registry. They just want
disparate
things that are in
designs
the rental
everywhere,
registry.
and
Right,
confuse
right,
people.
right.
And there are, by the way, there are fewer people riding on that road. I will say this. I've heard from so many people. I'm not driving that way. I'd rather take an extra 10, 15, 20 minutes out of my way because I'm scared.
Fine.
So
I
you
hate.
know, I
the
have
city
a
council
concern.
so
So that's what I'm proposing, that we implement those things for 6 months.
I really-
Do a study and then come back to this
Okay.
in the form of a motion.
So I spent the whole like top of this day writing my like 4-year reflection post on like how Worcester sucks still exists and how I'm happy about that. And now I'm watching this council meeting and it's like, am I happy? Right? Like, am I happy it still exists? Like, would it have been mercy that like it failed and I just like
I've been a
got
big supporter
another
of
job?
Vision Zero Task Force. I'm on the task force. On my office.
Yeah, Petty's gonna change his vote right here.
I know this is a big change on Mill Street. There's no question about that, especially to watch the traffic, the flow, and people getting used to it. Even I drove down when it first started back late last year when we opened it. I was driving down the wrong way. So to be honest with you, and I understand Commissioner Raleigh's point where he's trying to just the best practices is to take it one step at a time, look at traffic pattern changes.
Thanks, system.
So my question now is,
I appreciate that.
We're going to put posting, we're going to do paint down, we're going to do some signage. When is all this going to occur?
Well, Benny, yeah, I know, I saw all that, but now he's in a position where like
through the
he's
vice
on the
chair.
losing side.
So let me get my list in front of you so I can give you the latest information on this. So the aspects that we have talked about implementing and they're in process, the first are the green bike lane.
Maybe this is where we see
and I just wanted
Dark
to,
Joe come out, where he eats the loss, but now he spends the next year saddling up to more progressive causes and pivots from his last election cycle, knowing that he's not going to lose his base at all, but throttles any opportunity for Christian to shore up more of a progressive vote.
That would be such a Game of Thrones move for him. Seeing Christian like burn everybody that has like supported him in the past on like a really fucking shitty play to the center. And then Joe's like, well, fuck, dude, I'll just eat up
the
all
second
those
thing we've
people
talked
by
about,
being
this
kind of
is,
normal.
I think, really the most important.
And you know what?
is the flex post.
I'm with Joe there. I'm
that work is
I'm literally
significant
following
enough that we
Joe.
had to put a bid out for it. So we put a bid out. I think probably because we are already.
If Joe just says
we did not
publicly
get
one
any bidders
time,
on it,
I'm
so
going
we
to
put
vote
it
for
out
every
again.
progressive thing that my city
And
manager
we did
does.
get a number of bids and
That would be
awarded
better
that contract.
than
That contract's being
You know what I mean?
executed. The supplier is someone we work with on our lane striping program, and they understand this is a priority for the city. And as soon as the surety bond is in place, we'll get underway with that.
That's the post.
Right, and we're installing, I believe the number is about
Yeah,
146.
Jack, Joe's a pure
posts
political
along the
animal, and you don't expect anything
and
more
these
from
posts are placed at.
I expected
the
more from
beginning of,
Christian than what I'm seeing right
of the
now.
Parking areas near the intersections, so that it's very clear when you're a vehicle turning onto the roadway, where the parking areas are, where the bike lane is, and where the travel lane is. The other thing we're doing with the posts is on the stretches where there's a very long expansive parking lane that doesn't get utilized at a very high rate. We're breaking those up into smaller areas with more hatched painting and flex posts as well. So you're going to get a regular reminder as you're driving down the corridor.
You know, this could solve all of this conversation too, is if we just acknowledge that the residents of Mill Street have more on-street accessory parking than any other resident, like lightly dense residential neighborhood in the city.
There actually are
And we
not
could protect the bike lane
signs that
while
cover
also
this
removing
specific
the
installation
mid-street
yet in the
parking,
annual
and
uniform
everyone
traffic
would
prices.
be happy except for the Mill Street
improvement
residents
itself
who have
is
this
authorized
ridiculous
in the
gift from the city of
ABCD,
Worcester,
as well as a
but in the
number
form
of
of more parking than anybody else.
guidances that we follow now talk about parking protected bike lanes, but there are not signs specific.
Plant This is a good
point.
So we've
Because-
gone back and forth on this a little bit.
I
But
always
we're
thought the
we're
best
comfortable
way
with
to
it and
kill
we'll
this
provide an additional level
would
of
have been
so this is
to
really going
call
above and
purview,
beyond
right?
what you see for
To
parking
get
protected bike
a legal
lanes in other
ruling
communities.
on whether the city council has a say.
I talked
on
about
what the
breaking up the long
transportation
parking lanes, and
department
then
does
one last
with
thing that
this.
we have started talking about, and we're
No one on the city council has
Good
done
idea,
that. I
regardless
think because
of
that
how we
gives
treat
up a
the
little
corridor-
bit too much
corridor,
of the
just because
ghost,
while we've seen
right?
speeds better managed,
where if you get
we wanna
the
see them
law
come down
department coming
further.
back and saying
So we're
like,
looking
actually, yeah,
at
you
the
have
radar
no
speed
actual
feedback signs.
recourse or
Those are the
purview
speed limit signs
besides
that will give you
firing the
feedback
city
when you're
manager
going over
over
the speed
what the
limit
transportation
and
department does.
flash to alert.
Then you get people asking the
So,
question,
that's
you know,
all
what does the
planned. As I
mayor
said,
do? What does the
the
council do?
just to summarize, the bike lane markings
And you have
are
to
in,
answer,
flex posts
and the
have
answer
been
is
awarded, and the
fucking
contract's
not
being
a whole lot,
finalized
you know?
and will be prioritized. Once that's done, the signage, I believe in talking to Commissioner Fink, we
So there's that
thought
sort of
that,
kayfabe going
those
on right
signs
here.
have
It's
been
very much
ordered.
like
We thought that
professional
that
wrestling.
installation would
City
probably
council
start
in
this
Worcester is
week.
a lot like professional
So
wrestling.
we've been moving this forward as fast as we can, given the procurement requirements for them.
And I didn't drive down Richard, so.
But professional
paint,
wrestling is
are you gonna
professional.
paint a different color, like on the lines of the yellow?
Professional wrestling is professional,
Oh,
and
yeah,
it's also
right,
fun.
but-
This is not fun. This is not fun.
Yeah, through the vice chair.
Try as we might, Brendan,
We are
to make this
required
fun.
by
It's not fun.
federal standards to use white paint for those areas. So they'll be
If you're watching professional wrestling for 4.4210 hours.
So all edge lines, including the buffers, are painted
We'd
in
probably
white.
be having a good
Flex
time.
posts are also white, and that's a standard.
A gentleman spoke tonight, and he was speaking about
I don't think Kate's going with Betty here.
if
It's
he pushed-
going
made
with the
the
anti-Mill Street
parking
folks.
lane just a little bit bigger, so when it opens the door, you feel a little bit safer.
Benny made me hopeful on Twitter earlier,
Maybe
saying
something
that
you can
Kate
look
would
at
be
in
a
the
whipped swing vote
I
into
thought it was a great
supporting
point. I'm just throwing it
the
out
Mill
there.
Street redesign.
Yeah,
But we just heard
Through the chair, that's certainly something we could look at. We
Kate, that she's
did
gonna
build a
vote
little
against.
bit of extra width into the lane
And
than
from
we
George
would normally
Russell, who
do,
was the other swing vote.
because
in
of
my
that very
opinion.
reason. So that's actually an 11.5-foot travel
Yeah,
lane out there.
and Benny, I thought that,
Whereas our standard now is
that George
11
Russell
feet.
might have been one of the swings
And
too.
the parking lane is a
And I
full
was wrong.
8
So I think we're really looking
width.
at a
So it's
6'5",
it's
if not
interesting because I know the
7'4"
perception,
vote
because it's so
in
different
support
than
of
what was there
making
before.
Mill
is that
Street
That's a narrow
normal again.
space. It's wider than most of the parking lanes and adjacent travel lanes in the city. So just wanted to clarify that.
Despite the fact that that decision's widely
I didn't start the clock, so you're good. I messed up.
I haven't really
It's going
spoke.
now. You're at a minute.
If I have a minute,
Yeah,
I would
8 more
spoke.
minutes, 9 more minutes. I just started.
9 more minutes?
Yeah.
A lot of credit to everyone who's stuck around
sometimes
in the
that's like,
council
when you're on the
chambers too on
highway,
this
you go off
issue.
the
I know
highway,
a lot of
you
people
go-
came and
know.
spoke 2 weeks ago, but it was put on hold. It's unusual to see people stick all the way through an issue after speaking like that. Good on all
It's
them.
it's very unusual to see people in the chamber at 11 p.m.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
I haven't seen
And it's
that
also very unusual for
in
us
this
to
case. There's
see
no prohibition against it. It's certainly
23
something you
viewers
could do against the
at
edge line.
11 p.m.
We tend to not see
Yeah.
those in residential areas very much because they do make a bit of noise
Yeah.
when they
do.
vibrate the vehicle. So they're not often used.
But like
in
this is
residential
a
areas.
pivotal
They-
decision
There is
because
some work being done on developing quieter rumble strips, but
like if you
Yeah.
want Worcester to be a real city,
quite locally.
this is a precedent setting
Okay, so
decision.
you're gonna, so the signs will be up hopefully this week. The painting should be finished, if it's not finished, should be finished shortly, right?
The green lane markings are finished. That's
Okay,
correct.
I have
Yep,
to take a ride it down again. And all I was waiting for is the posts after that.
that's correct.
Okay. I just like, I understand, some people have gotten hurt, some person has died, and but the accident rate seems to be the same. You're saying.
I've missed a bunch of
the last few
resubs.
months,
Main
it seems to
South
be
Mom
lower. It's definitely
resubbed,
slowed down traffic.
Epic resub,
Thank
Trouble
you,
to
Main
50
Slowed down
resub,
traffic.
Camber resubbed.
And sometimes I'm just looking like.
Thanks, y'all.
It's, to
Thank
me,
you.
I think
Appreciate
the
all
gentleman,
of
mentioned tonight that by putting.
Way more importantly, you need to
Gentlemen,
resub to
seem
Worcester
be
Sucks
by cars,
tomorrow
Bike lane on the outside.
because every June at this time, on the anniversary, I lose a bunch of subscribers. And it's
Council told me
very
I wanted to put
nerve-wracking.
a lot of- To see what's.
And I always make them back.
See how it worked. It seems like
But
it's going in the right direction.
There's a 50% off
and-
deal coming out
I
tomorrow.
know it's
Take
it's
it up.
a long night. People are tired, but.
Especially if you're thinking about resubscribing. But even if you're going to resubscribe at the normal rate, just take it. It's
the
fine.
whole task force, and this stuff is complicated and it's costly, and it's a lot of work that goes into it. And
then hopefully I'll have another year of being
stubborn.
the Uber driver of writers.
Councilors who are probably for this, tell Eric we're for this. I can see tonight I can count for it. It's probably,
That needs to be on a business
some people
card, Bill.
against it. So it's not that the administration
Subscribe to Worcester Sucks. It's
interfering; they want us to do our jobs.
the same business model as Uber, but for professional writers.
The city
And
council
it's
should be
better
involved
than
more. Maybe that's where we made a mistake. Go back and look at
legacy
history. We probably could say we were
Bill,
involved.
what would happen if it was left to the council and not a DOT decision to change Kelly Square?
But I support this.
Oh, it doesn't
project.
get changed.
Yeah.
Think, I drive I-5. I've seen DC.
Which honestly, and I don't know. Now you're gonna get me fucking
Boston
contradicting myself because
province has it.
I like the old Kelly
There's a lot
Square,
of
but that's just pure vibes, you know.
Yeah, but
Oh, totally. Yeah.
That's just the
I just
nostalgia.
like to get, is there a difference between a car, like in Boston, cars parked every 5 feet, right? 6 feet. Does that make a difference to this design?
Commissioner Rowley.
Through the vice chair. So it's one of the things we did talk about when we were trying to figure out which configuration made the most sense here. And you actually.
But it's
do
very,
see
very
people
interesting
in the
now
very dense urban
to
areas. you'll
consider
see
that
parking
sort of,
completely utilized, but there are examples.
polemic or whatever. That sort of
the same design employed.
those
where
two
parking
situations
is
next to
much
each
less
other.
frequent.
Kelly
Again, if you
Square
think
getting
about the
redesigned
out by Connecticut State University, there's
happened
very
without
extent of parking
a
protected
lick,
bike lane.
a
That's almost
word
every
of
month
opposition
when there's events at the
right?
at the football stadium.
Yeah, I mean, that was all DOT
So
on that one.
You still get a large.
Because it was
from
whipped
that
up
additional separation
at the same time, and that's maybe Ed Augustus's
value
little
in that.
political genius
I think the thing that we're recognizing
as being
that we
part
wanna
of the
focus on
grander
is
Polar
making sure
Park
that the
project,
drivers
when it was very much
understand
separate,
where that
let's be
parking
honest.
place is, and that's
It was, but I mean, I don't know that, you know, the
breaking up those long.
I don't want to go and say that Polar Park has been successful, but I don't know if that project could have happened if they hadn't rethought Kelly Square.
Present the data, you know, and the chief.
Like old Kelly Square in front of Polar Park.
See if it should be going the opposite direction.
Yeah, old Kelly Square in front of Polar Park would have been fucking hilarious.
So, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I want to say thank you too. And I know this has been a complicated issue, and at least I got an explanation why the paint hasn't been down yet and the signs haven't been put up. But that's what I was wondering. I'm glad Mr. Raleigh presented that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to
And
go
even
to
the money
city
for the
manager,
peanut was
and we're gonna
attached
go to
to
Councilor Bergman, Councilor at Large,
Polar
and then
Park
George Russell
by
for a second time,
the
District 3.
state government at the time.
Manager Batista.
What's happening now?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's my second time, and I'll try to be brief. I want to address something Councilor King said on item 23B. I would have moved to file that myself because, as I said when I first rose, that I've come to understand and appreciate the fact that going from 2 lanes to 1 lane has made a difference. My concern.
Why don't you give it a little bit more time, Mo? Maybe
in
come
my-
around
what
on the
I'm
rest.
Proposing on 23C is really what I think, where I think this item should be. And I'm not going to go through all the arguments I made earlier. So I don't know if Councilor King would mind, but I certainly would remove myself, and I'll certainly support his filing 23B. There should be 1 lane. There should be a bike lane, but there shouldn't be cars parked against the edge of the road. And let me just say that
He just said it.
flex poles,
He just said it.
you
There
got
shouldn't be
summer's-
cars
summer's
parked
here.
on the edge of the
It's
road.
90-something degrees today. It's
Oh,
90-something
fuck.
degrees tomorrow and the rest of the week.
It's
There are going
ambiguous
to be
enough.
people going to Coes Pond. There are going to be people going to Logan Field. And we're hearing that flex posts are being ordered and they'll be implemented hopefully sooner than later. The white paint, good luck with that. I don't think you have to be an engineer to know at nighttime. It's not really going to help you out if you're trying to navigate whether or not there's a parked car down the street. There are people that go to that street all the time, going to the airport, that aren't familiar with any of this history, and they haven't seen it in the daylight. So my concern, I understand what Councilor Toomey is suggesting. I originally myself asked to hold this for 6 months and keep it the way it was, but to do no further expansion of the program. I asked for that in February.
10
What
minutes
changed
shy
my mind,
of 5 hours.
in April was that I didn't know in February. I knew somebody had died February, March. I think it was early March, but we didn't know why or how. And the narrative had been for the longest time, given his age, it had nothing to do with the road. Well, I got more concerned with that in April when there was a motorcycle accident, whether it was their fault or not. And that's when I asked that we start looking at some significant changes. And I can't wait 6 months. That wouldn't be my ask, because one life is too many, whether it was that person's fault or not.
I think
whether
that
it was that person's fault.
all of this talk
or not.
is
The fact of the matter
extraneous.
is, with
Like,
more people
we all
on the
know
road,
how
more
everyone's voting at
pedestrians,
this point.
and more young people going to the pond, Coes Pond, and going to Logan Field. And I think if there was ever a time where we shouldn't say the status quo is okay for 6 months, it's the summertime. Doing it in October, November, wait until March might be a different story, but I think it's just a formula that's potentially riddled with major problems waiting that long to make any changes. Again, my conscience is clear. I do this out of my concern for public safety. I hope the bicyclists remain safe. I hope the motorists remain safe. I just don't think the way we've created the scenario on Mill Street creates that balance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councilor.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to.
What was the point of that?
All I'm looking for is for safety and for I think it's being safe for the cars to be parked close to the curb, but that's my opinion. Maybe there needs to be a second curb put in. Maybe there needs to be a row
Closed
of
captioning
trees put
thinks
in.
he
Maybe
said
there's
something filthy.
Something else, something that's obvious to the eye from the driver.
Real quick, I saw
Maybe
4
there needs to be a
stars.
second curb put in.
My concern here and going forward throughout the city, that these kinds of plans. It was on the city website. There was plans for one or two other streets that had similar designs. I'm concerned that those plans will go forward without hearing about it. Mr. Chairman, it sounds like this is already done.
I think their strategy here was to push this past the telegram print deadline.
That almost seems like what's happening. That they're all going around the horn now just to make sure that all of the cranks hear them say out loud one last time, "I hear you." And now we're going to go to bed.
Because like in the paper tomorrow, like I'm pretty sure they're operating on a 10 p.m. print
I'm not
deadline.
prepared to answer that now, but inform a report if you can't.
Like Marco has a story filed.
And I'm not prepared to answer that because I haven't seen the installation as of yet. When the installation's in place, we'll figure out how to clear the snow.
Okay, and
Yeah,
for you to,
I'd be fine with this like curb too. This is not
Mr. Wally,
city council's
what's the
fucking
dollar
business.
sign on the post?
What's the what?
What's the price? What's the amount that we're spending on the purchase of them and the installation?
47 herring.
Mr. Chair, the purchase price for the posts, including installation, is about $27,000.
Okay, all right, well, I just have those concerns, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manager?
I'm going to ask Marco right now.
11 o'clock, and we have about an hour left of the meeting before the rules say that we can't pass midnight. So, and there's a lot more to go in this agenda, including the FY25 budget. So, first of all, I want to thank Steve.
Dear
Commissioner
Christ Almighty.
the work that you're doing.
Good thing you saved that to last.
Because to create change.
Wouldn't that be amazing? We just defunded defund Worcester because Mo wouldn't shut the fuck
What
up.
we're trying to do as an administration.
Over one street.
And this
Yeah.
goes with the entire administration, my entire cabinet is in full support of Vision Zero and Complete Streets, is that we're trying to change the culture of transportation in the city. And to do that, you have to be bold, you have to take bold actions, you have to be brave, because there are moments that, like today, are going to be moments of contention.
That's right,
Moments
Jack.
where people are going to have emotions, passions, etc. But I think one thing to note that is extremely important, and I think it's been said many times, but I think it seems to be forgotten, is that the number
There's a lot
of
more important
accidents
things
on
to
Mill
talk
Street in
about.
this area has not changed.
That's a
from what
funny
happened
comparison.
So nothing has changed.
How many amendments have been made
Now,
to Mill Street
was
as opposed
a
to
death.
amendments made to the
My
budget?
condolences.
Amendments made to the budget?
There was a
Absolutely.
death. But there's deaths all across.
Positively,
the city.
not a
We're
single
having
budget.
conversations about changing, redesigning every street where we have a death. We're not doing that. So I don't get the fight of this here. I understand, and I'm taking full responsibility, and I think I've had in this floor in every neighborhood meeting that I take
think
full
Eric's shutting them
responsibility
down.
that we did not do a good job rolling this out. We didn't do a good job in introducing this and doing it, and that's why we had that meeting July 23rd in the neighborhood, because the neighborhood was upset. The neighborhood was upset that we did not have a conversation, and the counselor was upset. Counselors, you were all upset that we didn't have that conversation. I agree. We didn't do our job in doing so. We didn't do our due diligence in making sure that we had a conversation collectively and with the community before we rolled it out. I understand that, but we're here, and what we've seen in the data and what we've seen from the police department and the traffic division and the engineers, which again, licensed engineers, doesn't mean that everybody has to be licensed. It means that the chief or the leader has to be licensed who supports that, right? Not every engineer in the DPW is licensed, but the commissioner is licensed, and the commissioner is held responsible to that license. And so everybody here collectively has been involved in this, from the entire administration, the community, moving forward. And it hasn't changed in terms of the numbers of accidents in the area. We're trying to change a culture here in the city that involves a lot of us, all of us, to have that conversation and to think differently about the way to protect individuals that need the protection in the bike lane. We've been working at this through the TAG group that was established. And Karen, I know you were involved in that quite a bit. Steve Raleigh and I worked with Commissioner Musi at the time. God rest his soul. We spent a lot of time trying to get that policy moving. Because again,
I'm telling you, Eric is
I've seen the value
much better than the
protecting
city
lives in the
council.
city. So we're trying to change the culture. And changing a culture.
He's not better than Tell.
It doesn't happen
Tell
overnight.
too.
It's going to happen with multiple discussions and multiple years of creating
The
this pathway
council is
for
a
us to change
regressive
the
force
culture
from Eric
of
Batista.
transportation in the
Like-
city. A culture that we've listened and we've heard from many people That's not there.
It's an
It's not
interesting
safe.
flip from last term.
And yes, we have situations where there are deaths, and there are situations that happen all across the city that happens. But again, we're not having conversations of redesigning every component. However, we had a lot of conversation about redesigning Kelly Square. Why? Because there was elements about safety at Kelly Square, and we took that. I lived on Mill Street. I lived at the Brookside Apartments. They're actually named differently now, right behind McDonald's. And I lived there for about 5 to 6 years. So I was riding there. I got stopped because I was going really fast on Mill Street. Yes, I'm admitting I was stopped by the police department back then. I was a young man driving recklessly through the city. So I know how important this
Yeah, I
is
kind of like
community
Eric more.
to slow down the traffic.
I was going to say, he doesn't suck in this moment.
My dad for years have driven that street because he works at TJ
It's like
Maxx. And so
last term,
and
Eric
he knows the
was
importance of what we've done there to reduce the traffic, to reduce the speed.
bad on issues that
30+
progressives
years,
were
my dad worked
forcing.
TJ Maxx going through that street. So he knows
This
how
term,
important this is.
he's been entirely inundated by like reactionary pulls
We are
from the
very
right
passionate
to
about traffic violence in the
take
city.
back
We're very
what he's
passionate
been
as a
doing.
cabinet, as an administration.
And in
However,
that context,
I
he
do want
looks
to
pretty
make
good.
it known that
Yeah.
everything that gets discussed here requires
that's
us
also
to work together back and
fucking
forth.
sucks,
And yes,
right?
we're not always going to see eye to eye on situations, but to be saying
We have an
certain
entirely
things, calling people
average,
certain things,
like,
or
Democrat
insinuating
machine
certain
city
things about
manager
administration or individuals. That's unfair.
who's fine.
That's unfair because
And
there's been many
I'm
areas
made to feel
that
sympathetic
again
to
that
him
we discuss and we debate and we have those debates and that's important because
Right?
that's the importance of
By our
democracy,
city
of who
council.
we are as
Yeah.
individuals.
By
When we
comparison,
start
he's
pointing fingers and
tolerable, I
start
guess.
saying things that are again
By
not in
comparison, he's
support
just
of what's
fucking
happening
reasonable.
or calling out or calling me stubborn, that's a problem.
Bam!
Because
that's a load of
I
crap.
have moved from Mill Street because the council has yet to make a decision on Mill Street. I'm not stubborn. I'm waiting on a decision of the council to tell me that we reverted back or not. So I'm waiting.
Says Shane
I
Gillis.
think that's unfair to make those.
Listen, I used to be a
those
kid.
things,
I like being a
because,
kid, but
again,
that
starts to create.
that's a load of crap.
This tension and this thing that creates and the inability for people to listen and work together when we start saying those things. So I think it's important to clarify that, and I think it's important that we collectively, as a council, as an administration, we continue to work together because there's real things, there's real situations happening in this community, like traffic violence, that we need to address, and we need to do it together. We need to do it together. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like that he
Okay.
uses the term traffic
So,
violence.
We have a few motions here. The
I
item
also
is-
just
Council
will say,
Kennedy's
just for the
motion,
record,
we want to
radical
keep the
transparency.
configuration As it is for the next 6 months. and
I
revisit
fucking hate my job
the
tonight.
configuration at that
I would have been
time.
rather doing
Correct.
anything else than this tonight.
We
to
will.
be
Through you, Mr. Chair, with the addition of the
If it
posts.
makes you feel any
Yeah.
better, Brendan and I just do this out of the
Okay.
sheer
and the
enjoyment
paintings,
of it.
All the paintings.
Like, you're the
on
only one
all
that gets
signage.
paid.
Okay.
I don't get paid.
Well,
Bergman,
you make
Mr.
a little bit of
Point of
money.
order.
What I'm saying
This
is,
whole
at least you're-
thing,
at least you're making
this whole
something
thing
out
was-
of it.
I think I captured it right. Is
this
keep
whole
the
thing was my
configuration
design to not
on
do
Mill
this
Street
alone.
as it is with additional
Right.
Also
postings
true.
and
So
postings and signs.
That's
coming
not
up.
keeping it as.
I have conned
Well,
you
that-
guys
okay, not so it is keeping it as it is, but we're just going to make sure it's
To
clear that she
doing
wants
something that I was never expressly
The-
paid for, but
to
kind
keep the
of
way it
paid
is now
for.
with the additions.
And then
added
you guys do
0.6
it with me
months
for
for the
free.
report when you do it, correct?
To fully implement,
Yeah.
to fully implement what is supposed to be instead of being done halfway.
Okay, so keep the, okay, so fully implement the configuration as it was designed, and then wait for 6 months of data to revisit that configuration.
And no other bike lanes being worked on until we get this data.
Okay, we get that back.
Point of
Chairman,
order.
I'm going to hold that,
Just-
hold that.
Can we just, we've been here 3 hours.
I'm going to hold that.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna kill.
Start, I'm
those.
going to put an order in that we start the next meeting at 4 o'clock on Tuesday.
I don't understand it, Mr. Chairman. I'm
Yeah.
not going to vote on either. I
Yeah,
need
but
to.
What an
we have 3
asshole.
hours on this.
Hold on.
We
Kate
gotta
Timmy
get
just
the
tried to
order straight.
change that shit.
We don't
you
even know what
read.
it is.
The order is
The motion.
basically is to keep the configuration the way it is with the additional planning for the signs in the posts. And at that time, in 6 months, to get the data back and see and revisit the configuration to see if it's working. I think that's.
Why was
that's
Toomey
fair.
allowed to phrase
She
it?
also wanted no more bike lanes in the future
entire
until the
city,
6
she
months.
Put that in a separate.
That can be a separate order.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, this is separate. Fuck,
I'm gonna
Joe.
hold the first one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Get control of your fucking board, Joe.
Okay. What is the plans for the future City of Worcester in the next 6 months? Do you put in the same configuration anywhere?
Dude, you're gonna make him talk about the plans for the next whole
Mr. Chair, we
fucking 6
currently
months?
don't have any parking protected bike lanes that are planned. So the Stafford Street bike lanes are, Stafford Street's a little narrower cross section and the parking protected doesn't fit in that cross section. So we are putting the bike lanes to the inside with a buffer. Burncoat Street does not have the on-street parking, so it'll just be what's called buffered bike lanes. So we don't currently have planned another installation of this. Doesn't mean that there's not going to be a corridor in the future where that makes sense, though, and then we'll have that.
But not in the next
conversation.
6 months, right?
Right.
Okay. So you can withdraw that maybe and just, okay. So Council Toomey has withdrawn that motion. And you want to hold the other motion?
I just don't understand it, to be honest with you.
No,
Are
seriously?
we
Okay.
saying that do nothing for 6 months?
It says finish.
Because it needs to be flexibility. I don't know that I can put a 6-month cap on it. That's why I was going to hold it and have further discussion.
It's basically it can be 8 months, 9 months, but I think what the point is that finish the configuration the way it was designed, which should be done in the next 2 weeks. Then get the data back over the next, look at the data for the next 6 months, car accidents, or any other thing that you think is relevant for to bring information into us to see if it's working in a positive result.
Freddie, correct me if I'm wrong. Like literally
I just
none of
have a
that.
Quick question. I just wanted to make sure that the administration didn't have other.
Yeah, I'm
plans
not sure
for
what's
that
happening right now.
remark, And I wouldn't want the 6 months to prevent y'all from
Any
using.
other
the
plans on
earmark.
Mill Street, you mean?
Yeah, so I just want to double check.
Do we have other plans on Mill Street?
To the Chair of the Council, the earmark that we received from Congressman McGovern is to begin the planning and design of the permanent solution for Mill Street. This solution right now is a temporary, the permanent solution. This is the $2 million is for just planning and design of that. And that will involve significant, extensive community input and council input on that permanent solution, which could then, it could be 2 or 3 years from now, from when we eventually rebuild all of Mill Street.
Talking 2 or 3 years.
Mr. Chairman, does that motion allow for flexibility is all I want to know.
What does that mean, I guess, is the question. Oh, if something happens in the meantime?
I mean, we're gathering data. We got to be flexible.
Have we ever
I
gone
just don't
till
wanna vote on
midnight?
Something that says everything's on hold.
I don't know.
Except for these.
Once or twice, we've definitely gotten real close.
That's how I understood the motion. So
Nothing's on hold. That's just the idea is get the data for get 6 months worth of data on how
if
it's
that's the
working.
motion, that's fine.
Yeah, it's the motion.
Yeah.
The motion is to get 6 months of data. I'll support it.
Okay. That's,
Can we just clarify, because that data needs to come from the people that actually do this work? I don't want some random person to be
It's gonna come
making
from the administration.
determinations.
Yeah.
Right, so I would like to make that clear in the motion that that analysis needs to come from the engineers for the
Sure.
road.
okay. And the chief. Yep. Yep. Okay. As amended.
Cal's gonna
Okay.
break her microphone.
Okay. Roll call.
I'm gonna
Council
punch my
Bergman?
No.
computer.
Council Calorio?
No.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
No.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, Betty Blanca was right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, isn't just still a vote regardless?
We
of
got a
how it's
yes
gonna
out of
turn out?
Toomey.
Yeah, no, we're going to
23B.
go.
Okay.
You said,
Did we
Yeah.
just take those
Yeah.
together? 23C? I thought I voted yes. No?
say that again, sir?
We just took one? Okay.
Yeah, we took the one vote. Then we're going to go on to 23B and C.
I motion to file B.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. C, I guess, is irrelevant since we passed the 6 months. Come back with data.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order. Why is it irrelevant?
Well, we're going to
I'm always saying you're
we just-
irrelevant.
Well, I agree, but nobody said it's
Okay, we can take a vote on it.
fine. Thank
So,
you.
so a yes vote would be
This is
supportive
embarrassing.
of changing it back with data. And
Mr. Chairman,
no, what?
would it be changing it back to the old plan, or would it be just moving the cars closer to the curb?
moving the cars, I think.
Okay.
I think that's what you, don't let me speak for you guys. but-
Yeah.
It's as it reads, Mr. Chairman, which is exactly what you said.
Yeah.
Self-explanatory.
What a dink.
Okay.
So this is a motion to.
Okay. So it's an up or down vote. A yes vote would be, just so people understand, the yes vote would be supportive of the order. A no vote would not be supportive of the order. Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen?
No.
Council Ojeda?
No.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
No.
That's another.
So we're going to move quickly here.
No
We
vote
got some
from Toomey.
department heads here. We can get them out. You
Mr.
have
Chairman,
D.
we got 23D.
That's where I'm going. Hang on.
What was
So
the vote count?
D is on.
I got
Mill Street
6
redesign
no,
for purpose
5
of
yes.
Ruling in and out the potential of elevating the protected bike lanes and
I
widening.
didn't hear the no's.
The file.
I'd like to speak on this, Mr.
Toomey,
Chairman.
Ojeda,
Welcome to.
Joe.
Mr. Chairman, you know, as part of design
I
flexibility.
didn't hear Candy or
This
Kate.
particular thing.
Kate
that we're
said no,
talking
Candy
about,
said yes.
Makes sense on Mill Street. We have an additional $2 million. And
Sorry.
Rhode Island, and I've seen where we have protective bike lanes that allow for greater
So that-
physical separation and protection, Mr. Chairman.
Wait.
In those
Someone-
locations, they
Ben
elevate
or
the bike lane to grade or
someone
mid-grade,
explain.
and they park next to the curb, Mr. Chairman. It requires a widening. And in some of the locations, Mr. Chairman, is for portions of the road. And in other locations, you know, it's for the entire block, Mr. Chairman. That's something that should stay on the table. We have funds, we have a commissioner indicating that there will be design flexibility. And there are some areas where this makes sense, Mr. Chairman. And I would simply like a review and report that's indicating, hey,
So-
we can do this, or hey, we cannot do this.
23C,
as part
what
of
was
the
the vote?
permanent build out, Mr. Chairman.
Because I couldn't
Again,
hear it.
It
on my
goes to
feed.
flexibility.
I couldn't hear it. Toomey's
is
vote
about
or
protecting our
Candy's,
bikers and folks who
which
are
were pretty
walking in an elevated, extended walkway where you extend the sidewalk to grade or mid-grade, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And,
605.
you know, as an aside, when I heard the report from the commissioner, Mr. Chairman, about, you know, some of the things
That's
that
Tabor. That is the
are
opposite.
coming up as relates to,
Is it the?
you
I'll
know,
figure
the
it out.
things that are being done, the flex post, the signing plan, you know, prioritizing.
Brenda,
that
did you hear
contractor?
Candy
No.
or Kate vote on that?
You know,
No, they
when I
did the
hear
same
all
thing
of
Joe did earlier, where they
it just makes me
didn't
wonder,
talk
They
in the
don't say
microphone.
it. They don't
Yeah.
say it into the mic. Yeah. I
what
didn't
if we
hear
had
that.
all of our ducks lined up during implementation and rollout? What if? And quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, I'm a process person. I think if we had done that, we'd be in a different position than we are now.
Imagine saying you're a process
I think
person
some folks
after holding up a
would have-
meeting like you did
would have
tonight.
been in different spaces. But the signing plan, the flex post.
This is a beautiful,
I'm
poetic.
glad to hear
Worcester
today
sentiment
that the
right here.
painting of the green is at the intersections. That's the latest.
I love a
update.
nice
I
night.
saw that and I mentioned that earlier. But I
I
also
can't
want to
copy
point
that.
out, Mr. Chairman, and this is to the city manager. I had filed an order on April 2nd asking that the manager provide the council with a report confirming timelines for striking and installing flex poles and implementing additional safety measures on Mill Street, Mr. Chairman. We got a verbal report today, April 2nd, May 2nd, June 2nd. We're moving towards July 2nd. I asked for that important information to inform this council back on April 2nd, Mr. Manager.
Back
And
one
I would
second.
still like to see that. I appreciate the verbal
Yeah.
report.
All right.
But
So
I like the timelines.
yeah,
because for
just
me,
read
part of our job.
Marco's
is to
tweet.
ask
I don't know if
questions
anybody else
that
couldn't
helps
hear
us assess and helps the city manager
the votes on
assess,
that.
the process.
But Bergman's order,
into play, Mr.
23C.
Chairman. So I would ask that be
Failed.
adhered to for our next
Now we're
meeting.
talking about
Mr.
King's
Chairman,
Order
and I'm hoping that
23D.
this, order for design flexibility moves forward.
Toomey voted
Okay, so we have a motion to
Against.
file.
I'm sorry. I
Bergman's
just have to
order.
say something here. This order, with all due respect to Councilor King, doesn't make any sense because we have already said that the planning and design, the earmark is not meant for infrastructure change. And the elements that Councilor King is mentioning in this order are the same things that we have said we will discuss with the neighborhood so that they can have input.
Right,
So to jump
right.
ahead of
First
that community
vote
process
was
feels
Kate's
just not okay to me as a
wait and
district
see,
councilor
which is
who has
irrelevant
been also
entirely.
co-leading the work with the folks. So
Second vote
I agree with Councilor King
was
that these are
to
all good things,
flip
but this order,
the parking
it's
and the bike
already,
lanes.
these are
That
things in the
failed.
work. We are planning meetings with the community to discuss
First vote was
how
a
this
yes.
planning and design
But
process
the
is
first
gonna
vote
flow. I just really feel that it
is
doesn't do the
inconsequential.
neighborhood a service if we're jumping ahead of that process through this order.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate
I don't
that
know.
perspective. This is not an intent to undercut, but to inform the council, Mr. Chairman. I would like that information. I think that information is important if that's where the neighborhood lands.
I don't know why
certainly.
King is doing this, but
But I would like, because I've been talking about this, and this was, for quite some time, going back for a number of months. And again, the research is clear. This is the best of best practices for protecting bike lanes.
I don't think they actually cucked
I'd
the
like
other
some
ones by passing the
formal
6 months.
feedback on it.
Because the hard thing to understand
Feedback to go
about
to
this
the
Worcester City
committee,
Council
because this
is that
just-
none of this fucking matters.
and that information
at
is
all.
necessary, and perhaps that
23C,
inform the community.
Mo Bergman's order to
Perhaps I'll
flip
amend this,
the
but
bike
the
lane
spirit of this
and the parking
is,
lane.
to get an understanding.
Right,
of
yeah,
context
they can do
of what
that.
that work
But
looks like, Mr. Chairman.
that's honestly preferable
I
to
pull up
like a
the
mandate.
actual item.
23C is the important one, and that failed. Is the easiest way to explain it is 23C was the most direct mandate to the city manager to reverse Mill Street, and that one failed. I feel like that's going to get entirely lost in
I
everything
will
about this.
certainly delete the language that says for the purpose of ruling in or ruling out.
I wish
the
this wasn't so spot on accurate, but I kind of like
design.
I like
potential
yes.
elevated
I
bike
don't know.
lanes,
I don't know.
sidewalks,
Not my
et cetera,
call,
et cetera.
but that's a good read.
I don't have a problem with that, and that could also inform the process. And if the funding isn't appropriate,
This order right now that King's talking about is a waste of everyone's time. It doesn't matter.
So we have a motion to file. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
No.
Council Calorio,
No.
Council Agia,
Oh, amended. I will withdraw the motion to file,
Okay.
given the amendment. I apologize.
So send it to the manager. Those in favor, opposed, so one. Okay. I apologize. Oh, thank you for sticking it out tonight, all the bike people. So much appreciated.
Still going,
And,
baby. We're going strong.
Yeah. And we have, apologize to the administrators there. I appreciate, we're going to get to you in a second.
I'll just say that it was a fortuitous decision for me to pick up.
So we're going to go
some
to
beers
16A,
before
B, and
started.
C. Well, I'm going to take 24I off the table. A vote on 24I to take it off the table. That's the capital budget. We're going to take it off the table. So we need a roll call on that. Roll call.
Oh, great. You're going to approve the entire capital budget. 5.5 hours.
We're taking 24I off the table, which is the capital budget. Roll call, or the
Council-
financing of the capital.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen.
Imagine talking about a bike lane for
Rita.
4 hours.
Council Basillo,
And then
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
You
Mayor
vote
Petty.
on the
Yes. Council Hyde,
entire
you vote on
capital
this?
budget of the city.
Uh,
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it is called bike shedding for a reason, Bill.
Okay, 16A is the communication city manager recommend approval of the fiscal year 25 budget operating budget, recommend adoption of the company order. And 16B, upon the communication city manager approval of the fiscal year 25 budget, capital budget, recommend adoption of the company order. And then we have 24I and 12C, motion just to accept. 16C. Council King.
Thank you. I know it's late, but it's the budget, Mr. Chair. It's important. Just a question to the chair, to the administration. So in committee, we had talked about, a number of different councils had different concerns and suggestions, et cetera.
Yeah. Toomey came around
Any
after
sort
giving
of
her some weird
changes
concessions to make this
that
a
you have
forever
planned
issue,
or
which
responses
I
to those concerns. I'm not just
still don't
saying,
understand how that
broadly.
happened.
Somehow, all road design will go through public safety.
Questions about the funding for Discover Massachusetts. We had questions about
That might have been a
the
bad call.
insurance,
Like
$2 million.
I was a victim of bike shedding in that moment where I don't really understand what Toomey's motion was before
the
that.
DCU Center, I think fire insurance or something, or fire or something.
Like I have in my notes.
And I have some real questions about that. I think there's some savings there. I also think there's opportunities to shift monies around. So if you could just explain for the public so they can understand how that works in our budget process, what your intentions are, because I do think that there are places where we can.
That was a very silly,
and I'm apt
stupid
to
way to
vote
make
yes to
policy.
approve this budget if I know there's going to be some movement moving forward on the directions of some of the funding. Without that, I may make a motion to cut something if I can.
So Jack, this
or
is
I will
true.
just vote no.
Probably.
So if you could
Most
kind of
of the
share
time,
what your
answer.
intentions are with respect to the feedback coming out of the finance committee.
What
some
kind
the
of
items that we
fucking
brought
political
forward
machine
for
are we
this
running
meeting.
here?
Also, if
Where we
could
can pre-count
clarify
the
is that we
votes,
have to pass this
and we
tonight.
still have to be up
Tonight
till
we have to
midnight.
have a special meeting
Right?
passed by Friday. If you could also speak to
Like,
that, through the chair.
Worst
Was
kayfabe
Buddy
ever.
was Buddy Cianci City Council meeting till midnight to discuss one fucking bike lane? I don't think so. Right?
First, just to address the budget, we have to the 21st, which is Friday. And so they would have to require a special meeting, and you also have to give public notice, right? 48 hours public notice? No, probably not.
We don't have that. They have to have the meeting at
But we do have to have a meeting.
11:30 Friday night.
Yeah. To be able to vote it in by Friday. In regards to a lot of the questions with regards to the budget and discussions, one, DCM, that was a vote by the council that was denied to cut the funds of DCM. So there was no movement or changes to that budget allocation. There was also questions regarding the DCU Center and some of the funding that was allocated for potential capital expenses. We have shifted the fire alarm kind of discussion about, because part of the budget, a big chunk of that was related to fire alarm, to enhancing the fire alarm system. We since then have reviewed it and don't need to do that. So we're shifting the dollars to other priority areas within the DCU Center that we're going to make further improvements. And with regards to the schools, I think the schools, right, the superintendent and I have been working very closely on their needs and some of their areas that need support. We were able, it's part of the transfer dollars that we've identified at the end of the year to close out our books. As we're coming down to the end of the fiscal year of 2024, we've identified some unexpended dollars that we could be able to transfer to the schools. We've already engaged the schools, and we're going to be transferring about $1.8 million schools to support their efforts and some of the deficit that they have to address within the school system. And so there's areas that we've been able to work, whether in
Where did
this
you find
budget
$1.8 million
or looking
on
at
this?
next year's budget, in which we're going to be making some potential adjustments. But again, a lot of what presented in the current budget itself, there's no significant movements within the budget that's presented in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's
So
a
for
crazy bit of
clarification,
news.
There was a motion that I
Just
made supported unanimously by this council. that
Drop
we meet
it.
our obligation
Hour
to the
5,
Worcester Public Schools this year based on the numbers that Mr. McGurthy had put forward that we were going to be in deficit. So you mentioned an amount of $1.8 million. Will we be in compliance with meeting our obligation?
Mr. Manager?
Or are we still behind?
Through the chair to the council, that fulfills the decrease that came forward through the recap related to the net school spending.
So that's a yes?
So that's a yes.
Okay. This 8.1 million is significant for me.
That's crazy. That's the most significant news of this entire meeting.
With regards to Discover Massachusetts, when is that contract up? When is that being signed through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, once budget is approved, we would then engage in contract discussions.
And how long
with
would
them.
that contract be for?
It's a 1-year contract until next fiscal year.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's money that could be used otherwise, Mr. Chairman. And it's my understanding your intent is to sign that and to allocate $500,000 or so towards that end. Is that right, through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, that's what we have recommended, $500,000.
Is it 500 even?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're not willing to shift that elsewhere right now. We're looking at Discover Massachusetts. That's correct?
Through the chair to the council, that is correct.
Okay, my motion would be that we cut 500,000 from the budget, Mr. Chairman.
We already took that vote and we voted and we denied that.
We're in council. We're not in committee. And that's my motion.
I don't know what the right answer on that one is. Mr. Trainer?
It's the same thing as any other time we have something in committee. It comes out, we vote it.
Yeah, we can be respectful too. Come on, Mr. Trainer.
Mr. Chairman, you don't need to comment on my interaction. That's not
Yeah.
respectful.
Mr. Trainer?
Through
Point
the
of
chair,
order.
the cuts can be made, the cuts need to be made to the aggregate appropriation in each department. So it's either cutting money from the salaries appropriation, from the OM appropriation, or the capital project.
So much news is getting made at this late hour.
Cut a specific line item in a budget. It's got to be.
King tries to defund
Aggregate
social
amount,
event.
not the DCU Center. I mean,
Wherever that
Right.
is within a department, you got to go in and say, you're going to cut 500,000 from whether it's salaries or OM.
oh, okay.
And then it's up to the manager where that
Can you-
money comes from.
Can you
Okay.
repeat that?
So the motion is to cut $500,000.
Can you just explain?
What he's saying is that you can cut the economic development
the amount.
project $500,000.
Right, the amount.
Yeah, and the manager then has to go
Didn't
inside.
King vote against that when Russell
That'd be my
proposed
motion,
it?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Council
I don't know.
Priscilla?
I don't know that for a fact.
No, this is not on the,
Yo, Jenny's recusing herself.
Not for
What?
the
Does Paul
DCU.
Switzer get set discover some preliminary May
Just
funding?
want to clarify and understand.
That's a
this is
cool
what
scoop.
I'll need to explain to me.
Benny, you listening?
That the motion is being made, because that's $500,000 that I believe could be used otherwise. We're not using it. We can return it to the taxpayer, Mr. Chairman.
Why does Jenny
for
Pasilla have to
a,
recuse
entity,
herself? from this
that we don't
discover
measure,
such-
that we're given.
I don't actually care.
$2 million over the last 4 years of ARPA funding, which I don't know it was.
It would be a
necessarily
funny media story if
$2 million
Paul
in
Switzer
total,
was
some of that
funded.
money for ARPA funding.
Discover Center.
And the spirit of this is that.
Am I saying that I'm going to follow up on that story?
The manager.
Probably
This
not.
body supports it.
But if somebody listening to
Is,
this
yes, $500,000
is feeling
in that area of the
intrepid,
budget in the
that'd
spirit
be a
of,
funny story.
that we're not moving forward with Discover Massachusetts, Mr. Chairman. And that would mean that we're not signing.
Interesting. So the chamber shuffles money to City Hall, and then
Okay.
City Hall shuffles money to Paul Giorgio
File.
by way of Paul's
I
Worcester.
guess, the same thing, what we do the vote, I guess so. Motion to file takes
That's cool.
precedent.
That's awesome.
Got off and cut for
That's just
$500,000.
classic Worcester, baby.
Roll call. So motion's to file. Yeah.
Whatever. Classic Worcester.
So a yes vote would be to file, there'd be no cut, and a no vote would be, then we'd go back and do the vote on the item itself.
Council
That
Bergman?
fails. Hang on, Councilman Wong.
I just have a clarifying question because we don't get to decide how to allocate it. So
No,
then,
correct.
so then afterwards, we would have a new.
And for the
budget
record,
that we don't know anything about because
That's nothing to do with Jenny
take it from wherever.
at all.
Correct.
So then we would have to meet on Friday to figure out a new budget system that he would have to.
No using that for campaign material against Jenny. Because she
Okay,
just
so
has
it's a
a job.
$500,000 cut, and the manager will have to figure that out. where he's taking that from. Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, for point of clarification, are you saying that, I guess I would ask the solicitor for clarification, that the motion to cut $500,000, if we approve that and we approve the budget less that amount, that we'd have to convene another meeting? We'd have to convene another meeting? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. Just want to clarify. All right.
No, you.
The school committee has
It's going to be cut from ED
more
budget, right, Mr.
prescribed
Crane?
authority. over
Yeah.
the school
So the money is going to be cut by,
than
no, it'll be tonight. So we don't have to have another meeting on it.
They actually have responsibilities.
Tim, is it in the OM?
Say that
It
again?
would be $500,000 from the Economic Development's OM.
Oh, no. Okay, so the motion is to cut $500,000 from the ED OM account. Council Toomey has asked to file that. The yes vote would be no cut, or would be, if that prevails, there will be no cut. If it doesn't prevail, then we have to go vote on the item afterwards, which is the same vote. But roll call.
Council
that was a
Bergman,
great explanation, Joe.
Clarification one last time. This is a motion to file.
Correct.
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Wow,
Council King,
a rare Shaun
Councilman
Connolly
Carlson.
appearance.
Council
Hey,
Mian,
everybody.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
You
No.
Council Toomey.
totally made me lose track
Mayor
of
Petty.
what's fucking
Yes.
right now.
Okay. So let's go to the budget items again. 16.
What's up, dude? I don't care. Whatever just happened there. So, Sean, get this.
A, B.
This is something to ask Jenny
together,
about.
And along with the
In
motion for
public,
24I, the funding, take those collectively.
Apparently, Jenny had to recuse herself from the
On the
vote
budget, yeah.
on whether
Roll
to
call.
vote to cut
Council Bergman,
the Discover Central
Council
Mass
Calorio,
budget.
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council
Now,
Carlson,
why would Jenny Basillo have to recuse
Council
herself
Mian,
Yes.
from a vote?
Council Ojeda,
She didn't have to, though,
Pasillo,
Yes.
in the end.
Council Russell,
Defund
Council Toomey,
Central
Yes.
and Mayor
Massachusetts.
Petty.
Discover Central.
Yes.
Mayor, would you like to ask for consideration on this one?
Yeah, reconsideration.
Yeah, I want to know so badly now.
Yeah, I wanted to know for like 2 seconds. Now I don't anymore. I don't give a
Council
shit.
Bergman, Council Calorio,
No.
Listen, Sean, you're in here
Council
on
King, Council Mayor Carlson,
hour
Mian,
5, minute
Council Ojeda,
29
Council Pasillo.
That's why I
of
joined.
Council Russell,
of this
Council Toomey,
stream.
Nope.
and Mayor Petty.
Where
No.
we have talked about literally
Motion to
nothing
accept. All those in
besides
favor,
Mill Street.
opposed, so ordered.
And Shot Spotter.
Shot Spotter too.
We had like 3 hours
We
of
got
Shot
finance
Spotter.
times. We have, since some of the administrators have been
I
here,
just
we'll
couldn't
go through really
believe.
quick. So
Usually
once
after the
we
open
work
mic, I
that out,
always
I'll
check
hold it. So we
and
can get
see
through the
how long the
finance
stream was, and I
items.
saw that I hadn't got
Thursday.
a stream
So
update yet. And I was like, oh my God, it's still happening.
I was open mic.
It was fun. Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah,
We're
we'll do that
outdoors
too.
now, so it's
We're gonna
good.
do it real quick. Mr. Fink's been here, the chief's been here.
Yeah,
so
that's
we'll get to
cool.
their items.
I bet it's nice out there.
So,
I bet in
city
this
council
fucking room.
appointments, council appointments, so those will be placed on
In front
file.
of this
Thank you for your
fucking computer.
participation. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Thanks for
Hey,
all the
look
nice
at that.
comments, everybody.
Andrew
I was just
Coffey
talking
Potts,
about
the
Sean
Advisory Committee on
to
Status of
Sean
Women.
earlier about how
So roll call,
I
roll
have
call.
many Worcester Sex readers
Council
who
Bergman,
don't open my posts,
Council
but
Calorio,
reliably
Yes.
open
Council
Sean's.
Agia,
Yes.
One of those is my girlfriend. My girlfriend.
Council Mian,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yeah.
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Me and Steve Raleigh are both
Russell,
tending our
Toomey,
resignations.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, we have
But Sean, nice
9.3
column
A,
today.
B, and C.
Thank you.
Take
Thank you
those
very
collectively
much.
on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
There was
So,
a
Sean-
really
Sean
funny
Moria?
moment
Yes.
from this stream,
Okay,
Sean,
GI?
where
Yeah.
Eric Batista at 11 p.m. goes,
Carlson, Council Mian,
fellas, we
Council
still
Ojeda,
gotta like approve
Council
the budget.
Pasillo,
Yes.
Like,
Council
why are we
Russell,
still talking about this?
Toomey,
Like,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
oh, and Brian joins us too.
Hi, friends.
9.7A.
Brian.
I was so blown away that Sean was here. I had to step away from
B,
set.
information communication relative to Ernest H.
I can't believe this meeting is still going. What are they talking about?
This is so stupid.
I like to look at that.
I
George,
can't
and,
even.
see some
Brendan,
recommendations
could you
for
give a
action.
summary? I really feel like
It was 3 hours of Shot Spotter, 2 hours of Mill Street, and then like 5.5 minutes of budget discussion where we decided to pull $500,000 away from Discover Central Massachusetts, which momentarily Jenny had a panic attack because she tried to recuse herself, and Joe told her she didn't have to. The conspiracy theory in the chat is that there's a secret cabal that is funneling federal dollars into Discover Central Mass, which then is a sponsor of the Pulse. And Jenny just outed the whole secret cabal that is secretly funding Paul Giorgio's yacht in the Caribbean.
That's not a secret. That is straight up what happened.
Wait,
Russell?
did they actually cut Discover Central Mass's budget?
Public Works.
No, I don't think that went through.
Oh, good. Okay, so I can keep my job at Paul Giorgio's Island?
On Parks.
He bought Little St. James, right?
He did.
No. It's called Little St. Giorgio.
It's on sale.
Yeah, it was a bargain.
It's a different part of it.
The traffic and parking.
I don't know why you would draw a comparison.
Who proposed cutting the 500,000?
9 point.
Christian! After he voted against George Russell's motion to do that like weeks ago.
This guy he's going full Joe Petty. He's going full centrist. He's running an experiment to see if he can run all the way to the right and win.
Aircraft systems.
So
public safety.
Kate Toomey was the deciding vote on keeping Mill Street the same.
I don't know if you're officially, but we can file that.
Let me say that again. Kate Toomey was the deciding vote on keeping Mill Street the same.
Law Department recommends approval of the amendments to the city.
So we're assuming they just gave Public Works to Public Safety. That's the only way that's the only kind of horse trading that could possibly have made sense.
I can't believe I missed the craziest meeting of all time.
I'm sorry.
Kate Toomey was the deciding vote on keeping Mill Street the same.
You actually missed a full 10-minute cross-examination of Steve Rowley by Attorney Bergman at the stand, like at the point where.
Oh, that was so embarrassing.
I think all of us were kind of concerned that Rowley didn't come with his own counsel, and the mustache just sat up there like he didn't know what his job was. But.
Dude, it was like Sam Watterson had a file in his sights, right? He was just like, I know you touched those kids. Steve Rowley was just like, I redesigned the street.
Council Bergman.
Attell went full Katie Porter.
Yes.
She had
Councilmember
things to
Carlson.
show. She had like 4 or 5 whiteboards, and she kept going on
Councilmember
Jenny's desk.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council
Stack
Russell.
of whiteboards.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
That's so sick.
Yeah,
Wow, what a meeting.
3-9. The rest of the
Can we ask for reconsideration? Sorry on that.
Oh, sorry.
I've been losing my fucking
Council
mind.
Bergman.
Wait,
I
have
had
you guys?
No.
I haven't kept up on
Councilor
every
No.
moment of
No.
meetings.
Councilmember
You guys
Carlson.
talked about Charles
Councilor Yang.
Lester's
Councilor Ojeda.
vendetta against Christian
No.
at
Council
all.
Russell.
No.
Council Toomey.
No, I wasn't gonna go there because I don't understand it enough.
Okay, let's see the next one.
Damn, Saucer sit there the entire
The
meeting.
launch of
That's
the public
crazy.
survey. Feedback from the municipal.
I just love shot spotters so much.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Transmitting.
The
Kate's
defenses
calling them
of
out to the
shots
hallway
fired
to
were
rub their feet.
amazing.
Preservation. Act
They were
surcharge.
really something.
I'm gonna send that to MO. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Transmitting from
Wow.
communication relative to
Yeah, that's
self-evaluation
crazy.
at L. That can be for the first time
What,
in
like
business.
5 hours ago? You did public comment.
Giving yourself away, Camber.
Chairman's orders. 10A to 10Z, motions to adopt. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
I
Chairman's orders 11A to
am
11Z,
legitimately
motions to adopt. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 12A, motions to adopt. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. I think all these orders are going to be held under privilege. I'll hold them under privilege unless we have something real urgent.
Brendan, we've been on the stream for 5 hours and 36 minutes.
Yeah.
I was late, so
And report the
yeah.
community economic
I only got like a 5 hours.
All right,
at best.
Travis, we've been on the stream for 5 hours.
Yeah, it's been a
Councilor
while.
Russell?
13D as it reads.
It's crazy.
I'm sorry.
Sean, I was
Traded
talking.
Facebook streams.
Oh, 13.
I was talking to the guys earlier about how I like sort of conned everyone into doing something that I would otherwise have to do alone,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
sort of
okay.
got paid
Anything
for,
else in terms
right?
of the orders is held?
And now everyone else
And we
that
have,
is involved with this is just
15
with
is done. 15 F.
doing the same awful thing that I have to
So
do.
order, we did the budget, 17A to
But
17F.
pretty
motions
much
to
for free.
accept.
So
All those in favor, opposed, so
I
ordered. So you had 17, we're at 18. Reports
You
to public
you
health
hit a
and human
niche with
services.
Brendan, which is nice.
But
18A,
the
adopt on
special
roll.
punishment that I get for doing this is that when I really need to write about
Excuse me,
something,
13B.
I have to
did-
go back
did you
and
go
watch
over
it
that?
again.
Nah, I just wasn't sure if we went over it.
Which
I
is
don't know.
none of you have to do. None of you have to do that. You do not have to go back and watch specific half hour or 45-minute
That way we can discuss
parts
it,
of this
because
meeting
if
again
we change it, people have
and
issues,
write
we
them
can change it
down in
back.
detail. You don't have to do that. So
Um,
in the end, I pay for
Thank God. Yeah, you do pay.
oh,
it. I pay for it.
I think this
Everything,
way, the last
everything I pay
18.
for.
17A and F were already adopted.
Yeah.
I think 18 is next.
Roll call, 18A on the roll call.
They did win again, Benny.
Council Bergman?
They won again. The gay Grimace Mets
Council
won
Calorio?
again.
Can you just repeat the motion, Mr. Chairman? I'm sorry. Is this 13?
You had me at gay
No, we're on
grimace.
18A. 18,
You know,
we
me and
have
Grimace
all
have the same
orders. So
birthday.
18A is on the HUD entitlement program.
I learned that the last time I went to McDonald's on my birthday.
Can you recuse yourself? Please, for the record, Council Russell has recused himself. Roll call.
Council
He
Bergman?
stood up to recuse himself.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
He wears a short
Yes.
sleeve shirt
Yes.
underneath
Carlson?
his suit
Wait,
jacket.
what are we
Council
voting
Leon?
on? Fuck. What is
Council
this?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell recused himself. Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, we have a report, 13A, 13B, and 18C, motion to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 19A to 19B,
HUD.
motion to accept. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 20A to 20K, advertised proposed ordinance.
So at 20K, we have to file.
20K, with the exception of 20K,
School at committee page.
we will file. Take those collectively.
Let's
Roll
go.
call.
What's a school at committee?
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Moro Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hoida?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council
You guys
Russell?
can't
Council
see
Toomey?
it
Yes.
right now.
Mayor Petty.
Actually, I'll get you
Yes.
in a little bit. I'll just sit with
20
magic. I'll just mute it.
What's that, 20?
Brian has the stream on, but he's just walking around.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, no, he's back.
There he
Shit.
is.
Yeah, I was watching that too,
Oh,
Phil.
I
was like, we're on a journey with Brian.
I really like Marco in the round.
Yes, 20Z. motion
Me
to
too,
accept.
it's
Those in
nice.
favor,
There's that
opposed, so
hair.
ordered. 21A, 21.
He was
Marco's
stretching.
fucking.
Accept. All those in favor,
Marco's
opposed, so
jacked too,
ordered.
so I would never say anything bad about him.
And 22 to be gained on the roll call,
Mr. Chairman,
A through J.
You see
on
Brian's
20Z, I
legs.
thought we
This is
filed
great.
that a while ago.
I like this Brian Cam.
I'm sorry.
Let's
man.
see if I have the
I
power
like
to
that.
flip it.
A couple meetings ago.
No.
A couple meetings ago.
Yeah.
Thanks, Benny. Thanks for hanging out.
That's from,
Why
you know,
get
it's
kicked
a-
off set?
I think you probably recall, maybe it was. a
Yeah, he
trap.
is on set.
Oh, we
Is
filed
he getting
it.
kicked off?
Yes.
He's about to
Oh,
fight
filed.
security.
It has
All
to
right,
come
it's-
to kick
Yeah,
out council.
making
We're gonna
sure.
mute council real quick.
So
Unmute Brian.
I wasn't sure. I thought Jackie answered my
This feels voyeuristic. I'm gonna-
Council Hoida?
question.
Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
yes.
One of the first times I
The
took
others-
acid was at a
this is
frat
the
party.
hell to get
WPS.
home to next week on a roll call on the tabled items.
And me and my friend went on an adventure throughout WPS campus.
Maybe 5
For everyone
o'clock.
to see. And there was a big construction site, and we climbed
What
all the
construction?
way to the top of
Okay.
a mound of garbage.
So
Mayor, for the record, so it's 23A.
You guys
That's
hear
for the
that?
ring light.
F.
Next
already
week's
addressed,
meeting's
I
gonna
believe,
start
right?
at 5.
G was addressed.
Yeah, we did.
Dude, I can't keep up with this fucking shit anymore.
Are you holding H as well?
Yeah.
We should do
Should we hold H?
a city council meeting on acid,
I
Bill.
think we might need to.
I would love to
pass
do a
it
city
and
council
hold
meeting on
the
acid. I just feel like,
Possible.
you know, like, why are you mad at me? What did I do wrong? You know?
You have the same
Is it
reaction
on?
to acid as
Bergman?
weed?
I propose an order that it
Yes.
was actually all my fault.
Can someone please clip
Yes.
George scooting across the room in his little chair?
Yes.
Yes. Pasillo?
He just covered like 4 feet, but with his
Toomey?
heels.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, so the motion is to have the meeting start at 5 o'clock next week. All those in favor? Opposed?
What
So
date is
ordered.
that, Mr. Chairman?
I did a meeting coming down. Oh, that's
Next
right. I actually
Tuesday,
did.
Chris.
The 25th.
That's true.
Adjourn.
Yes, I did a meeting
Those
on
in
the
favor,
tail end.
opposed, so ordered. Motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman.
I've never done a meeting on the peak of being on
Say what?
Juneteenth.
I can change that. Maybe
Oh,
even
tomorrow.
next week.
Juneteenth.
Yeah.
It's a good call.
Mr.
What are
Chairman,
we
I just
doing?
wanted to mention, I know I attended the Juneteenth event. I know you there as well as a number of other counselors. And just want to appreciate the Juneteenth committee and all the work they've done over a number of years, Mr. Chairman. And I also attended the flag raising that was put on by that same committee along with other elected officials, including yourself, I think.
This feels
Good, Oliver.
disrespectful to tack it on at the end of the
some other
meeting.
folks who were available to make it at that time.
Good night, Oliver. That's the
And,
perfect time to tune out. Look at Marco.
Look at
He's
Marco
like,
sneaking.
On his Freedom Eve. And
He's like, I'll just get on the camera and
collective
kind of like
of,
flex a little bit.
Black folks in America is one of education and communication, Mr. Chairman. We know that the information did not get all the way
Sean,
with
aren't
regards
you
to
like so
emancipation.
sort of like
into
jealous,
Galveston,
envious,
Texas.
and sad
And,
that you only got to see
and I go every year to
20 minutes of this?
to visit my family.
Actually, kind of. I really do miss doing this.
And here we're celebrating.
In not 5 hours and 43
remember
minutes.
that. It's important to remember that
When it was still really pandemic, I used to get so drunk. Maraid would be like trying to like bathe our son, and I'd be like, city council is so funny.
Thank you.
Thank you. So motion is to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Opposed, so ordered.
Yeah.
11.
Wow, we did it.
Is the Boynton still open?
The Boynton is not still open. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what their hours are anymore.
Jose
Well,
Murphy's
what did we
is
learn tonight,
definitely
Bill?
You're gonna ask me what we learned tonight?
That we all need to get a new fucking hobby.
Yeah,
That's what I
we learned tonight that ShotSpotter is not going anywhere. That Paul Saucier having a retirement job with a for-profit military intelligence company designed for police departments is more important than the health, safety, and equitable treatment of Worcester residents. That's something we learned. That's great.
Mhm.
We learned that Mo Bergman is a fucking little cock. Right? Like he's just like a little fucking dickhead.
Just reaffirmed it tonight. Yeah.
He's a little fucking idiot. The way that he treated, I don't know what his name is.
Steve Raleigh.
His title, I mean, traffic engineer, head traffic engineer, Department of Transportation head, whatever. The way that he treated Steve Raleigh tonight was so disrespectful.
Yeah, it was
and
embarrassing.
Embarrassing for everyone. And if Steve Raleigh quits tomorrow, I'd celebrate that. And if Eric Batista quits tomorrow, I would celebrate that. I'd say, good for you, Eric. Move on. Go to greener pastures.
Imagine the plot twist is that
any other
Steve Raleigh goes to work for ShotSpotter and takes Saucier's job.
Steve Raleigh would literally be better at it than Saucier. Just like skill set wise. But no, that's a make work job for ex-cops. So congratulations to Steve Saucier. No, Paul Saucier. No, Steve Raleigh.
It's okay. You can get names wrong. It's been almost 6 hours.
Other than that, like really not much of consequence happened.
Kate Toomey.
Kate Toomey was the deciding vote to keep Mill Street the same.
Saved Mill Street.
Kate Toomey
saved Mill Street.
Basically, I don't know how else to say this. I don't know how else to say this. Kate Toomey saved Mill Street. Kate Toomey, she saved Mill Street. Kate Toomey is the hero of Mill Street. No one's ever been better than a bike lane.
You just start calling it the Kate Toomey Highway.
Start calling it it's the Toomey Thruway, baby.
Toomey Thruway. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh my God. There's no one. There's never been anybody better to bike lanes than Kate Toomey. She's the most ACAB person alive. She hates every cop. Kate Toomey hates every cop. She says ACAB. She was at Chaz. She was at Chaz, folks. I heard she was at Chaz.
Oh, we got it. There's good people on both sides from Mo. That was really nice.
Oh,
Good people on both sides.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah. There was I love when Mo Bergman is like the obvious villain in a situation. He's like, hey, I don't think we should be villainizing people, right? But he's never like that when somebody else is the villain.
Normally he's like, hey, I really think we should be villainizing people.
Right. Normally he's like, hey, anything could happen at City Hall. We need to hire like 30 more cops to be here at all times because all of these people that show up to speak are villains. But when it's him, he's like, there's no villains in this issue. There's absolutely no villains in this issue.
Oh, go for
that.
it.
No. That was Kenny Merrill Carlson. God, this was fucking 4 hours ago. Kenny Merrill Carlson.
This was officially yesterday, Bill.
Not yet.
2 more minutes.
Not officially yesterday. Kenny Merrill Carlson.
Fix your clocks, Brendan.
All right. Let me try to explain this appropriately because this is fucking surreal. Kenny Merrill Carlson, amid widespread national claims that ShotSpotter perpetuates racial bias in policing, says that she was really happy that her council district got the ShotSpotter expansion in 2021 because it went to the place with the black and brown people. I don't know how to explain that better.
No, that you nailed it, I think.
She said, and then she followed that up with the black and brown people collectively, according to her, they want it, right? They all want it.
They all asked for it.
They told her. They came to her. They all talked to her personally. They said, Candy, we want it. It would have been better if she did like a little voice, right?
Do they want it, or are they asking for it?
Like it would have been more like honest to the racist pastiche that she was doing if she did a little West African voice. Right? Like she was being very racist in that moment, but it wasn't obvious. If she had did a little accent, it would have made it more obvious what she was doing. But anyway.
Well, it is officially Wednesday, so congrats, everybody.
Well done.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
I just want to say that earlier.
This is a more apt description than I gave.
When I noticed that you guys put me back on the stage, I almost hit end meeting. So. You guys violated.
I was doing
You guys violated my NDA, and tainted council, and will be suing my own show.
I did a little bit of light voyeurism. Light. It was light. I did a little bit of light voyeurism.
Who doesn't like a voyeur?
We might have listened to your conversation for 2 seconds, and then we felt weird.
We just
You should feel awful about that. It's actually incredibly uncool.
Well, luckily I don't because I drank like 9 beers tonight. So sorry. I'm super sorry.
This is a mammoth task you guys completed tonight. This is an incredibly
proud of you guys.
Incredibly high number of viewers still here for the end of it too.
Yeah.
Because I'm coming back in to say it's time to go to bed, everybody.
This is it. So
we're going to bed.
You guys did a great job. Hey, happy 4th birthday to Worcester Sucks, and I love it.
Oh yeah, thank you. Don't unsubscribe tomorrow. In fact, look at the 50% off deal that I'm offering on all of the posts.
Half off.
Including
Whoa.
Sean's post today.
Just like Sean's clothes at the Top Dog competition, half off.
Half off. That's right.
Hey, you can only see half up right now. You don't want to know what's below here right now.
Those short shorts came back.
Hell yeah.
They're
Yes.
very comfy.
If you haven't
looked it.
subscribed to Bill Shaner's billshaner.substack.com, worcestersucks.email, follow at Worcester_sucks. Subscribe to our channel right here. WCT 3000 is the show. Woot Nitty Comedy is the Twitch handle. Give us more cash, baby. Follow us at WCT 3000 for all updates. Look at that. Our best friend Kate Toomey, the savior of Mill Street.
Kate Toomey Memorial Thruway.
Buy t-shirts from us.
Toomey Thruway.
WCT3k.storenvy.com. Friday night, Sean and I have a show. We're running at Ralph's Rock Diner. Andrew Mayer, one of the funniest people, honestly, one of the funniest people in the world. And we're very lucky to call him our friend. He's running a show at Edinburgh Fringe coming up this year, which is crazy. It's a very prestigious, amazing comedy thing. And he's got a great one-man show that he's running Friday night. Cheap tickets at Ralph's. It's going to be a great night. So come on out to that. Go to our Eventbrite for tickets for that, or show up. Just show up and walk through the front door and just barge past the door guys.
Just say you're a comic.
Anybody got anything else to plug?
Yeah. If you ever try to get kicked out of Ralph's, shut up, Travis. If you ever try to get kicked out of Ralph's, you just say rodeo rules. And if you can hang on to the door frame for 6 seconds while the bartender is trying to throw you out, you actually get to stay. As long as you say rodeo rules.
It's
Okay,
written.
Travis, go
It's
ahead.
actually written in their charter.
It's written. Yeah, it's written. Just
That's
say
way more
rodeo
important
rules.
than anything I was going to say.
It's gonna-
No jerks on Thursday at Crafty.
Hell yeah.
Open studio here
Hell
at
yeah.
75 Webster on Sunday.
I wanted to throw one more thing out there, everybody. They're West Boylston Cinemas. They're selling everything from the business. They're selling their 35 millimeter projectors for $200, and I want to buy one and show 35 millimeter movies, but I don't have anywhere to put it. So if anybody has somewhere that we can stash a 1-ton projector that is 6.5 feet tall, let's talk, because I really, really, really want to buy one, but I cannot justify the space. So
How wide is it?
it's like as wide as a man.
So like
you know
refrigerator
your mother's
size.
ass?
Yeah,
Like your mother's ass.
It's like a tall refrigerator.
Oh, we can put that in my garage.
All right, never mind, everybody. Save your DM. Go on break time.
Case closed, everyone.
Can we project on the back of my house?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You have to let Louis Dupre come over and teach us how to use it, though. So that might be.
Yeah, you might be out.
Okay, I'm going to bed. Bye, guys.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you
Have a
next
great
Tuesday.
night.
We love you.
Starting at 5.
5 p.m. next week.
Ooh.
Barf. Bye.